The Anarchy, a civil war in England and Normandy between 1135 and 1153, sparked by a succession crisis following the death of King Henry I. The only legitimate son of Henry had died in the White Ship disaster of 1120, leading him to name his daughter, Empress Matilda, as the heir. However, upon Henry's death, his nephew, Stephen of Blois, quickly seized the throne, contested by Matilda, of course, which led to a prolonged and chaotic period of conflict across the kingdom. Thus the country was divided, as nobles aligned themselves either with Stephen or Matilda, leading to widespread disorder, with many areas experiencing complete breakdowns in law and order. The conflict saw numerous battles, sieges, and shifts in power, with neither side able to hold on to anything for too long. Eventually the anarchy ended with the Treaty of Wallingford in 1153. Stephen recognized Matilda's son, Henry Plantagenet, later Henry II, as his heir, leading to the restoration of peace and the beginning of the Plantagenet dynasty. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, great to meet you. If you are coming back, so happy to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Just enjoy the content. But for those who want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe is only one click away, and those who want to go further than that may refer to the video description. But now, without further ado, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can learn all about the Anarchy, as it is so called. During the 11th and 12th centuries, northwest France was ruled by various dukes and counts, who often fought over valuable territories. Duke William II of Normandy, who would go on to conquer the Anglo-Saxon Kingdom of England in 1066, later extended his territories into South Wales and northern England. After the death of William, the governance and distribution of these lands led to conflicts among his children. William's son, Henry I, ascended to power following the death of his elder brother, William Rufus, and he took over the Duchy of Normandy from his oldest brother, Robert Curthose, after defeating him at the Battle of Tinchebray. Henry planned for his territories to be passed on to his only legitimate son, William Adelin. However, in 1120, the sudden sinking of the White Ship in the English Channel, which resulted in the death of about 300 passengers, including William Adelin, drastically altered the political scene. This event cast uncertainty on the line of succession to the English throne. At that time, the rules for succession varied across Western Europe. While male primogeniture was gaining acceptance in parts of France, where the eldest son inherits pretty much everything. But other regions, including Normandy and England, followed a practice of dividing lands among sons, with the eldest receiving the primary, or at least the most valuable portion. Thus, with the death of William Adelin, Henry I was left with only one other legitimate offspring, his daughter, Matilda. During a time when the norms around female inheritance were simply not firmly established yet, there was no real rules behind it. Well, Henry, he married Adeliza of Louvain after Adelin's death, but the likelihood of having another legitimate male heir seemed quite slim, prompting him to consider Matilda as his successor. Matilda, previously married to Henry V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had gained the title of Empress. After Henry V's death in 1125, she remarried Godfrey V of Anjou in 1128, an alliance that was quite unpopular among the Anglo-Norman nobility, mainly due to Godfrey's status as an Angevin, who were the traditional adversaries of the Normans. Henry's domestic policies, particularly his heavy taxation to fund wars, caused growing discontent. Despite this, his formidable reputation helped maintain peace. Henry worked to secure support for Matilda's succession in England and Normandy, insisting on oaths of allegiance to her from his court in 1127, and again in 1128 and 1131. Stephen of Blois, among others, swore allegiance to Matilda in 1127. However, as Henry's life drew closer to its end, tensions escalated between him, Matilda, and Geoffrey. The couple felt that they lacked robust support in England and proposed that Henry transfer control of Norman royal castles to Matilda during his lifetime to strengthen her position. Henry was not keen on this idea, and he rejected the proposal, fearing that Geoffrey might seize premature control over Normandy. Amidst these tensions and a new rebellion in southern Normandy, which Geoffrey and Matilda supported militarily, Henry fell ill and unexpectedly died near Lyon-la-Forêt in 1135. Following the death of Henry I, the English crown was unexpectedly claimed by Stephen of Blois, leading to a period of civil war instead of passing to Henry's designated heir, Matilda. Now, Stephen was the son of Stephen Henry, the Count of Blois, and Adela of Normandy, making him William the Conqueror's grandson. As first cousins, Stephen and Matilda shared royal blood. Stephen grew up as a courtier under Henry, benefiting from his allegiance by receiving lands and marrying Matilda of Boulogne in 1125, who brought with her substantial estates in England and the vital continental port of Boulogne. By the time of Henry I's death in 1135, Stephen had established himself firmly within the Anglo-Norman elite, while his younger brother, Henry of Blois, the Bishop of Winchester, had become a significant ecclesiastical and political figure, second in wealth only to the king himself, and an advocate for the church's rights against royal encroachment. As Henry I's demise became known, many potential successors, including Geoffrey and Matilda, who were in Anjou supporting local rebels, were poorly positioned to stake their claims. Thus the conflict detained many of Matilda's supporters in Normandy under obligation to attend the late king's funeral, preventing their immediate return to England. And taking advantage of this situation, Geoffrey and Matilda seized several strategic castles in southern Normandy, but their advance stalled there. Stephen, meanwhile, was strategically located in Boulogne. Upon hearing of the king's death, he quickly moved to England with his military retinue. Despite initial resistance at ports controlled by Matilda's ally Robert of Gloucester, Stephen managed to reach his estates near London by early December. Within a week, he had effectively begun to consolidate power, setting the stage for his eventual ascension to the English throne. The populace of London, who traditionally held the prerogative to elect the English monarch, swiftly declared Stephen the new king, motivated by expectations of new rights and privileges under his rule. The Church's endorsement was also secured by Henry of Blois, who facilitated Stephen's access to the royal treasury at Winchester, on the advice of Roger, the Bishop of Salisbury and the Lord Chancellor. Thus, on December 15th, a pivotal agreement was struck. Stephen would bestow extensive liberties to the Church in exchange for the backing of the Archbishop of Canterbury and the papal legate for his ascension to the throne. The legitimacy of Stephen's claim was contentious, due to a previous oath that he had sworn to support Empress Matilda. However, Henry of Blois contended that the late King Henry had erred in mandating such an oath, arguing that the king had primarily aimed to ensure the realm's stability. Under the present circumstances of potential chaos, Stephen's disregard for the oath was presented as justifiable. Henry also persuaded Hugh Bigod, the royal steward, to testify that King Henry had altered his succession plans on his deathbed in favor of Stephen. This assertion cleared the way for Stephen's coronation at Westminster Abbey on December 26th. Concurrently, the Norman aristocracy convened at Leneubourg, considering endorsing Theobald, Stephen's elder brother and the Count of Blois, as king, mainly based on his senior lineage from William the Conqueror and his preferable status over Matilda. Thus, on December 21st, while discussions were underway in Lisieux with Robert of Gloucester and others about Theobald's claim, news of Stephen's imminent coronation disrupted their plans. Despite initial agreement to Theobald's kingship, support waned as the barons balked at the prospect of splitting England and Normandy by opposing Stephen. Ultimately, Theobald accepted a financial settlement from Stephen and remained in Blois, supporting his brother's ascension and thus consolidating Stephen's position as a king. Shortly after his coronation, Stephen had to address the tensions in northern England, sparked by the invasion of David I of Scotland. Now David, who was the brother of Henry I's first queen and Matilda's maternal uncle, seized territories including Carlisle and Newcastle upon the hearing of Henry's death. These areas were contentious, with Scottish claims on Cumberland and David's marital ties to Northumbria. Stephen promptly led an army north to Durham, where he negotiated with David. This agreement allowed David to retain Carlisle, while returning most of his other conquests, and in exchange, Stephen confirmed the holdings of David's son, Prince Henry, including the earldom of Huntingdon. In 1136, Stephen convened his first royal court during Easter at Westminster, attracting a broad assembly of nobility and high-ranking church officials. At this gathering, Stephen issued a royal charter reaffirming the commitments made to the church and pledged to undo Henry I's forest policies and addressed any legal system abuses. He positioned himself as a continuation of Henry I's governance, reconfirming the existing earldoms to their holders. The court was marked by extravagance in expenditure on the event, attire, and gifts. Stephen distributed land grants and favors, enhancing numerous church establishments with land and privileges. To solidify his position, Stephen needed papal endorsement. Henry of Blois facilitated the gathering of this support, securing testimonials from Stephen's brother, Theobald, and the French king, Louis VI, who found Stephen's kingship strategically advantageous against the Angevin influence. Pope Innocent II officially recognized Stephen's kingship later that year through a letter, which was extensively circulated in England to affirm Stephen's legitimacy. Stephen faced significant challenges across his realm shortly after this coronation. In January of 1136, the Welsh secured a victory at the Battle of Shofar, followed by a successful ambush on Richard Fitzgilbert de Clare in April, igniting a rebellion across all of South Wales. Owain Gwynedd and Gruffydd ap Rhys seized substantial territories, including Carmarthen Castle. Despite attempts to quell the unrest by dispatching Robert's brother Baldwin and martyr Lord Robert Fitzharold of Eyas, the rebellions persisted, and by the end of 1137, Stephen had effectively ceased his military efforts in Wales, turning his attention to other pressing and perhaps more realistically winnable matters. Concurrently, Stephen managed revolts in the southwest led by Baldwin de Redvers and Robert of Bampton. Baldwin was captured, but he was released, subsequently traveling to Normandy to criticize Stephen. The same year, Geoffrey of Anjou began aggressive actions against Normandy, exploiting Stephen's preoccupation with England. Despite a temporary truce, Geoffrey resumed his attacks, focusing on raiding rather than conquering. Stephen's inability to address the Norman conflicts directly led to the appointment of Waleran de Beaumont and Theobald to defend the duchy. Stephen returned to Normandy in 1137 to solidify an informal alliance with Louis VI and Theobald, aimed at curbing Angevin influence. This agreement included Louis recognizing Stephen's son, Eustace, as Duke of Normandy, contingent on Eustace's homage to Louis. Efforts to reclaim the Argentan province from Geoffrey faltered, mainly due to internal conflicts among Stephen's forces, culminating in a battle between the Flemish mercenaries and Norman barons, resulting in the desertion of the Norman contingent. This forced Stephen to abandon his campaigns and negotiate another truce with Geoffrey, which included a payment to Geoffrey for peace along the borders. Now on to Stephen's early reign, which was marked by a mix of stabilization and strife, going back and forth between the two, with quite a bit of chaotic to and fro. While he managed to maintain a semblance of peace with Scotland, contained Geoffrey's actions in Normandy, and maintained cordial relations with Louis VI and the Church, there were many significant issues that loomed. Control over the north of England had shifted to David and Prince Henry. Wales had been effectively abandoned with a shrug of the shoulders, and the ongoing conflicts between Normandy destabilized the region. Basically, things were not easy. Furthermore, Stephen faced discontent among the barons over unfulfilled promises of land and titles. The financial strain was also mounting, with the costs of maintaining a more extravagant court and mercenary forces rapidly depleting the treasury that was amassed by Henry. In 1138, the stability of Stephen's reign faced major threats from multiple quarters, initiating a descent into civil war in England. The year saw Robert of Gloucester, an illegitimate son of Henry I and half-brother to Empress Matilda, renounce his allegiance to Stephen and declare his wholehearted support for Matilda. It was a move that sparked significant rebellions in Kent and the southwest of England, although Robert stayed in Normandy. Despite Matilda's relative inactivity in pressing her claim to the throne since 1135, Robert's declaration effectively marked the beginning of the war in her favor. Meanwhile, Geoffrey of Anjou seized the opportunity to re-invade Normandy, and David of Scotland launched another invasion into northern England. Asserting his support for his niece Empress Matilda, David pushed into Yorkshire, further complicating the political landscape for Stephen. But Stephen's response was swift and strategically focused on England rather than Normandy. Thus, he deployed his wife, Queen Matilda, to Kent with substantial resources to recapture the crucial port of Dover from rebel control. And of course, don't get confused, Stephen's wife was also named Matilda, so we will refer to her as Queen Matilda, and Empress Matilda being the other side of things. Now additionally, he sent a handful of his household knights north to counter the Scots, culminating in the defeat of David's forces at the Battle of the Standard in August, led by Archbishop Thurston of York. But despite this victory, David maintained control over much of northern England. It was then when Stephen turned his attention west, aiming to reassert control over Gloucestershire. His campaign began in the Welsh Marches, capturing Hereford and Shrewsbury before moving south to Bath. Although Bristol remained impervious to his assaults, resulting in a campaign of raiding the surrounding areas instead, Stephen managed to exert significant military pressure. The expectation of Robert's intervention with reinforcements for the rebels unfortunately did not materialize, as he stayed in Normandy, which persuaded Empress Matilda to consider an invasion of England. Towards the end of the year, Dover capitulated to Queen Matilda's forces. Stephen's military campaigns in England were notably successful, described by historians as a military achievement of the first rank. Capitalizing on his military upper hand, Stephen also sought to stabilize the northern border by negotiating the Treaty of Durham with Scotland. Under this treaty, Northumbria and Cumbria were effectively granted to David and his son Henry in exchange for their allegiance and a promise of peace along the border. This agreement, however, did not sit well with the Earl of Chester, Ranulph, who felt that his traditional rights to Carlisle and Cumberland were being undermined. By 1139, preparations for an invasion of England by Robert of Gloucester and Matilda were well underway. Geoffrey and Matilda had consolidated their control over much of Normandy, and were mobilizing forces for a cross-channel attack. Early in the year, Matilda had appealed to the papacy, asserting her legal claim to the English throne, although the Pope maintained his previous support for Stephen. This appeal highlighted the contentions surrounding Stephen's claim. In response to the impending threat, Stephen fortified his position by creating numerous new earldoms. Prior to his reign, the existing earldoms established under Henry I were, for the most part, ceremonial. Stephen filled these new earldoms with loyal and competent military leaders, granting them lands and significant powers, particularly in the kingdom's more vulnerable regions. His strategy aimed to secure the loyalty of key supporters and strengthen the kingdom's defences. Influenced heavily by his chief adviser, Walleran de Beaumont, Stephen granted the new earldoms, including Worcester, Leicester, Hertford, Warwick, and Pembroke, to the Beaumont family and their allies. These earldoms formed a strategic buffer zone across critical areas of the kingdom from 1138 onwards. Simultaneously, Stephen moved to neutralize a potential threat from certain bishops, whom he suspected might have sensibilities that would make them defect to Matilda's side. The royal administration under the previous king, Henry I, had been dominated by Roger, the Bishop of Salisbury, and his family, who had been amassing military strength and building quite a few new castles. Viewing this as a potential threat, and exacerbated by a personal enmity from Walleran, Stephen took decisive action. In June 1139, during a court session in Oxford, a confrontation engineered by Stephen resulted in a skirmish involving Alan of Brittany and Roger's men. Stephen capitalized on this incident by demanding the surrender of all castles held by the bishops, except for Nigel, whom had barricaded himself in Devizes Castle, and only surrendered after Stephen threatened to execute Roger le Poer. All complied. Now, this maneuver effectively eliminated any military threat from these bishops, although it no doubt strained Stephen's relations with the broader ecclesiastical hierarchy, including his brother Henry, who was reportedly not very impressed. Well, with all the preparations complete, the stage was set for the ensuing conflict, marking the full escalation into a civil war. During this civil war between Stephen and Matilda, Anglo-Norman warfare primarily involved attritional military campaigns focused on raiding enemy territories and capturing castles to gain control over regions. These campaigns aimed for a slow and strategic string of victories rather than quick conquests. Pitched battles were therefore quite rare, as they were considered high risk. I mean, why arrange up in a shield wall and go out and fight like gentlemen when you can just starve them out over time? Thus, the commanders typically preferred safer, more calculated maneuvers, a cautious approach to warfare. But you can't fight a war without money. We all know that. The financing of the war efforts was heavily reliant on cold, hard cash, a trend that had become increasingly pronounced in the early 12th century. The cost of maintaining and conducting military operations had thus risen significantly, making access to substantial funds a critical factor in achieving military success. Both Stephen and Matilda's military operations were centered around their respective households, particularly the Familia Regis, a core group of knights that acted as a mobile headquarters during campaigns. The composition of the armies had not drastically changed from the previous century. It consisted mainly of armored mounted knights, supported by infantry troops. The typical armament included long mail hauberks, helmets, greaves, and arm protection. Swords and lances were commonly used by cavalry, and the presence of crossbowmen had notably increased. Longbows, well, they were sometimes employed alongside the traditional short bow. The forces employed during these campaigns were thus a mix of feudal levies and mercenaries. Feudal levies were local nobles' troops, called up for short periods and specific campaigns, whereas mercenaries, though costly, offered greater flexibility and skill, and could be retained for extended periods as needed. The Normans first developed their distinctive style of castles during the 10th and 11th centuries, utilizing these fortifications extensively when they took control of England in 1066. Initially, most castles were earthwork and timber structures, such as the moat and bailey or ringwork designs. These were relatively simple to construct with local labor and resources, making them resilient and easy to defend. The Anglo-Norman elite strategically placed these castles along key geographic points, like rivers and valleys, to exert control over populations, trade routes, and broadly entire regions. By the time of the Civil War, there was a gradual shift to a more robust, stone-built style. These new structures required more skilled labor and took several seasons to build, contrasting with the quicker timber constructions. While these stone keeps later showed some structural vulnerabilities, the siege technologies of the 1140s, such as ballistae and mangonels, were considerably less powerful than the trebuchet designs of later times, allowing these castles to maintain a defensive advantage. Consequently, warfare tactics often favored prolonged sieges, or even mining operations to undermine castle walls rather than direct assaults. Of course, if you dig out the foundation of the castle, a rather dangerous job, certainly helps it to crumble right beneath the enemy. Who knows? Someone could be digging a hole under your house right now, and you wouldn't even know it. Sorry to those who are about to sleep. Well, back to the topic. During the war, both sides extensively built their own new castles to secure strategic territories. In the southwest, Matilda's supporters constructed a series of moat and bailey castles, such as those at Winchcombe, Upper Slaughter, and Bampton to fortify their holdings. Stephen, on the other hand, aiming to protect his interests around Cambridge, established a new chain of castles along the fen edge at locations like Burwell, Lydgate, Caxton, Rampton, and Swavesey, spaced roughly 6 to 9 miles apart. Many of these were built without royal permission, and were thus considered adulterine or unauthorized, highlighting the anarchic nature and panicked building of the period. Historical records suggest a high number of such castles were constructed, though exact figures tend to vary. Now, counter castles or siege castles also became prominent during the conflict. These were temporary fortifications erected during sieges to house troops or siege engines, positioned just outside the effective range of archery from the main target. These structures facilitated prolonged sieges and played a crucial role in the strategic warfare of the period. Although intended for temporary use and often dismantled post-conflict, some remnants, like the earthworks near Corfe Castle in Dorset, known as the Rings, still survive. Now moving on, in August 1139. The anticipated Angevin invasion commenced. Baldwin de Redvers attempted an initial landing at Warham to secure a port for Empress Matilda's forces, but was repelled by Stephen's troops. Retreating to the southwest, by the end of September, Matilda and Robert of Gloucester arrived in England at Arundel with 140 knights, thanks to an invitation from the Queen Dowager Adeliza. While Matilda stayed at Arundel Castle, Robert advanced northwards to rally support in Wallingford and Bristol, joining forces with Miles of Gloucester, who had recently renounced his loyalty to Stephen. Stephen swiftly countered by besieging Arundel, effectively trapping Empress Matilda. However, a truce brokered by his brother, Henry of Blois, unexpectedly led Stephen to lift the siege, allowing Matilda and her knights safe passage to the southwest to reunite with Robert of Gloucester. The motives behind Stephen's decision to release Matilda remain a little speculative. Chronicles of the time suggest that Henry persuaded Stephen that focusing on Robert as the primary threat was strategically advantageous. Moreover, the impregnability of Arundel Castle and the operational risk of engaging his forces there while Robert was free in the west might have influenced Stephen's decision. Some even suggest that Stephen's act was driven purely by chivalry, given his known generous nature and the norms of not targeting women in warfare. It's just bad manners, isn't it? Well, following these events, Matilda established a strong base of operations, spanning from Gloucester and Bristol across to Devon and Cornwall, and from the Welsh marches to Oxford and Wallingford, posing a direct threat to London itself. Stephen attempted to regain control by first targeting Wallingford Castle, a strategic point along the Thames, but found it to be too well defended by Brienne Fitzcount. Leaving a force to continue the blockade, he moved westward, capturing South Kearney and Malmesbury, but was unable to take Trowbridge in Wiltshire. Concurrently, Miles of Gloucester launched attacks on Stephen's rear positions at Wallingford, threatening to advance towards London. Faced with these challenges, Stephen was compelled to abandon his campaign in the west and return east to stabilize the situation and secure his capital. By early 1140, Bishop Nigel of Ely, having had his castle seized by Stephen the previous year, initiated a rebellion. He aimed to control East Anglia and made the Isle of Ely, protected by surrounding Fenland, his stronghold. Stephen swiftly countered, leading an army into the fens and crafting a makeshift causeway from boats to launch a surprise attack on the island. Although Nigel managed to flee Gloucester, his forces were overcome, and Stephen regained control of the region. Meanwhile, forces loyal to Robert of Gloucester reclaimed the lost territories of Stephen in the earlier 1139 campaigns. Efforts to broker peace unfolded at a conference in Bath, hosted by Henry of Blois. The discussions, intended to negotiate a truce, featured Robert representing the Empress Matilda, with Queen Matilda, remember, Stephen's wife, and Archbishop Theobald advocating for Stephen. The conference disintegrated due to Henry and the clergy's demands to dictate the terms of the peace, a condition which Stephen could of course not accept. Rainulf of Chester still aggrieved by Stephen's allocation of northern England to Prince Henry, plotted to ambush the prince during his return from Stephen's court to Scotland post-Christmas. Forewarned, Stephen personally escorted Henry north, inadvertently exacerbating Rainulf's frustrations. Seizing an opportunity under the pretense of a social visit, Rainulf captured Lincoln Castle in a sudden assault. Stephen, seeking to neutralize Rainulf without escalating hostilities, negotiated a truce that allowed Rainulf to retain the castle. However, upon learning that Rainulf and his family were lightly guarded at the castle, Stephen reneged on the truce and led his forces back to Lincoln for a surprise attack. Unfortunately for Stephen, Rainulf managed to escape, subsequently pledging allegiance to Empress Matilda, compelling Stephen to besiege Lincoln Castle once again. In early 1141, while Stephen besieged Lincoln Castle, Robert of Gloucester and Ranulph of Chester approached with a superior force. Stephen decided to engage in battle rather than retreat. Commanding the center of his army, with flanking forces led by Alan of Brittany and William of Aumale, Stephen dismounted his knights to form a solid infantry block and joined them himself on foot. Despite an initial success against the Angevin forces, the battle quickly turned. Robert and Rainulf's cavalry encircled Stephen's position, leading to his eventual capture after a fierce fight, during which he continued to resist, even after he had broken his sword, switching to a battle axe, until eventually overwhelmed and captured. Robert then transported Stephen to Gloucester for a brief meeting with Empress Matilda, before moving him to Bristol Castle, where he was initially held under relatively comfortable conditions, which later was changed to smacking some chains on him. Perhaps he wasn't the most gracious house guest. That's what you get for being rude. Matilda then began efforts to be crowned queen, requiring ecclesiastical support, which involved negotiations with Stephen's brother, Henry of Blois. Henry, acting as the papal legate, convened a council at Winchester to discuss the stance of the Church, offering support to Matilda in exchange for control over church matters in England. Despite Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury's hesitations, and after consultations with Stephen, who conceded to release his subjects from their oaths of fealty given the circumstances, the clergy named Matilda Lady of England and Normandy. However, her planned coronation at London faced significant opposition. Tensions in London escalated, and a revolt forced her and her followers to flee the city just days before her scheduled coronation. Better luck next time. Meanwhile, Geoffrey of Anjou capitalized on the turmoil by invading Normandy, capturing all territories south of the River Seine and east of the Rhine. With Stephen's power waning in England and Normandy, many Anglo-Norman barons began shifting their allegiance to Geoffrey and Matilda, fearing the loss of their lands. Among the defectors was Waleron, who joined the Angevin side to secure his own holdings. During Stephen's captivity in 1141, his wife, Queen Matilda, became a pivotal figure in maintaining support for his cause. She rallied Stephen's key supporters around her in the southeast and advanced into London after the population there rejected the Empress Matilda. Among those loyal to Queen Matilda were William of Ypres, who stayed with her in London, William Martel, managing operations from Dorset, and Faramus of Boulogne, overseeing the royal household. Queen Matilda garnered significant sympathy and backing from Stephen's followers during this period. All seemed to be going quite well for her. However, the Bishop of Winchester, Henry, Stephen's brother, initially allied with the Empress Matilda, but their alliance soon deteriorated over disputes about political and ecclesiastical influence. Thus, Henry met with Queen Matilda in Guildford and shifted his support to her, which of course strengthened Stephen's position. The Empress Matilda's military efforts faltered during the rout of Winchester in July 1141, where she and Robert of Gloucester besieged Bishop Henry. The situation reversed when Queen Matilda and William of Ypres surrounded the Angevin forces, forcing the Empress to flee Winchester with a few close associates, although her army was ultimately defeated and Robert of Gloucester captured. Despite her escape to Devizes, the event significantly weakened her position. Negotiations for peace soon followed, but no compromise was reached, leading to an exchange of prisoners. Stephen for Robert of Gloucester. Not a bad deal. This occurred in November of 1141. A church council convened by Bishop Henry then reaffirmed Stephen's legitimacy, leading to a re-coronation of Stephen and Queen Matilda in Christmas of 1141. Not a bad present. But Stephen's health suffered in early 1142, which sparked rumors of his death. But despite the rumors, he did manage to recover and regain his strength, persuading Ranulf of Chester to rejoin his side. He then led attacks against the Angevin-held castles throughout the summer. Meanwhile, Robert of Gloucester went to Normandy to aid Geoffrey Plantagenet, but returned to England later that year. As 1142 drew to a close, the Empress Matilda found herself besieged by Stephen in Oxford Castle. She managed a dramatic escape across the frozen river Isis just before Christmas, evading capture and rejoining her forces at Wallingford, thus prolonging the civil war. The conflict between Stephen and the Angevins dragged on and on and on, with no clear end in sight throughout the mid-1140s, marked by Geoffrey of Anjou solidifying his own position in Normandy, culminating in his recognition as the Duke of Normandy after the capture of Rouen in 1144. The year 1143 began quite perilously for Stephen, when he found himself besieged by Robert of Gloucester at Wilton Castle, a critical gathering point for royal forces at Herefordshire. Attempting to escape, Stephen engaged in the Battle of Wilton, where he nearly got captured again. Thanks to the valiant efforts of William Martel, Stephen's steward who orchestrated a staunch rearguard action, Stephen did manage to escape, later exchanging Sherborne Castle to secure William's release from captivity. Later that year, Stephen faced a new insurrection from Geoffrey de Mandeville, the Earl of Essex, who rebelled against Stephen's authority in East Anglia. The king had harbored disdain for Geoffrey for years, and seized him under the pretense at court, threatening execution unless Geoffrey surrendered key fortresses, including the Tower of London. That's right, the best one. Once released, Geoffrey retreated to the Isle of Ely, launching a military campaign aimed at London. Stephen, preoccupied with other rebellions, could only erect a defensive line of castles from Ely to London, notably including Burwell Castle, to impede Geoffrey's advance. Meanwhile, Ranulph of Chester resumed his revolt in 1144, dividing Stephen's holdings in Lancaster between himself and Prince Henry. Simultaneously, Robert of Gloucester conducted raids around royalist territories, while maintaining the stronghold of Wallingford Castle near London. Concurrently, Geoffrey of Anjou secured southern Normandy, and by January 1144 took control of Rouen, subsequently gaining recognition from Louis VII as Duke of Normandy. By 1145, the war's landscape began to shift slightly in Stephen's favor. The death of Miles of Gloucester, a capable Angevin commander, during the previous Christmas lessened pressure in the west. Geoffrey de Mandeville continued his revolt until his death in September 1144 during an assault on Burwell. In 1145, Stephen managed to recapture Farringdon Castle in Oxfordshire. In the north, Stephen briefly reconciled with Ranulph of Chester in 1146, only to repeat his earlier strategy of arrest and coercion for castle handovers, which led to Ranulph's subsequent rebellion. Throughout these years, Stephen's tactics of ensnaring barons under the guise of diplomacy, only to arrest them, significantly tarnished his reputation. No one really wanted to go and see him upon receiving the invite. They knew what was coming. Mistrust, indeed. His standing was certainly diminished among the nobility. But of course it was his own fault. While the stalemate persisted, neither side was able to secure a decisive advantage. And by the late 1140s, the character of the conflict in England began to change, leading some historians to suggest that the Civil War was all but over, with only sporadic outbreaks of fighting occurring, but nothing large-scale. The period saw several key developments that contributed to a decrease in hostilities. Robert of Gloucester, a pivotal military leader for Empress Matilda, died in 1147, reducing the intensity of the conflict. The following year, Matilda moved back to Normandy after resolving a dispute with the church over Devizes Castle, further calming the situation. Around the same time, the Second Crusade was announced, drawing many Angevin supporters, including Wallerand of Beaumont, away from the region for an extended period. During this time, many nobles began making individual peace agreements to secure their territories and gains from the war. These treaties often included clauses that limited military actions and the construction of new castles, reflecting a broader desire to stabilize the region and reduce conflict as much as possible. A network of these treaties emerged by the 1150s, significantly reducing local skirmishes. Now as for Matilda, she chose to remain in Normandy, working to stabilize the duchy and support her son Henry Fitz-Empress's claim to the English throne. Henry? Well, he returned to England in 1149, aiming to build a northern alliance with Ranulph of Chester, which involved military plans against York. However, when Stephen rapidly responded by marching to York, the plan disintegrated, and Henry simply returned to Normandy, where he was declared duke by his father. Henry's stature, of course, continued to grow, especially after his strategic marriage in 1152 to Eleanor of Aquitaine, the wealthy and influential Duchess of Aquitaine, and former wife of Louis VII of France. Stephen, meanwhile, focused increasingly on succession issues concerning his own family as the conflict wound down. He had granted the county of Boulogne to his eldest son, Eustace, in 1147, but was uncertain whether Eustace would inherit England. Stephen, of course, had his preference, and that was for Eustace to be crowned during his own lifetime, aligning with French customs, but not with English tradition. Efforts to secure a coronation for Eustace met with resistance from Archbishop Theobald, reflecting broader tensions within the church. These efforts culminated in a dramatic confrontation in 1152, where Stephen and Eustace detained Theobald and other bishops to force the coronation issue. Theobald's subsequent escape to Flanders marked a low point in Stephen's relations with the church, highlighting the ongoing governance challenges Stephen faced as he struggled to secure his family's future in the English monarchy. In 1153, Henry Fitz-Empress, supported by Ranulph of Chester and Hugh Bigod, returned to England, and with a small army, advancing his influence in the north and the east of the country. Stephen's castle at Malmesbury was soon under siege by the forces of Henry. He attempted to engage Henry's smaller army in a decisive battle along the river Avon, but he was unsuccessful, and with winter approaching, agreed to a temporary truce, retreating to London. This left Henry free to consolidate support in the Midlands, where Robert de Beaumont, Earl of Leicester, declared his allegiance to the Angevin cause. By 1153, Henry and his allies controlled significant portions of England, including the southwest, Midlands, and much of the north. As Easter approached, a delegation of senior English clergy met with Henry at Stockbridge. The discussions likely focused on a negotiated peace, with the clergy expressing support for Stephen, but overall simply just desiring an end to the conflict. Henry thus reassured them that he would respect the autonomy of the English cathedrals and not expect bishops to attend his court. The siege of Wallingford Castle, a key Angevin stronghold, became a critical focus for Stephen. Henry intervened, leading his forces to besiege Stephen's troops surrounding Wallingford. Stephen responded by mustering a large force from Oxford, leading to a standoff across the River Thames at Wallingford in July of 1153. Both sides, weary of conflict and influenced by peacemaking efforts from the Church, agreed to a truce rather than engagement in battle. The peaceful resolution at Wallingford, well, it rather frustrated Stephen's son Eustace, who departed to raise funds for further conflict. But I hope he kept the receipts, because he died in the next month. No refunds. Eustace's death removed a significant obstacle to the peace process, facilitating negotiations between Stephen and Henry. Despite the ongoing skirmishes, such as Henry's capture of Oxford and Stamford, and a failed siege of Nottingham Castle by Angevin forces, momentum was building towards a resolution. Permanent peace was finally brokered in Winchester, where Stephen and Henry met to discuss terms. The resulting Treaty of Winchester, ratified in November of 1153, saw Stephen acknowledge Henry as his adopted son and successor. Stephen retained all royal powers, but agreed to listen to Henry's counsel. William, Stephen's remaining son, renounced his claim to the throne in exchange for assurances over his lands. Key castles were to be held by guarantors on behalf of Henry, while Stephen would have access to Henry's castles. Foreign mercenaries were to be demobilized and sent home, and the treaty was sealed with a public kiss of peace in Winchester Cathedral. Interesting, marking the formal end to the Civil War and establishing a framework for the peaceful succession of Henry Fitz-Empress. Now, Stephen, he remained active in early 1154, asserting royal authority by issuing writs for the southeast and holding court in York to reassure the northern barons of the crown's restored power. His meeting with the Count of Flanders in Dover later that year might have been part of efforts to secure his family's status before his death from a stomach disorder on October the 25th, 1154. Henry Fitz-Empress, not rushing his return to England, arrived in December of 1154, and was swiftly crowned alongside his wife Eleanor. The coronation was followed by a royal court in April of 1155, where barons reaffirmed their loyalty. Henry aimed to revive his grandfather, Henry I's governmental methods, distancing his reign from the disarray of Stephen's rule, emphasizing consultation and responsiveness, unlike his mother, the Empress Matilda. Thus England had suffered greatly during this conflict. The widespread lawlessness and devastation, with no real royal to lead them, especially in regions like the southwest, the Thames Valley and East Anglia. Well, they were the worst areas. The war had thus fragmented the central coinage system, with various factions minting their own currencies. The royal forest law had collapsed in many areas, although some regions remained largely unaffected by the war. Royal income from estates had also significantly declined, especially post-1141, and royal governance had increasingly centered around Westminster rather than Winchester. Henry II focused on restoring order and royal finances upon taking power, expelling foreign mercenaries and demolishing unauthorized castles, although recent studies do suggest that fewer castles were destroyed than previously thought. Thus he revitalized the financial administration, largely restoring the fiscal health of the kingdom by the 1160s. He also addressed territorial losses incurred during the war. In 1157, he pressured Malcolm IV of Scotland to return lands taken in northern England, which Henry promptly refortified. Restoring control over Wales was, admittedly, more challenging, requiring military campaigns in 1157 and 58, before Welsh princes Owain Gwynedd and Rhys ap Gruffydd agreed to terms to re-establish pre-war territorial divisions. Matthew Hopkins, often referred to as the Witchfinder General, a notorious figure in 17th century England, infamous for his roles in the witch hunts that swept through East Anglia during the English Civil War. Starting in the year 1644, Hopkins, with no official title or public office, appointed himself as a hunter of witches, capitalizing on the chaotic social and religious climate of the time. His methods, which included coerced confessions, led to the execution of an estimated 300 women, making him responsible for more witch trials than any individual in England before or since. Despite his brief career, which ended with his retirement in 1647 and his passing away a year later, Hopkins' legacy remains a chilling reminder of the dangers of fanaticism and persecution. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you are, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, thank you for returning to the party. As always, if you like what I do and would like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. And if you want to help YouTube push the video out to more people, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed, and we may begin. Now first, I will give a brief biography of Matthew Hopkins, talk about the situation during the English Civil War, and later on we will read directly from his writings a question and answer style format that he had developed. So, let us now begin. Matthew Hopkins, whose early life remains largely undocumented, was born in Great Wenham, Suffolk County, England. He emerged as the fourth of 6 children to James Hopkins, a Puritan clergyman who served as the vicar of St. John's of Great Wenham. The Hopkins family was somewhat prominent, holding titles to lands near Framlingham Castle. The parishioners held James in high regard, evidence from a bequest in 1619 intended to purchase Bibles for his 3 children at the time, suggesting Matthew was born after this year. By the time Matthew began his infamous career, he was probably no older than 28, and possibly as young as 25, given his birth post-1619 and his death in 1647. His father passed away in 1634, but the parish continued to reflect his influence when William Dowsing, an iconoclast working under the orders of the parliamentarian Earl of Manchester during the English Civil War, visited in 1645, he noted the absence of idolatrous monuments in the parish. Hopkins moved to Manningtree, Essex, around the early 1640s, marked the beginning of his notorious career. He invested an inheritance of 100 marks to purchase the Thorn Inn in Mistley, positioning himself as a gentleman. While Hopkins later portrayed himself as experienced in witch hunting through his writings, notably in his book The Discovery of Witches, 1647, which we will read from shortly, he claimed to have gained this knowledge without having extensively travelled. Despite suggestions of legal training from his conduct within trials, there is very little evidence supporting this, and the little evidence that does support it is somewhat circumstantial. His brother, John, became a minister in South Fambridge in 1645, but he was removed in 1646 for neglecting his duties. This further complicated the family's reputation during this chaotic period. Now, following the events of the Lancaster witch trials of 612 to 634, an important shift occurred in the treatment and perception of witchcraft in England. William Harvey, physician to King Charles I, had been tasked with examining 4 women accused during these trials, leading to a significant change in legal procedure concerning witchcraft accusations. From Harvey's involvement, there emerged a requirement for material proof of witchcraft, specifically evidence that an accused individual had formed a covenant with the devil, rather than merely committing acts of the maleficum, or malicious witchcraft. Under this new scrutiny, witches were categorized as heretics against Christianity, which was deemed their most grievous offense. This classification brought witchcraft under the umbrella of Crimean Exceptum, with continental and Roman law, and that meant that it was considered so heinous that normal legal protocols could be overridden. So effectively, if you were accused of witchcraft, you no longer had any legal rights. Since the devil would not confess, confessions had to be extracted from the accused humans themselves, often by any means necessary. Well, the witch hunts led by Hopkins and John Stern primarily took place in East Anglia, covering Suffolk, Essex, Norfolk, and Cambridgeshire, with some activities extending to Northamptonshire and Bedfordshire. Their operations coincided with the English Civil War, and were concentrated in areas with strong Puritan and parliamentarian influence, which were key components of the Eastern Association from 1644 to 47. Hopkins started his career officially in the March of 1644, after overhearing a conversation reportedly about demonic dealings in the nearby hamlet of Manningtree. Although the initial accusations were made by Stern, Hopkins quickly became involved as his assistant. Their first major trial took place in Chelmsford in 1645, where 23 women were tried. 19 were convicted and hanged, while another 4 died in prison. Do note that not a single one of them was found innocent. Now, it is important to note as well that during this period, and outside Middlesex and chartered towns, there are no records of anyone being sentenced to death for witchcraft other than by assize judges. Hopkins and Stern, along with women who performed the pricking test, travelled across England and, claiming Parliament had officially commissioned them to expose and prosecute witches. Now, no doubt when I just mentioned the pricking test, a few eyebrows raised. Well, what exactly is witch pricking? You see, it stemmed from the belief that after dealings with the devil, one would receive a mark on their body that was unable to feel pain or bleed. It was kind of like a receipt or a mark that the devil had left behind to show he was there and mark his territory. Kind of like that. So, witch prickers would have this set of needles that they would poke into the skin of suspects, trying to find which one of the marks on their bodies was the old receipt from the devil. Now, one can only imagine that if the suspect had a lot of freckles or just a few little sunspots, which many people did since people worked outside back then, how long this ordeal would take. Reportedly, the witch prickers were very thorough, which led to, most of the time, it was so painful that people would simply confess. False confessions, of course. Of course, they didn't see this as torture. They just saw this as a test. Well, of course, we know nowadays that confessions under torture are not very valid, but back in those days, a confession was a confession. Of course, don't worry. The witchfinders are the good guys. They said so, right? Well, let's continue on. You know that they received substantial payments for their services. This wasn't a charity job at all. No, this was a proper business. Indeed, capitalizing on people's fear and being called out to a village to get rid of a witch, well, of course, that had expenses. And the more the hysteria spread, the more profitable this became. Well, this all, of course, has led a lot of historians to suggest a financial gain as a motivation. It very well could be. Hopkins himself declared that his fees covered the upkeep of his company, which included 3 horses, and he charged towns 20 shillings each. The financial burden on local communities was, of course, considerable. Stowmarket was charged £23, equivalent to about £4,000 in 2021, which is, I think, around $4,500 US. My conversion maths is not so good. Plus travel expenses, of course. Now, this might not sound like too much, but you have to remember that these are small villages filled with peasants, ran by peasants, and perhaps a somewhat underqualified bishop, local priest. Of course, when you have someone come from the big city, it's very easy to trust everything they tell you, especially when it's for your own safety and for your own good. So that's what Mr. Hopkins was very good at doing. Now, the impact of their activities was profound enough that Ipswich, which is a very large city in modern times, had to levy a special tax in 1645 to cover the costs. The activities of Hopkins and his team were well known to Parliament, by the way, and as evidenced by reports and concerns raised during the Bury St. Edmunds trials in 1645. A report to Parliament highlighted suspicions that some had resorted to dubious methods to extract confessions. Of course, you get paid for how many witches you find. If you show up to the town and there's no witches there, well, I suppose you don't really get any money for that, don't you? So it's in the best interest to make sure you get as many as you can to make the trip worthwhile. Now, the subsequent trial and executions were also met with quite a lot of discomfort and criticism, notably in an editorial from the parliamentary paper, the Moderate Intelligencer, which reflected unease with the conduct and outcomes of these witch trials. So do not think that everybody was whipped up in the frenzy. Whether it be the common people, the middle class, or even indeed the people in Parliament, there were quite a few people who were willing to ask questions about the methods and techniques, and even the whole institution of having witch hunters. Well, the techniques that Matthew Hopkins employed in his witch-hunting pursuits drew heavily from a text authored by King James I called Demonology, and I'll have a large video on that quite soon, which Hopkins referenced in his own publication, The Discovery of the Witches. Despite torture being officially illegal in England, Hopkins engaged in coercive methods, such as sleep deprivation to force confessions from those he accused. So basically, they would put you in a room and keep you up for so long whenever you'd go to doze off, they'd find some way to wake you up. Now, I get quite cranky when I haven't had my afternoon nap, so I would admit to anything just so I can get that extra 10 minutes beyond the snooze button. Additionally, he utilized a method where he would attempt to cut the arm of the accused with a blunt knife, believing that if the individual did not bleed, it indicated witchcraft. And here's another controversial method employed by Hopkins that you might know about: the swimming test, premised on the belief that witches, having renounced their baptism, would be rejected by water. The accused were tied up onto a chair and submerged in water. Floating was considered proof of witchcraft. They'd be dunked in the water and out of the water until the desired result was achieved. However, due to legal and ethical concerns, Hopkins was cautioned against using this method without the consent of the accused, leading to its official discontinuation by late 1645. Now, of course, we mentioned the consent of the accused. Now, this was one of those punishments that was, yes, very unpleasant, but if you started sinking in the water, it was pretty obvious to everybody around that you were innocent. So a lot of people simply said, "Throw me in the lake. See if I sink or swim. I'll prove you wrong." So there was perhaps a little bit of Hopkins that was saying, well, perhaps it's better that we get rid of this test, even though it could be easily rigged. Now, Hopkins and his associates also searched for the devil's mark on the body of the accused, which was purportedly an insensible spot that did not bleed, or could perhaps be a mole, a birthmark, or even an extra nipple. This mark was believed to be where the witch's familiar, and that's an animal like a cat or a dog, perhaps a bird, something like that, would suckle blood from the witch, kind of like a baby nursing on its mother. In cases where no visible mark was found, the witch prickers came in, and they were employed to slowly probe the bodies with needles, often after the accused had been completely shaven to uncover any hidden marks. That includes the head and everywhere else, by the way. This very invasive procedure was part of a broader set of practices that reflected the intense witch hunt fervor of the time, all driven by this unique blend of fear, superstition, religious zealotry, and a little bit of capitalism on the side. As Hopkins' witch-hunting activities intensified, resistance began to grow, particularly from John Gall, the vicar of Great Staunton in Huntingdonshire. Gall was motivated to oppose Hopkins after caring for a woman from St. Neots who had been imprisoned on charges of witchcraft, awaiting Hopkins' examination. Upon discovering that Hopkins was inquiring about his reception in the area, Gall took action by publishing a critical work titled Select Cases of Conscience Touching Witches and Witchcrafts in 1646, which he dedicated to Colonel Walton of the House of Commons. Additionally, Gall embarked on a series of Sunday sermons aiming at curbing the fervor for witch hunting. So you see, this wasn't always just the full support of the church. Don't think that all of the Christians and all of that were out there trying to hunt down witches, because the people being accused, they were Christians too. And don't think that Christianity is the only one who executes people for apparent witchcraft, because that is a global phenomenon that continues into the modern day. Look at Africa, by the way. And of course, well, this man, this Gall, had certainly become the arch nemesis of Matthew Hopkins, certainly getting in the way of business, it seems. In Norfolk, the legitimacy of Hopkins and his associate John Stern's methods came under further scrutiny by the justices of the Assize. They were questioned about the ethicality of their torture techniques, and also the rather large fees that they charged for their services. Accusations were made, fingers were pointed, and they suggested that Hopkins' investigative methods might classify him and his followers as witches themselves. Pulling out the Uno reverse card on them, it seems. Questions also arose about whether Hopkins possessed undisclosed knowledge or had resorted to unlawful courses of torture in his pursuit of alleged witches. By 1647, as the judicial sessions resumed, both Hopkins and Stern had withdrawn from witch hunting, with Hopkins retiring to Manningtree and Stern to Bury St. Edmunds. This withdrawal marked a significant retreat in the face of growing legal and public opposition to their controversial methods and the ethical implications of their witch hunt practices. Well, Matthew Hopkins' influence on witch hunting extended beyond England's borders, outlined in his 1647 publication The Discovery of Witches. His methods, detailed in this book, which we'll read from a little later, were adopted and recommended in various law books, significantly impacting witch trials in the New England colonies. The first recorded witchcraft execution in New England was Alce Young of Windsor, Connecticut, who was hanged on the 26th of May, 1647. Shortly after, Margaret Jones was tried and executed using evidence collected from techniques described by Hopkins, such as searching and watching, as noted in the journal of Governor John Winthrop. The execution of Margaret Jones the first person to be executed for witchcraft in Massachusetts, marked the beginning of a sustained period of witch trials in New England that lasted from 1648 to 1663. And just a quick note on Margaret Jones. We actually have some case files from the trial itself. A little journal that was kept by John Winthrop, the Massachusetts governor at the time. The trial of Margaret Jones was notable for its reliance on watching, and this is what is detailed in Governor Winthrop's journal. He recorded in his journal during his vigil that he kept watching over her, an imp, kind of like a little demon, believed to be a witch's familiar, appeared in broad daylight, which was used as key evidence in her conviction. Now let's read from Winthrop's journal now. June 15th, 1648. At this court, one Margaret Jones of Charlestown was indicted and found guilty of witchcraft, and hanged for it. The evidence against her was 1. That she was found to have such a malignant touch as many persons, men, women, and children, whom she stroked or touched with any affection or displeasure or etc., were taken with deafness, vomiting, or other violent pains and sickness. 2. She practicing physic, and her medicines being such things as, by her own confession, were harmless, as anise seed, liquors, etc., yet had extraordinarily violent effects. 3. She would use to tell such as would not make use of her physic, that they would never be healed, and accordingly their diseases and hurts continued, with relapse against the ordinary course, and beyond the apprehension of all physicians and surgeons. 4. Some things which she foretold came to pass accordingly. Other things she would tell of, at secret speeches, etc., which she had no ordinary means to come to the knowledge of. 5. She had, upon search, an apparent teat, as fresh as it had been newly sucked, and after it had been scanned, upon a forced search, that was withered, and another began on the opposite side. 6. In the prison, in the clear daylight, there was seen in her arms, she sitting on the floor and her clothes up, etc., a little child, which ran from her into another room, and the officer following it, it was vanished. The like child was seen in 2 other places to which she had relation, and one maid that saw it fell sick upon it, and was cured by the said Margaret, who used means to be employed to that end. Her behaviour at the trial was very intemperate, lying notoriously, and railing upon the jury and witnesses. And in the like distemper she died. The same day and hour she was executed. There was a very great tempest at Connecticut, which blew down many trees, etc. End of the passage from John Winthrop's journal. Thus Margaret was executed on June 15th, 1648. Years later, some of Hopkins' interrogation and trial methods resurfaced during the infamous Salem witch trials in Massachusetts between 1692 and 1693. These trials saw 19 individuals executed for witchcraft, with Giles Corey notably being pressed to death for refusing to enter a plea and over 150 others imprisoned, now pressed to death, I will quickly explain. Generally, there would be a board placed on top of you, and stones or other heavy objects would be added, slowly increasing the weight until you would be crushed. Very slowly. Not a good way to go. You end up looking like a little pancake. Now, the lasting impact of Hopkins' techniques on the American colonies highlights the profound and chilling reach of his witch-hunting legacy. He passed away at his residence in Manningtree, Essex, on the 12th of August, 1647, likely from pleural tuberculosis. He was swiftly buried within hours of his demise in the graveyard of St. Mary's Church on Mistley Heath. The legacy of Hopkins, as historian Malcolm Gaskell notes, continues to pervade that of an anti-hero and boogeyman, with his image remaining highly adaptable and eternally insubstantial. A pleasing legend regarding Hopkins' death also emerged, suggesting that he was subjected to his own infamous swimming test and executed as a witch. However, this tale is widely dispelled by the parish registry at Mistley, which confirms his actual bury there. Now, we know about the life and death. What about the works? Well, you see, we are lucky in a somewhat macabre way to have the text of the Discovery of the Witches for us all to enjoy. But before I read it, please do keep in mind that the language is a little old, and in order to remain faithful to the primary text, I'm not going to change it into a more modernized English. I think you should get the gist of it just fine. Let's take it slow. The Discovery of Witches. In answer to several queries lately delivered to the judges of Assize for the county of Norfolk, and now published by Matthew Hopkins, Witchfinder, for the benefit of the whole kingdom. Exodus 22:18. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Certain queries answered, which have been and are likely to be objected against Matthew Hopkins in his way of finding witches. Query 1. That he must needs to be the greatest witch, sorcerer, and wizard himself, else he could not do it. Answer. If Satan's kingdom be divided against itself, how shall it stand? Query 2. If he never went so far as is before mentioned, yet for certain he met with the devil and cheated him of his book, wherein were written all the witches' names in England, and if he looks on any witch, he can tell by her countenance what she is. So by this, his help is from the devil. Answer. If he had been too hard for the devil and got his book, it had been to his great condemnation, and no disgrace at all. And for my judgment in physiognomy, he hath no more than any man else whatsoever. Query 3. From whence proceedeth this his skill? Was it from his profound learning, or from much reading of learned authors concerning the subject? Answer. From neither of both, but from experience, which, though it may be meanly esteemed of, yet the surest and safest way to judge by. Query 4. I pray, where was this experience gained, and why gained by him and not by others? Answer. The discoverer never travelled far from it, but in March 1644 he had some 7 or 8 of that horrible sect of witches living in the town where he lived, a town in Essex called Manningtree, with divers and other adjacent witches of other towns, who every 6 weeks in the night, always on the Friday night, had their meeting close by to his house, and had their several solemn sacrifices there offered to the devil, one of which this discoverer heard speaking to her imps one night, and bid them to go to another witch, who was thereupon apprehended and searched by women who had for many years known the devil's marks, and found to have 3 teats about her, which honest women have not. So, upon command from the justice, they were to keep her from sleep for 2 or 3 nights, expecting that in time to see her familiars, which the 4th night she called in by their several names, and told them what shapes, a quarter of an hour before they came in, there being 10 of us in the room. The first she called was 1. Holt, who came in like a white kittling. 2. Jamara, who came in like a fat spaniel without any legs at all. She said she kept him fat, for she clapped her hand on the belly, and he sucked good blood from her body. 3. Vinegar Tom, who was like a long-legged greyhound, with the head of an ox, with a long tail and broad eyes, who when this discoverer spoke to, and bade him go to the place provided for him and his angels, immediately transformed himself into the shape of a child of 4 years old, without a head, and gave 6 turns about the house, and vanished at the door. 4. Sack and sugar, like a black rabbit. 5. Newes, like a polecat. All these vanished away in a little time. Immediately after this witch confessed several other witches, from whom she had her imps, and named to divers women where their marks were, the number of their marks, and imps' names, as Elamaser, Pewacket, Peckin the Crown, Grizel, and Greedigut, which no mortal could invent. And upon their searches the same marks were found, the same number, and in the same place, and the like confessions from them of the same imps, though they knew not that we were told before, and so peached one another thereabouts, and joined together in the like damnable practice that in our 100 in Essex. 29 were condemned at once, 4 brought 25 miles to be hanged, where this discoverer lives, for sending the devil like a bear to kill him in his garden. So by seeing divers of the men's paps, and trying ways with hundreds of them, he gained this experience, and for aught he knows any man else may find them as well as he and his company, if they had the same skill and experience. Query 5. Many poor people are condemned for having a pap or teat about them, whereas many people are and have been a long time troubled with natural rets on several parts of their bodies, and other natural things as hemorrhoids, piles, childbearing, etc. And these shall be judged only by one man alone and a woman, and so accused or acquitted. Answer. The parties so judging can justify their skill to any, and shew good reasons why such marks are not merely natural, neither that they can happen by such natural cause as is before expressed, and for further answer for their private judgments alone, it is most false and untrue. For never was any man tried by search of his body, but commonly a dozen of the ablest men in the parish or elsewhere were present, and most commonly as many ancient skilful matrons and midwives present when the women are tried, which marks not only he and his company attest to be very suspicious, but all beholders, the skilfullest of them, do not approve of them, but likewise assent that such tokens cannot in their judgments proceed from any the above-mentioned causes. Query 6. It is a thing impossible for any or woman to judge rightly on such marks. They are so near to natural, and they have that they find them, durst not presently give oath that they were drawn by evil spirits, till they have used unlawful courses of torture to make them say anything for ease and quiet, as who would not do? But I would know the reasons he speaks of, how and whereby to discover the one from the other, and so be satisfied in that. Answer. The reasons in brief are three, which for the present he judges to differ from the natural marks, which are: 1. He judgeth by the unusualness of the place where he findeth the deeds in, or on their bodies being fair distant from any usual place, from whence such natural marks proceed, as if a witch plead the marks found are emerods. If I find them on the bottom of the backbone, shall I assent with him, knowing that they are not near that vein, and so others by childbearing, when it may be they are in the contrary part? 2. They are the most commonly insensible, and feel neither pin, needle, awl, etc. thrust through them. 3. The often variations and mutations of these marks into several forms confirms the matter, as if a witch hear a month or two before that the witchfinder, as they call him, is coming, they will and have put out their imps to others to suckle them, even to their own young and tender children. These upon search are found to have dry skinness and films only, and be close to the flesh, keep her 24 hours with a diligent eye, that none of her spirits come in any visible shape to suck her. The woman have seen the next day after her teats extended out to the former filling length, full of corruption, ready to burst, and leaving her alone then 1/4 of an hour, and let the women go up again, and she will have them drawn by her imps close again. Probatum est. Now for answer to their tortures in its due place. Query 7. How can it be, possibly, that the devil bring a spirit, and wants no nutriment or sustentation, should desire to suck any blood? And indeed, as he is a spirit, he cannot draw any such excrescences, having neither flesh nor bone, nor can be felt, etc. Answer. He seeks not their blood, as if he could not subsist without any nourishment, but he often repairs to them, and gets it, the more to aggravate the witch's damnation, and to put her in mind of her covenant. And, as he is a spirit and prince of the air, he appears to them in any shape whatsoever, which shape is occasioned by him through joining of condensed thickened air together, and many times doth assume shapes of many creatures, but to create anything he cannot do it. It is only proper to God. But in this case of drawing out these teats, he doth really enter into the body, real, corporeal, substantial creature, and forceth that creature, he working on it, and in it, to his desired ends, and useth the organs of that body to speak withal to make his compact up with the witches, be the creature cat, rat, mouse, etc. Query 8. When these paps are fully discovered, yet that will not serve sufficiently to convict them, but they must be tortured and kept from sleep for 2 or 3 nights to distract them, and make them say anything, which is a way to tame a wild colt, or a hawk, etc. Answer. In the infancy of this discovery it was only not thought fitting, but enjoined in Essex and Suffolk by the magistrates, with this intention only, because they kept being awake, would more the active to call their imps in open view than sooner to their help, which oftentimes have so happened, and never or seldom did any witch ever complain in the time of their keeping for want of rest, but after they had beat their heads together in the gall. And after this use was not allowed of any of the judges and other magistrates, it was never since used, which is 1.5 years since. Neither were any kept from sleep by any order of direction since. But peradventure their own stubborn wills did not let them sleep, though tendered and offered to them. Query 9. Beside that unreasonable watching, they were extraordinarily walked till their feet were blistered, and so forced through that cruelty to confess. Answer. It was in the same beginning of this discovery, and the meaning of walking of them at the highest extent of cruelty was only then they walk about themselves the night that they were watched, only to keep them walking. And the reason was this: when they did lie or sit in a chair, if they did offer to couch down, then the watchers only desire to sit up and walk about, for indeed when they be suffered so to couch, immediately comes their familiars into the room, and scareth the watchers, and hardeneth on the witch, though, contrary to the true meaning of the same instructions, diverse had been the rustical people, they hearing them to confess to the witches, misused, spoiled, and abused, diverse whereof have suffered for the same, but could never be proved against the discoverer to have a hand in it, or consent to it, and hath likewise been unused by him and others, ever since the time they were kept from sleep. Query 10. But there hath been abominable, inhumane, and unmerciful trial of all these poor creatures, by tying them and heaving them into water, a trial not allowable by law or conscience, and I would fain know the reasons for that. Answer. It is not denied, but many were so served as had paps and floated. Others that had none were tried with them and sunk. But mark the reasons. For first, the devil's policy is great in persuading many to come for their own accord to be tried, persuading them their marks are so close they shall not be found out, so as divers have come 10 or 12 miles to be searched for their own accord, and hanged for their labour, as one Meggs, a baker, did, who lived within 7 miles of Norwich, and was hanged at Norwich assizes for witchcraft. Then, when they found that the devil tells them false, and they reflect on him, and he, as 40 have confessed, adviseth them to be sworn, and tells them that they shall sink and be cleared that way. Then, when they be tried that way and float, they see the devil deceives them again, and have so laid open his treacheries. 2. It was never brought in against any of them at their trials as any evidence. 3. King James in his Demonology saith, it is a certain rule, for, saith he, witches deny their baptism when they convent with the devil, water being the sole element thereof, and therefore, saith he, when they be heaved into the water refuseth to receiveth them, they being such miscreants to deny their baptism, and suffers them to float as the froath on the sea, which the water will not receive, but casts it up and down till it comes to the earthly element on the shore, and there leaves it to consume. 4. Observe these generation of witches. If they be at any time abused by being called thieves, whores, etc., by anywhere they live, they are the readiest to cry, and writhing their hands and shed tears in abundance, and run with full and right sorrowful acclamations to some justice of the peace, and with many tears make their complaints. But now behold their stupidity, nature or the elements' reflection from them, when they are accused for this horrible and damnable sin of witchcraft. They never alter or change their countenances, nor do they let one tear fall. This, by the way, swimming by able divines whom I reverence, is condemned for no way, and therefore of late hath and for ever shall be left. Query 11. Oh, but if this torturing witch-catcher can by all or any of these means wring out a word or two of confession from any of these stupefied, ignorant, unintelligible, poor silly creatures, though none hear it but himself, he will add and put her in fear to confess telling her, else she be hanged. But if she do, he will set her at liberty, and so put a word in her mouth, and may such a silly creature confess she knows not what. Answer. He is of a better conscience, and for your better understanding of him, he doth thus uncase himself to all, and declares what confessions, though made by a witch against herself, he allows not of, and doth altogether account of no validity, or worthy of credence to be given to it, and ever did so account it, and ever likewise shall. 1. He utterly denies that confession of a witch to be of any validity, when it is drawn from her by any torture or violence whatsoever. Although after watching, walking, or swimming, divers have suffered, yet peradventure magistrates with much care and diligence did solely fully examine them after the sleep, and consideration sufficient. 2. He utterly denies that confession of a witch, which is drawn from her by flattery, etc. If you will confess, you shall go home. You shall not go to jail, nor be hanged, etc. 3. He utterly denies that confession of a witch, when she confesses any improbability, impossibility, as flying in the air, riding on a broom, etc. 4. He utterly denies a confession of a witch, when it is interrogated to her, and the words are put into her mouth, to be of any force or effect as to say a silly, yet which wicked enough. You have 4 imps, have you not? She answers affirmatively. Yes. Did they not suck you? Yes, saith she. Are their names so and so? Yes, saith she. Did you send such an imp to kill my child? Yes, saith she. This being all her confession after this matter, it is by him accompted nothing, and he earnestly doth desire that all magistrates and jurors would a little more than ever they did examine the witnesses about the interrogated confessions. Query 12. If all of these confessions be denied, I wonder what he will make confession, for sure it is. All these ways have been used and took for good confessions, and many have suffered for them, and I know not what he will then make confession. Answer. Yes, in brief he will declare what confession of a witch is of validity, and force his own judgment to hang a witch. When a witch is first found with teats, then sequestered from her house, which is only to keep her old associates from her, and so by good counsel brought into a sad condition, by understanding of horribleness of her sin, and the judgments threatened against her, and knowing the devil's malice, subtle circumventions, is brought to remorse and sorrow for complying with Satan so long, and disobeying God's sacred commands, doth then desire to unfold her mind with much bitterness, and then without any of the before-mentioned hard usages or questions put to her, doth of her own accord declare what was the occasion of the devil's appearing to her, whether ignorance, pride, anger, malice was predominant over her. She doth then declare what speech they had, what likeness he was in, what voice he had, and familiars sent to her, what names they had of what number of spirits, what shapes they were in, what employment she sent them about to several persons in several places unbeknown to the hearers, all which mischiefs being proved to be done, at the same time she confessed to the same parties for the same cause, and all affected is testimony enough again for all her denial. Question 13. How can any possibly believe that the devil and the witch are joining together, should have such power, as the witches confess to kill such a man, child, horse, cow, the like, if we believe they can do what they will? Then we derogate from God's power, who for certain limits the devil and the witch, and I cannot believe they have any power at all? Answer. God suffers the devil many times to do much hurt, and the devil doth play many times the deluder and impostor with these witches, in persuading them that they are the cause of such and such a murder wrought by him with their consents, when, and indeed, neither he nor they had any hand in it. As thus, we must needs argue, he is of a long standing, above 6,000 years. Then he must needs be the best scholar in all knowledge of arts and tongues, and so have the best skills in physic, judgment, in physiognomy, and knowledge of what disease is reigning or predominant in this year or that man's body. And so for cattle, too, by reason of his long experience. This subtle temper, knowing such a man liable to some sudden disease, as by experience I have found, as pleurisy, impostume, etc., he resorts to divers witches. If they know the man and seek to make a difference between the witches and the party, it may be by telling them he hath threatened to have them very shortly searched, and so hanged for witches. Then they all consult with Satan to save themselves, and Satan stands ready prepared, with a "What will you have me do for you, my dear and nearest children?" convenated and compacted with me in my hellish league, and sealed with your blood, my delicate, firebrand darlings. Oh, thou, say they, that at the first didst promise to save us thy servants from any out of deadly enemy's discovery, and didst promise to avenge and flay all of those we please that did offend us. Murther, that wretch, certainly who threatens the downfall of your loyal subjects. He then promiseth to effect it. Next news is heard the party is dead. He comes to the witch, and gets a word of reverence, credence, and respect for his power and activeness, when and indeed that disease kills the party, not the witch, nor the devil. Only the devil knew that such a disease was prominent, and the witch that aggravates her damnation by her familiarity and consent to the devil, and so comes likewise in compass of the laws. This is Satan's usual imposturing and deluding, but not his constant course of proceeding, for he and the witch do mischief too much. But I would that the magistrates and jurors would a little examine witnesses when they hear witches confess such and such a murder, whether the party had not long time before, or at the time when the witch grew suspected, some disease or other predominant, which might cause that issue or effect of death. Question 14. All that the witchfinder doth is to fleece the country of their money, and therefore rides and goes to towns to have employment, and promiseth them their fair promises, and it may be doth nothing for it, and possesseth many men, that they have so many wizards and so many witches in their towns, and so heartens them on to entertain him. Answer. You do him a great deal of wrong in every of these particulars, for first, he never went to any town or place, but they wrote, or sent often for him, and were, for aught he know, glad of him. He is a man that doth disclaim that ever he detected a witch, or said, Thou art a witch, only after her trial by search, and their own confession, he as others may judge. Lastly, judge how he fleeceth the country and enriches himself, by considering the vast sum he takes of every town. He demands but 20 per town, and doth sometimes ride 20 miles for that, hath no more than for all his charges thither and back again, and it may stays a week there, and find there 3 or 4 witches, if it be but one, cheap enough, and this is the great sum that he takes to maintain his company with 3 horses. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381, a major uprising across large parts of England, triggered by socio-economic and political tensions caused by the Black Death, high taxes, and general instability within the feudal system. The revolt itself was sparked by the imposition of a poll tax, which was seen as unfair and excessive by the common people. It reached its climax when the peasants marched on London, presenting their demands directly to King Richard II. What happened next? You're about to find out, aren't you? Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, links to Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, give YouTube a shove in the right direction by liking, commenting, and subscribing, and they'll push it out to a broader audience. Now, without further ado, I'd like you to get relaxed, and we're going to learn all about the Peasants' Revolt. The Peasants' Revolt was deeply rooted in the economic and social upheaval of the 14th century. As this century began, the majority of the English population were engaged in agriculture, supporting both local consumption and international trade. The societal structure was predominantly organized around manors, which were managed by local lords, including gentry and the church, and governed by manorial courts. Within this system, the population was divided between free individuals and unfree serfs, the latter bound to their lords' lands for part of each year. Though things got a little bit different when the Black Death arrived in 1348, which killed an estimated 50% of the population. The subsequent labor shortage led to increased wages and also diminished landowner profits, disrupting established economic and social orders. The government responded with legislation, namely the Ordinance of Labourers in 1349 and the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which aimed to cap wages at pre-plague levels and penalized labor mobility, but enforcement was biased and primarily targeted laborers. Well, you can imagine that after the Black Plague, with so many jobs available and not many people to fill them, people could generally choose where they wanted to go. The script had flipped. And if one peasant heard that another manor was offering a slightly higher wage because they simply could not find people to work, then they would simply move and keep moving to find a better deal, trading their labor and time to the highest bidder. Sounds fair, doesn't it? But was there somebody you forgot to ask? Well, before you make any extra money, it's best that you clear it up with the government and see if they think it's okay. Well, spoiler alert, back in 1349, they did not think it was okay. So, the peasants found themselves back on their pre-plague wages. You see, these regulations, that ordinance of labourers and statute of labourers, combined with the local gentry enforcing the laws, certainly managed to heighten tensions. Let's put it that way. Over the next few decades, the peasantry began to experience an increase in economic opportunities. Some moved into specialized roles or shifted between employers, leveraging the high demand for laborers. Of course, they couldn't enforce the law everywhere. Well, despite the legal barriers, many serfs simply left their manors in search for better opportunities. And they found it. It was pretty easy to find employment elsewhere, even though it was illegal. But who else are they going to find to till the fields? Well, by the 1380s, despite the government intervention, wages had risen significantly, and it increased the purchasing power of rural labourers by about 40%. In response to these economic gains, Parliament enacted sumptuary laws in 1363 to restrict the consumption of luxury goods to the elite, though these were largely unenforceable. I mean, people weren't going to be turning away sales from people whose money was as good as anybody else's, class notwithstanding. However, the labour laws remained strictly enforced, contributing to the growing discontent that would eventually lead to the Peasants' Revolt. This revolt was not just a spontaneous outburst, but a culmination of decades of economic pressure, restrictive legislation, and class tension. The conduct of the 100 Years' War was a significant factor contributing to the Peasants' Revolt. The war, initiated by Edward III in 1377 to assert his claims to the French throne, placed a continuous financial strain on England. Despite early victories, the conflict dragged on and on inconclusively, leading to increased military and financial pressures, especially evident by the 1370s. The maintenance of English forces in Calais and Brest was particularly costly, consuming vast sums annually. But upon Edward's death in 1377, his grandson, Richard II, ascended the throne, albeit only at the age of 10. His regency government, led by influential figures like John of Gaunt, grappled with the ongoing financial demands of the war. Traditional forms of taxation, which targeted movable possessions, increasingly failed to meet these demands due to outdated assessment rules and the demographic shifts that were caused by the Black Death. In response, the government introduced the poll tax of 1377, a flat-rate tax on every individual above the age of 14. This new tax aimed to broaden the tax base, but was naturally met with widespread unpopularity and resistance, raising only a fraction of the needed funds. Subsequent attempts to levy additional funds through the poll tax in 1379 and 1380 faced similar challenges, with rampant evasion and diminishing returns exacerbating the crown's fiscal woes. The situation reached a crisis point in the year 1380, when Parliament convened to address this dire financial state, marked by a failing war effort, collapsing international trade, and the looming threat of sovereign default. The Commons, though sympathetic to the young king, were increasingly critical of the royal council's management of funds and suspected corruption. Despite these concerns, a third poll tax was enacted, requiring even more from the populace, at a time where they didn't have anything to give. While the implementation of this third tax, which was particularly aggressive in its collection, heightened tensions significantly. Royal commissioners were dispatched with extraordinary powers to enforce compliance, deeply intruding into local communities, especially in the southeast of England. This heavy-handed approach, combined with ongoing financial strain and social unrest, set the stage for an explosion as the populace reached its breaking point under the weight of incessant taxation and administrative and government overreach. Really makes you think. The decades leading up to 1381 were marked by significant social unrest, particularly in London, a hotbed of discontent due to various issues. The city at this time was troubled by the expansion of the royal legal system, especially in the Marshalsea Court in Southwark, which encroached on the judicial authority traditionally held by city officials. The tension was exacerbated by the local population's animosity towards foreigners, particularly Flemish weavers, and also towards figures like John of Gaunt, whose support of the controversial religious reformer John Wycliffe and conflicts with the city's elite stirred public resentment. The city elite themselves were embroiled in a fierce internal struggle for power, contributing to a volatile and divided ruling class in the year 1381. In the rural southeast, discontent was fueled by the operation of serfdom and the use of manorial courts to impose fines and levies, with local landowners often doubling as enforcers of unpopular labor laws or royal judges. This led to a decline in community participation in local government, acts of defiance against court orders, and even outright physical assaults on legal officials. There were calls for the establishment of independent village communities that would adhere to traditional laws but operate outside the now detested centralized legal system. Literary figures like William Langland and John Gower reflected societal concerns in their works, warning against the moral and social decline and the potential for revolt. There was a growing fear among the elites about the loyalty of rural workers, especially in the context of a potential French invasion, with concerns that these workers might side with the enemy. This period also saw significant legislation that targeted migrants and expanding conspiracy and treason laws to include domestic servants and wives betraying their masters or husbands. By the 1370s, A moral panic about the loyalty and intentions of newly arrived workers and servants in towns had taken root. The tension eventually escalated into open protest with the Great Rumour of 1377, where rural workers in the southeast and southwest organized themselves, refusing to work for their lords and claiming exemptions based on the Domesday Book. Despite these claims being dismissed by the courts and the king, the dissent grew, leading to increased urban tensions. John of Gaunt's near public lynching in the middle of London, protests across northern England, and uprisings in cities like York where the mayor was ousted highlight the widespread nature of the unrest. In 1380, disturbances continued with tax riots and further protests in western towns like Shrewsbury and Bridgewater. The situation reached a critical point in early 1381, foreshadowed by a great storm in May that many interpreted as an ominous sign of impending upheaval. Thus, the revolt of 1381 began in earnest in Essex when John Bampton arrived in Brentwood on the 30th of May to investigate the non-payment of the recently imposed tax. Bampton, a member of Parliament and Justice of the Peace, with strong royal connections, summoned representatives from the villages of Corringham, Fobbing, and Stanford-le-Hope to account for their tax shortfalls on the 1st of June. The villagers, organized and armed with whatever they could get their hands on, resisted Bampton's interrogations. Thomas Baker of Fobbing declared that his village had paid their taxes and refused further payment. Attempts by Bampton and his sergeants to arrest Baker led to a violent outbreak, which forced Bampton to flee to London. In the chaos, 3 of Bampton's clerks and several compliant Brentwood jurors were killed. Robert Belknap, the Chief Justice of the Court of the Common Pleas, was then tasked with arresting and dealing with the rebels. News of the revolt began to spread quickly across Essex. A local bailiff, John Jeffrey, rode between Brentwood and Chelmsford, gathering support. By the 4th of June, the rebels convened in Bocking to discuss their plans, growing in numbers as they prepared for their march on London. Some travelled directly, while others moved through Kent. John Raw, a former chaplain turned rebel leader, directed some rebels north towards Suffolk to incite further uprisings and gather more support. Simultaneously, discontent sparked in Kent due to the actions of Sir Simon de Burghley, who had claimed a man named Robert Belling as an escaped serf. Despite attempts to resolve the issue through compensation, Belling was imprisoned in Rochester Castle. This incited a large group from Gravesend to gather in Dartford, then Maidstone, and finally Rochester, where the local populace forcibly freed Belling and took control of the castle without opposition. As some Kentish rebels dispersed, others rallied under Wat Tyler, chosen as their leader during a significant assembly in Maidstone on June the 7th. Tyler, a formidable archer with military experience in France, proved a charismatic and capable leader, quickly shaping the revolt's political direction. Another figure, Jack Straw, was also mentioned as a leader, though his exact identity remains unclear, possibly overlapping with that of Tyler or Raw. Tyler then led the rebels to Canterbury, where they entered without resistance on the 10th of June. They deposed the absent Archbishop Sudbury, secured oaths of allegiance from cathedral monks, and targeted properties associated with the royal council. Suspected adversaries were dragged from their homes and executed, and the city's prison was opened. Tyler then convinced several thousands of rebels to leave Canterbury and advance towards London, intensifying the revolt's momentum as they prepared for a significant confrontation with royal authorities. As the Kentish rebels coordinated their advance with groups from Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk, they progressed towards London, equipped with an array of weapons, including sticks, battle axes, old swords, and bows. During their march, they encountered Lady Joan, the king's mother, who was heading back to London to avoid the upheaval. Although she was subjected to mockery and jeers, she was not harmed. I mean, you don't go after someone's mum. It's just not good form. Anyway, the rebels managed to reach Blackheath, which is a little bit southeast of London, by the 12th of June. The news of the uprising had reached King William II at Windsor Castle on the night of June 10th. The following day, he travelled by boat down the River Thames to the safety of the Tower of London, where he was joined by prominent figures, including his mother, Archbishop Sudbury, Sir Robert Hales, the Lord High Treasurer, then the Earls of Arundel, Salisbury, and Warwick, among some other nobles. A delegation led by Thomas Brinton, the Bishop of Rochester, was dispatched from London to negotiate with these rebels, urging them to disperse immediately and return to their homes. At Blackheath, the rebel crowd was addressed by John Ball, a radical preacher and priest from Kent, closely associated with the revolt's leader, Wat Tyler. It's unclear how Ball joined the revolt. He may have been liberated from Maidstone prison by the rebels, or was already free when the revolt began. Either way, Ball delivered a sermon that included the rhetorical question, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then a gentleman?" promoting the idea that no natural social hierarchy justified the serfdom and inequality imposed by the nobility and the church. He emphasized the rebels' significance to King Richard and the true commons of England, indicating their loyalty to the monarchy, but opposition to the king's current advisors. The rebels were unpersuaded by the Bishop of Rochester's plea to disband, and instead prepared to march directly on London. Within the Tower of London itself, discussions ensued about how to possibly manage this rebellion. The king was severely undermanned, having only the Tower's garrison, his bodyguards, and at most a few hundred soldiers at his disposal. Most seasoned military commanders were abroad, and significant forces were stationed in northern England, poised against potential Scottish aggression. English law further complicated the situation, stipulating that only the king himself could lawfully summon local militias, or execute rebels, leaving local lords somewhat hesitant to suppress the uprisings without royal backing and command. Given the unsuccessful negotiations at Blackheath, it was decided that King Richard II should simply go and meet the rebels himself. On the 13th of June, guarded by soldiers on 4 barges, he sailed from the Tower to Greenwich on the southern bank of the Thames to meet with the rebels. The meeting, unfortunately, ended in failure, as Richard was reluctant to come on shore. I wonder why. And the rebels, of course, refused to negotiate unless he did so. Obviously, he thought this was simply a trick, which, well, it may have been. We don't know for sure, but I certainly would not have gotten off that boat if I was Richard. Well, consequently, Richard returned back to the safety of the Tower across the river. Back to the drawing board. On the afternoon of June the 13th, as the revolt began to intensify, the rebels managed to cross from Southwark on to London Bridge. The bridge's defences were opened from the inside, either due to sympathizers of the rebel cause or simply out of fear. Either way, it allowed the rebels to advance into the city. Simultaneously, the rebel force from Essex approached the city, targeting Aldgate on the north side. The gates were opened, either by collaborators or under the pressure of the advancing rebels, facilitating their entry and the spread of the uprising through central London. The Kentish rebels, with a growing list of enemies they wanted the king to surrender for execution, included high-profile national figures such as the aforementioned John of Gaunt, Archbishop Sudbury, and Sir Robert Hales, along with other key members of the Royal Council and officials who had intervened in Kent. Their rampage led them to the Marshalsea prison in Southwark, which they promptly demolished. By this point, the Kent and Essex rebels were joined by many Londoners who were sympathetic and became outright supporters of the revolt. This led to attacks on Fleet and Newgate prisons, and targeting properties that were owned by Flemish immigrants. They were apparently doing a little too well for themselves. The rebels continued their destructive path towards Smithfield and Clerkenwell Priory, the headquarters of the Knights Hospitaller, which was led by Sir Robert Hales. They destroyed the priory and the nearby manor, moving west along Fleet Street. They reached the Temple, a complex of legal buildings and offices owned by the Hospitallers. The rebels then destroyed legal documents and buildings, burning everything in the streets. The most dramatic destruction occurred in the Savoy Palace, the opulent residence of John of Gaunt. Rebels systematically destroyed the interior, burning furnishings, smashing metalwork, and destroying any valuable item they could find. They emphasized that their motives were for justice, not theft, and they didn't steal, they just destroyed or simply discarded the Duke's possessions into the Thames or the city drains. By the evening, the rebels had gathered outside the Tower of London, where King Richard and all of his rich buddies were forced to watch the city burning. On June the 14th, the rebels continued their rampage, moving west along the Thames, targeting houses of officials around Westminster and liberating the prisoners of Westminster Prison. They then returned to central London, setting more buildings on fire and storming Newgate Prison. Their hunt for Flemings continued aggressively. Those with Flemish accents were particularly targeted and killed, including the royal advisor, Richard Lyon. In certain areas of the city, the brutality was worse than others, with the rebels piling up the bodies of executed Flems in the streets as a kind of grim trophy. Meanwhile, trapped in the Tower of London, the royal government was in a state of paralysis and panic. Earlier that morning, Richard left the tower to negotiate with the rebels at Mile End in East London, accompanied only by a small bodyguard. He left behind Sudbury and Hales in the tower, perhaps for their safety or perhaps to distance himself from these unpopular ministers. Along the route, Londoners approached the king with grievances, indicating widespread discontent. At Mile End, the rebels, whose spokespersons' identities remain unclear, presented their demands. First, the execution of certain officials, then the abolition of serfdom and unfree tenure. Also the adherence to the law of Winchester, which likely advocated self-regulating village communities, and also a general amnesty for the rebels. King Richard responded by issuing charters that announced the abolition of serfdom, which began to be circulated around the country, although he refused to surrender any officials for execution. Well, you give a little, you get a little. Meanwhile, another group of rebels were storming the Tower of London. The gates had rather sillily been left open. That's right, in a time like this. Possibly it was to allow King Richard's return, but instead of Richard coming through the gate, about 400 angry rebels went through, and nobody had the guts to stop them. They quickly located Archbishop Sudbury, Robert Hales, and others, taking them to Tower Hill, where they were executed. Their heads were later displayed on London Bridge. Also, inside the tower, the rebels encountered John of Gaunt's son, the future Henry IV, who narrowly escaped execution thanks to the intervention of John Ferror, a royal guard. The rebels also encountered Lady Joan, the king's mother, and John Holland, Richard's sister, Joan Holland rather. But after once again jeering and mocking them, they let them go unharmed. It seems that executing women is a bridge too far. Well, what a day it was in London, and following this day's chaos, King Richard did not return to the tower, but instead went to the Great Wardrobe in Blackfriars There he appointed Richard FitzAlan, Earl of Arundel, as the new Chancellor, replacing Sudbury. He then began strategizing to regain control over the situation. Many of the Essex rebels, satisfied with the king's promises at Mile End, simply began to disperse, leaving Wat Tyler and the Kentish forces as the dominant rebel faction in the city. That evening, Tyler's forces continued their violent spree, targeting employees of John of Gaunt, foreigners, and those associated with the legal system. On June the 15th, amidst the ongoing unrest, Richard II and the remaining discontented rebels agreed to meet at Smithfield, which is just outside of London city walls. The city was still in a state of chaos, with various groups of rebels moving independently. Richard, having prayed at Westminster Abbey, set out for the meeting in the late afternoon, accompanied by a substantial entourage of at least 200 men, which of course included armed guards. The meeting at Smithfield was tense. Richard and his entourage positioned themselves outside of St. Bartholomew's Priory, facing thousands of rebels gathered at the western end of the field. It's likely that the king summoned Wat Tyler to come forward from the crowd. Tyler's approach and his informal manner of addressing the king as his brother were perceived as overly familiar by the royal party. When Richard questioned why Tyler and the rebels had not dispersed after receiving charters the previous day, Tyler brusquely demanded the drafting of a new charter, and he wanted some refreshments reportedly, which were promptly provided. An altercation then ensued between Tyler and some of the king's servants. William Walworth, the Lord Mayor of London, intervened as Tyler made threatening gestures towards the king. In the heat of the moment, either on Richard's or Walworth's order, Tyler was arrested. He reacted by attempting to attack Walworth, who responded by stabbing him. Rolf Standish, a royal squire, then delivered further stabs, fatally wounding Tyler. As tensions escalated and violence seemed imminent, with the rebels readying their weapons, Richard courageously rode toward the crowd, leading them away from the potential explosive situation at Smithfield to Clerkenwell Fields. This, frankly, bold move helped defuse the confrontation. Now back at Smithfield, Walworth, with support from city reinforcements, began to restore order. Tyler's head was severed and displayed on a pole as a grim warning. With Tyler dead, and the London militia now supporting the royal government, the rebellion rapidly began to disintegrate. In recognition of their actions, Richard knighted Walworth and several of his key supporters, consolidating his control over the city and marking the beginning of the end of the Peasants' Revolt. During June 1381, the revolt spread across the east of England, leading to significant uprisings in Suffolk, Hertfordshire, Cambridgeshire, and Norfolk, spearheaded by various local leaders and fueled by widespread dissatisfaction. In Suffolk, John Raw, influential in the Eastern England revolt, led his forces to attack properties belonging to unpopular officials and nobles, gaining support as they progressed. They stormed the wealthy Bury St. Edmund's Abbey, capturing and later executing the disliked prior John Cambridge. Further violence and extortion spread through the region, including the murder of Sir John Cavendish, Chief Justice of the King's Bench. Simultaneously, in Hertfordshire, tensions in St. Albans erupted over long-standing disputes between the town and its powerful abbey. Rebels led by William Grindecob secured a temporary authority from Wat Tyler in London to act against the abbey. They forced Abbot Thomas de la Mare to surrender the abbey's rights and privileges, a victory that saw the destruction of the abbey properties and records across the country. Remember, this is happening in a different part of the country before Wat Tyler's execution. We're just having a look at the other areas away from London. Now, in Cambridgeshire, the revolt targeted the actual University of Cambridge and its affiliations with the privileged clergy, including John of Gaunt. Rebels backed by the mayor of Cambridge attacked Corpus Christi College and destroyed the university's library and archives, signaling a rejection of the elite clerical learning. Norfolk saw a coordinated revolt led by Geoffrey Lister, who was a weaver and involved local gentry like Sir Roger Bacon. The rebels assembled outside Norwich, killed Sir Robert Sale, who tried to defend the city, and then looted the city upon gaining entry. The revolt spread throughout the country, with the killing of Flemish immigrants, destruction of court records, and looting of properties. The revolts in Beverley, Leicester, York, Scarborough, and Bridgewater show the widespread unrest across all of England, extending beyond the southeast where the rebellion had originated and somewhat ended abruptly. Well, out in Beverley, tensions between the mercantile elite and the poorer townspeople escalated into violence, leading to a takeover of the town administered by the rebels. This upheaval culminated in arbitration through Archbishop Alexander Neville, highlighting the involvement of high-ranking clergy in attempts to mediate the conflicts. Leicester then prepared itself for an anticipated attack due to its association with John of Gaunt, a prominent target of the rebels. However, luckily for them, the attack never came. It just simply didn't happen. It shows the chaotic nature of the revolt and the spread of rumors that often outpaced actual events. York, on the other hand, experienced significant violence, with attacks on religious institutions and properties. The city saw a brief takeover by armed men under John de Gisborne, indicating that the rebellion's influence reached far into the north and disrupted local governance. Scarborough's response to the news from the south included riots against the ruling elite, characterized by rebels wearing distinctive attire to signify their participation of the revolt. The attack led to the temporary disposition of local officials, and a tax collector nearly got lynched. Lucky for him, he got away. But it's hard to feel bad for tax collectors. Now in Bridgewater, the revolt led by Thomas Ingleby and Adam Bruges saw attacks on religious houses and local gentry, showing the rebels' disdain for not only ecclesiastical but secular authorities, anybody who embodied the social and economic structures that they opposed. Well, either way, the suppression of the Peasants' Revolt was swift and harsh, involving a range of legal and military responses across England. Key figures in the royal government and local nobility rapidly mobilized to restore order, often using force and conducting summary executions. Sir Robert Knowles and Sir Nicholas Brembre, along with other royal appointees, were crucial in reasserting control in the capital and beyond. Henry Despenser, the Bishop of Norwich, took an exceptionally active role, personally leading forces to suppress the revolt in East Anglia. His actions, though effective, were later criticized for their legality and severity. But then again, any means necessary. Thomas of Woodstock and Robert Tressilian were given special commissions to oversee trials across England, utilizing a variety of legal charges to prosecute the rebels. The legal proceedings often relied on dubious methods and heavy-handed tactics. In fact, their actions included a large number of executions that showed little mercy on those involved in the uprising, even if they were only involved by association. Not to mention the widespread use of informants and denunciations, which spread fear among the populace. In fact, at least 1,500 people were executed or killed in battle by November following the revolt. The legal aftermath continued on for years. Some cases even dragged on till 1387. Notable rebel leaders like Jack Straw and John Ball were captured and executed, along with many others who played significant roles in the revolt. The execution of John Ball in St. Albans and the trial of John Rohr in London show the royal government's determination to make examples of the leaders. Well, what happened after the revolt? Well, the English government and Parliament took steps to re-establish normal governance and address underlying issues that had led to the unrest. As much as you can sort out these issues with a heavy hand, it's still wise to maybe see how it happened in the beginning and address the root causes. On the 30th of June, King Richard ordered England's servants to revert to their previous conditions of service. All the serfs get back to work, and this effectively annulled any concessions that were made during the revolt. By the 2nd of July, the royal charters that had been signed under duress during the uprising were formally revoked, completely putting everyone back to square one. Effectively, I hate to say it, but it was a big waste of time. In November, Parliament convened to deliberate on the year's events and how to address the resultant challenges. The revolt was attributed to the misconduct of royal officials who were accused of aggressive greed and heavy-handedness. The Commons reaffirmed support for the existing labour laws, but they did call for changes within the Royal Council, which Richard agreed to implement. The king also issued general pardons, not to any of the rebels, but to people who had executed the rebels without giving them a proper trial, to all who had remained loyal during the revolt, and yes, to a few rebels themselves, but not those from Bury St. Edmunds, or anyone involved in killing the king's advisors, or anyone who had escaped from prison. And many of the rebels at this time had already died anyway, so there wasn't many rebels left to pardon. Despite the initial harsh suppression, the restoration of order after this was relatively measured. Local lords and government were a little cautious. They were wary of potential further uprisings. Legal reprisals against peasants were largely confined to the courts after this, avoiding direct retribution. Nonetheless, you can't keep a good man down. Low-level unrest persisted in the following years, with incidents in Norfolk in September 1382, and actually a plot against the Sheriff of Devon in March 1383. Significantly, Parliament abandoned the poll tax and refrained from any major fiscal reforms that could provoke further discontent. So that is a small victory. Instead, though, it resolved to reduce military efforts on the continent, leading to a scaling back of England's foreign policy ambitions and more of a push towards peace negotiations. Economically, the institution of serfdom began a decline that was more due to economic forces than the political outcomes of the revolt. The labor market's dynamic shifted again and again as rural wages continued to rise, leading to many lords to either sell serfs' freedoms or convert traditional land tenures to leasehold arrangements. By the 15th century, serfdom had effectively disappeared in England, marking a significant socio-economic transformation initiated in part by the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. But those who were facing the immediate aftermath of this and were unfortunately executed or thrown in prison, well, they perhaps did not see it that way. Well, the rebels of the revolt were portrayed by contemporary chroniclers using a broad, derogatory Latin terms such as serviles rustici, servile genus, and rusticias, which depict them as rural serfs. Chroniclers like Knighton acknowledged that the presence of other societal groups, like runaway apprentices and artisans, referred to as the lesser commons. However, subsequent analysis of court records reflect a broad participation beyond simply unfree serfs, and it's led historians to reject this narrow view. The revolt saw participations from urban dwellers too, particularly in London, where the majority of the rebels were simply local townsfolk, not peasants. In some cases, such as York and Bury St. Edmunds, the urban poor joined forces with the rural rebels and blurred the line between the urban and rural discontent. This collaboration was less pronounced in places like Canterbury, where the post-Black Death influx of villagers into towns made distinguishing urban and rural communities pretty much irrelevant. Notably, many of the rebels were literate. That's right, they could read, contradicting the perception of universal illiteracy. and in fact estimates suggest that between 5 and 15% of England's population at the time could read. It was kind of like, perhaps you had somebody in the household who could read. Might be your father or an older brother, and you would rely on them. But for the time, even if it's 5%, that's not bad. Well, the revolt included a significant number of women as well, as characterized by the use of pseudonyms in communications, which served both to protect individual identities and invoke common cultural values. For instance, the name Piers Plowman for William Langlet's poem was popular among the rebels, symbolizing a connection to a broader social and literary context. Rebel leadership extended to some members of the gentry, for example, Sir Roger Bacon in Norfolk, though some later claimed to have been coerced into participation. It's not my fault. They made me do it. I wonder how well that was believed. And it wasn't just the nobles. The clergy were involved too, with figures such as John Ball and John Raw taking their own prominent roles, driven by a mix of local grievances, economic hardships, and radical beliefs. Well, what do you think about it all? I think it's a fascinating story. You will find many people in the early days of the socialist and communist writers talking about this as an early form of a worker uprising. And I'd say they were right. Alfred the Great, the King of Wessex from 871 to 899, and one of the most celebrated English monarchs. His reign marked a series of vigorous military campaigns against the Viking invaders who had overrun much of England. He's particularly noted for his defense of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of southern England against these invaders, becoming the only English king ever to be awarded the epithet the Great. But that wasn't all. He also initiated wide-ranging reforms that included the revival of learning and education that laid the groundwork for the renaissance of literature and arts in his kingdom. And if that wasn't enough, his legal reforms solidified the administration of justice, and he's also credited with the foundation of the English Navy. If you want to learn about Alfred the Great, then you're in the right place today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's great to have you back here again. As always, if you like what I do and would like to support the channel and keep me going, link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, let YouTube know that you want more people to see the video and enjoy the content by liking, subscribing, and perhaps leaving your comments down below. Now, with all that out of the way, I'd like you to get yourself relaxed, and we're going to begin our full biography of Alfred the Great. Let's start by tracing his family lineage. Alfred the Great's grandfather, Egbert, ascended to the throne of Wessex in 802, establishing what seemed an unlikely dynasty, given the turbulent history of West Saxon succession. Prior to Egbert, for 2 centuries, the throne had seen a kind of revolving door of different families, none of them really having any direct father-to-son succession. Egbert, who traced his paternal lineage to Cerdic, the founder of the dynasty, was considered an aetheling. That's the word for someone eligible to be king. His reign marked a turning point, because after him, being a descendant of Cerdic alone was insufficient to claim Aetheling's status. Well, under Egbert's rule, Wessex got stronger and rose to prominence, notably after his defensive victory against Mercia at the Battle of Ellendoon in 825, which effectively ended Mercian dominance in southern England. This victory led to an alliance between Wessex and Mercia, crucial for future defenses against the Viking incursions, which at this time were becoming more of a problem than internal issues. Egbert's influence expanded as he took control over Kent, Essex, Surrey, and Sussex, leading him to appoint his son Aethelwulf as the King of Kent. Now onto this Viking threat, which became more pronounced during Egbert's reign, culminating in various battles, including a notable victory at Hingston Down in 838 against a combined force of Cornishmen and Vikings, which solidified Egbert's control over Cornwall. Well, upon Egbert's death in 839, his son Aethelwulf ascended to the throne, continuing his father's policies, and of course facing ongoing Viking challenges. Aethelwulf's reign saw significant military engagements also, including the notable Battle of Aclear in 851, where he and his son Aethelbald inflicted a massive defeat on the Vikings. The transition of power from Aethelwulf to his sons was quite smooth, with his territories divided among them, ensuring a continuation of his lineage and policies. Aethelbald and Aethelbert, his sons, successively ruled Wessex and Kent, eventually uniting them under a single crown. So that's the background. Let's get on to Alfred the Great, whose early life was marked by a significant event that underscored his interest in learning and intellectual pursuits. A Welsh monk, Acer, and Alfred's contemporary biographer, records an anecdote from Alfred's childhood, where he won a book of English poetry. This prize was offered by his mother to whichever of her sons could memorize it first. Alfred, who was not yet literate and had his mother read to him until her death when he was around 6 years old, eventually learned to read at the age of 12, demonstrating early signs of scholarly inclinations. And indeed, at the time, it was a big deal in and of itself to learn how to read. Well, in 853, Alfred's royal status was further highlighted when they sent him to Rome. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Pope Leo IV confirmed him and anointed him as king. However, this episode has been subject to various interpretations. Historians in Victorian times mistakenly took this anointing as a form of anticipatory coronation, speculating that it was preparation for his future ascension to the throne. Such an interpretation is considered kind of unlikely today, since Alfred had 3 living elder brothers at the time, marking his immediate succession somewhat improbable. It is more plausible that the title conferred by Pope Leo IV referred to a designation as consul, a title of honor rather than a papal preparation for kingship. During his time in Rome, Alfred may have also spent time at the court of Charles the Bold, that was the king of the Franks at the time, which of course would have provided him with exposure to wider European politics and the culture of the mainland. After his return from Rome, Alfred witnessed the turbulent political shifts in Wessex. His father, Aethelwulf, was deposed by Alfred's elder brother Aethelbald in 856. The resolution of this conflict involved a power-sharing agreement, where Aethelbald retained control of the western shires of Wessex, and Aethelwulf the eastern part. Now upon Aethelwulf's death in 858, the kingship of Wessex passed successively to Alfred's brothers, Aethelbald, Aethelbert, and Aethelred. Each of these successions moved Alfred closer to the throne. Now, Alfred the Great's early public life was largely unrecorded during the reigns of his elder brothers. But it was not until the significant threat posed by more Viking invasions that Alfred's role became somewhat more pronounced. In 865, when Alfred was around 16 years old, the Great Heathen Army, a formidable group of Danes, landed in East Anglia, with ambitions to conquer the various kingdoms of Anglo-Saxon England. It was this period that marked the beginning of Alfred's formal public involvement in royal affairs, coinciding with the accession of his brother Aethelred, who wasn't much older. He was only 18. During the reign of Aethelred, Bishop Acer bestowed upon Alfred the title of Secundarius. This title suggested a role akin to that of a tanist, a recognized heir apparent who was closely associated with the king, ready to assume leadership if the time was necessary. This was particularly important given how volatile and dangerous things were getting, where the risk of a king falling in the heat of battle was ever more of a threat. Such arrangements were not uncommon among Germanic peoples, reflecting a tradition of establishing clear lines of succession to prevent disputes and ensure continuity of leadership during periods of crisis. By 868, the Viking threat had escalated significantly, leading Alfred to go out and fight alongside Aethelred in an unsuccessful attempt to prevent the Danes, led by Ivar the Boneless, from invading the neighboring kingdom of Mercia. This period was marked by frequent and fierce conflicts with the Danes, who advanced into Alfred's homeland at the end of 870. The year 871 was particularly tumultuous, featuring a series of battles with varying outcomes, and highlighting the desperate struggle of the Anglo-Saxons against the Viking invaders. One notable engagement was the Battle of Englefield in Berkshire on the 31st of December 870, where Anglo-Saxons achieved quite a victory. However, the success was quickly overshadowed by a devastating defeat at the siege and the subsequent Battle of Reading by Ivar's brother, Halfdan Ragnarsson, on the 5th of January 871. Despite these setbacks, the Anglo-Saxons managed a victory at the Battle of Ashdown shortly thereafter. Unfortunately, subsequent defeats at Basing on the 22nd of January and Merton on the 22nd of March further demoralized Aethelred's forces. Ethelred's death in April of 871 brought Alfred to the forefront, as he succeeded his brothers as king during a time of great national crisis. In the April of 871, upon the death of his brother King Ethelred, Alfred officially ascended to the throne of Wessex, amidst the existential threat posed by the Danes. Despite Ethelred leaving behind two young sons, Aethelhelm and Aethelwold, the succession of Alfred was uncontested, likely due to the dire circumstances and Alfred's adult status, which was critical for leadership during ongoing warfare. The smooth transition was supported by a previous agreement made with Swinburg, where Aethelred and Alfred had resolved that the survivor between them would inherit their father King Aethelwold's personal properties, leaving their respective children with only the lands settled upon them. Alfred's initial days of king were marred by immediate military changes. While engaged in the funeral rites for Aethelred, the Danes seized the opportunity to strike, defeating the Saxons first in Alfred's absence at the Battle of Wilton in the May of 871. The loss of Wilton dashed any hopes of quickly expelling the invaders from Wessex, compelling Alfred to negotiate a peace, the terms of which were not detailed in the historical record, but we do know that they included an agreement by the Vikings to leave the realm. Following the peace agreement, the Viking forces withdrew to London for winter, marking a temporary halt to their advance. Historical evidence suggests that Alfred likely had to pay a substantial amount of silver to persuade the Vikings to retreat, a common practice of the time, as evidenced by similar actions in Mercia the following year. The respite, however, was brief, as in 876 the Danes, led by Guthrum, Oscetal, and Anwend, bypassed the Saxon defences to seize Wareham in Dorset. Alfred's attempts to reclaim Wareham through a blockade ended in a negotiated peace involving the exchange of hostages and oaths on a sacred ring. However, the Danes soon violated this peace, killing the hostages and retreating back to Exeter. Alfred's strategic persistence was evident in his blockade of the Danish ships at Exeter, which, coupled with a fortuitous storm, led to the Danish capitulation. They withdrew to Mercia, but resumed their aggression in January of 878 with a surprise attack on Chippenham, where Alfred was residing for Christmas. This attack forced Alfred into a dire situation, fleeing to the marshes of Somerset, where he established a base at Athelney. It was from there that Alfred orchestrated a guerrilla war against the Danes, culminating in a significant victory at the Battle of Edington in 878. Following the victory, he besieged the Danish stronghold at Chippenham, leading to their surrender and Guthrum's conversion to Christianity, a notable event where Guthrum and his chiefs were baptized, with Alfred as a sponsor. The aftermath of these events led to the formalization of boundaries between Alfred's Wessex and Guthrum's East Anglia with the Treaty of Wedmore, and later the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum, which delineated the Danelaw boundary and reaffirmed Alfred's control over London. These treaties marked a turning point in Alfred's reign, establishing a relatively stable boundary and allowing for a focus on internal consolidation and cultural advancements in his kingdom. This period of relative peace was crucial for Alfred's establishment of legal and educational reforms that would underpin the resurgence of Wessex and the eventual unification of England under his descendants. Following the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum around 880, which substantially mitigated the threat from Guthrum by settling his forces in East Anglia, King Alfred of Wessex experienced a period of relative peace. However, it did not signal the end of Viking incursions in England. The army that had wintered in Fulham during 878–79 left for the continent and continued their operations there until around 892. Despite the treaty, the 880s were marked by persistent local raids along the coast of Wessex. In one notable incident in 882, Alfred engaged in a naval battle against 4 Danish ships, managing to destroy 2 and capture the remaining 2. This engagement was part of a broader pattern of smaller skirmishes that Alfred contended with, similar to those that had occurred for decades. Now, the relationship between Alfred and the papacy during this time also strengthened. In 883, Pope Marinus gained a tax exemption to the Saxon quarter in Rome, likely in response to Alfred's commitment to send annual alms to Rome, a practice that may have laid the foundation for the medieval tax known as Peter's pence. Additionally, Alfred received sacred relics from the Pope, including what was believed to be a piece of the true cross. Well, despite all of these moments of peace and all of the little gifts, Alfred was forced to address a significant Danish raid and more incursions. In 885, a considerable Viking force raided Kent, seizing the city of Rochester and constructing a temporary fortification. Alfred's response was swift. He mobilized an Anglo-Saxon force that drove the Danes back to their ships. They eventually fled to another part of Britain, and by the following summer, they had completely left the country. The ongoing threat posed by the Danes prompted Alfred to take proactive measures. Shortly after the raid on Rochester, he dispatched his fleet to East Anglia, ostensibly for plunder, according to his biographer Asser, though this rationale is debatable. The expedition encountered a Danish fleet of around 13 or perhaps up to 16 ships, which led to a naval battle in which Alfred's forces triumphed and captured a considerable amount of spoil. However, as Alfred's fleet attempted to depart, they were ambushed at the mouth of the river Stour by a Danish force, resulting in a defeat for the weakened Anglo-Saxon fleet. In 886, Alfred made significant strides in urban recovery and defense by reoccupying and beginning the restoration of London. He entrusted its care to his son-in-law, Aethelred, the Earldom of Mercia. During this time, Alfred notably changed his title to King of the Anglo-Saxons, reflecting a broader sphere of influence beyond Wessex. The refurbishment efforts in London likely included a new street layout and strengthening of its defences, possibly extending the existing Roman fortifications and adding new ones along the south bank of the Thames River. By 888, 2 years later, Alfred's leadership had garnered the allegiance of the Saxon people, across what was likely then a rather fragmented England. This period also saw the deaths of prominent figures like Aethelred, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and in 889, Guthrum, also known as Aethelstan after his baptism. Alfred's one-time adversary turned ally and the ruler of East Anglia. Guthrum's death created a power vacuum that attracted new contenders for control, and of course altered the politics of the region. The peaceful interlude was broken in the 890s, when Viking forces, finding their European holdings unsatisfactory, launched another major incursion into England. In 892, or perhaps early 893, a large contingent of Danes, including families indicating plans for a settlement, split into two groups and fortified themselves in Kent, at Appledore and Milton, under leaders including the notorious Hastin. Despite ongoing negotiations, the Vikings from Appledore initiated a series of movements that led them into conflict with Alfred's forces directly. Initially repelled and forced to give hostages at Thorney, they soon regrouped with their comrades at Shoebury after additional defeats. Alfred, upon learning of a simultaneous siege on Exeter and another location in North Devon, swiftly mobilized to relieve Exeter and successfully lifted the siege. The Danes' subsequent maneuvers across England were strategically countered by Alfred and his ealdormen, culminating in their blockade and near starvation at Bootington. The Danish forces ultimately retreated to Chester, where they endured a harsh winter with very few supplies, courtesy of Alfred's scorched earth tactics. By 894 or 95, the Vikings were compelled to withdraw to Essex due to food shortages. In a strategic shift, Alfred decided to block their escape routes on the Thames and Lee rivers, forcing them to abandon their positions and move to Quatbridge near Bridgenorth. By 897, exhausted and unable to sustain their campaigns, the remaining Danish forces either settled in Northumbria and East Anglia or returned back home to the continent, marking a significant downturn in the large-scale Viking threats to Alfred's realm. The Anglo-Saxon military system that King Alfred inherited was traditionally built on the levy of local militias known as the Fyrd, that's F-Y-R-D, where each freedman was required to serve and face severe penalties for non-compliance. This system, which had been effective in its time, proved to be insufficient against the tactics employed by Danish invaders, who utilized quick raids from fortified bases, leading to significant challenges for the Anglo-Saxons who struggled with mobilization and logistics. Under King Ian of Wessex's law code around 694, the penalties for neglecting military service were harsh, reflecting the importance of military readiness. Landholding nobles could face fines of up to 120 shillings and forfeiture of land, a significant deterrent aimed at maintaining a ready and responsive military force. However, the Viking raids of the 9th century exposed the vulnerabilities of this defense system. The Danes' strategy of utilizing fortified bases and quick raids and retreats gave them a tactical advantage over the Anglo-Saxons, who traditionally massed in shield walls for direct combat in the open area. The static nature of the Anglo-Saxon response often led them to being outmaneuvered and their resources drained during prolonged engagements. Recognizing these issues, Alfred initiated comprehensive military reforms following his victory at Edington in 878. Inspired possibly by his observations of Carolingian strategies against similar threats and the existing fortification systems in Mercia, Alfred implemented a more centralized approach to defense and military readiness. This included the development of a network of burhs, that's a word for fortified town, and the reorganization of the fyrd into a more mobile and standing army that could respond more swiftly to threats. Additionally, Alfred established a small naval fleet to better secure the waterways and coasts against the Viking fleets. Alfred also reformed the administrative and taxation systems to support these military reforms. The Trinota Necessitas required landholders to fulfill military service, participate in fortress work, and maintain bridges, essential duties that supported both defense and also infrastructure. The Hyde, a land measurement unit representing the land needed to support a family, became the basis for assessing these obligations. Landowners were thus conscripted into military service based on the size of their holdings, ensuring a reliable source of manpower for the king's campaigns. Alfred's military reforms included the establishment of a network of fortified sites known as burhs. These were situated approximately 30 kilometers apart in strategic locations, allowing forces to respond quickly to any attack within a day's march. The Burgal Hittij, a contemporary document, details these defenses, specifying the number of men required for each burh's maintenance based on its size, a system that reflected a sophisticated approach to logistical planning in military defense. The burhs themselves, of course, varied significantly in form and size, from refurbished Roman towns like Winchester, enhanced with additional fortifications, to newly built earthwork fortifications like Burpham. The larger fortifications could be quite substantial, as in Winchester, while smaller sites served more as lookout points or minor defensive positions. These fortifications were not isolated, but connected by a network of roads known as herepaths, designed for rapid military communication and deployment. The roads inhibited Viking movements and facilitated the quick assembly of forces from multiple burhs, complicating the raiders' ability to execute their hit-and-run tactics. The Vikings, who were accustomed to quick looting raids followed by retreats to their fortified camps, found it increasingly difficult to penetrate deep into Wessex without facing organized and sustained resistance. Alfred's innovations extended to naval warfare also. Recognizing the importance of naval power in countering Viking threats, Alfred commissioned a fleet of ships that were significantly larger and better designed for combat than the typical Viking vessels. These ships were intended to intercept Viking raiders before they could land, aiming to prevent raids altogether. However, despite their advanced design, Alfred's ships proved less maneuverable in the confined waters, where naval engagements typically occurred, illustrating the practical limitations of his naval innovation. In one notable naval engagement in 896, Alfred's fleet managed to trap several Viking ships at the river's mouth. The engagement highlighted both the strengths and weaknesses of Alfred's naval strategy. His ships succeeded in blocking the Vikings' escape and captured or destroyed several enemy vessels, yet their size and design also proved to be a disadvantage, as some of Alfred's ships ran aground. The battle concluded with heavy losses on both sides, but the Vikings' inability to sustain their raiding campaign was a testament to the increasing effectiveness of Alfred's military strategy. Alfred's compilation of the Dombock, or Law Code, is a significant example of early medieval legal practices and the role of kingship in legislative activities. His laws were a blend of earlier Anglo-Saxon laws, biblical texts, and his own additions and reforms. The Law Code began with an introduction that included translations of biblical laws, such as the Ten Commandments, and excerpts from the Book of Exodus and the Apostolic Letter, which were meant to provide a divine justification for the secular laws that followed. Alfred's Code was notable not just for its content, but also for its structure and the rationale behind it. The Code was organized into 120 chapters, mirroring the age of Moses at his death and symbolically linking Alfred's laws into the Mosaic Law, emphasizing a continuity from divine law to human secular legislation. This symbolic linkage was underscored by the integration of the Apostolic Letter, which reinterpreted Christ's teachings to affirm the law codes of the Old Testament, rather than to replace them, thereby grounding Alfred's legal reforms in a more broader Christian context. Well, what about the laws themselves? Well, they range from penalties for breaches of the peace to regulations on public behavior and the management of property. Among these, Alfred emphasized the importance of oath-keeping and the faithful execution of legal commitments as foundational to societal order and justice. The focus reflects Alfred's concern with maintaining social stability and justice through a reliable and respected legal system. However, the laws were not merely practical. They also served an ideological purpose. They were intended as a manifesto of Christian kingship, presenting Alfred not only as a secular ruler, but as a divinely guided legislator whose authority was modeled on biblical prophets and kings. This is evident from his introduction, which stresses the king's role in defining and enforcing just laws as a reflection of God's will. Despite their comprehensive nature, the laws sometimes conflicted with those of his predecessors, like the aforementioned King Ine of Wessex, which suggests that the Dombock was also a statement of political authority aimed at consolidating legal practices and enhancing the king's role as the central figure in governance. Alfred's reforms extended beyond lawmaking into the realm of judicial administration. He took an active interest in judicial proceedings and insisted on reviewing decisions made by his ealdormen and reeves, emphasizing the need for fairness and the careful application of laws. His insistence that judges be literate so that they could engage with the laws directly illustrates his unique commitment to a knowledgeable and effective judiciary. His commitment to Reviving learning and religious life in Wessex during his reign was a multifaceted endeavor, aimed at restoring the cultural and spiritual foundations of his kingdom in the wake of the devastating Viking invasions. This initiative was not only a response to the physical and economic damage inflicted by the raids, but also addressed a perceived moral and educational decline that Alfred believed had weakened the kingdom. Recruitment of scholars. Understanding the importance of knowledge and education in governance and society, Alfred looked beyond Wessex for intellectual support. He attracted scholars from Mercia, Wales, and even the continent, enhancing the intellectual environment of his court. And these scholars were pivotal in Alfred's court school and his broader educational reforms. Establishment of a court school. His establishment of a court school was a landmark in Anglo-Saxon education. It served not only his children, but also the children of the nobility and promising students of lesser birth. The curriculum was comprehensive, including both Latin and Old English, and focused on writing and the arts. This initiative reflected Alfred's recognition of the role of education in leadership and governance, and aimed to cultivate a learned advisory class. Focus on clerical education. Alfred's efforts extended to clerical education, emphasizing the need for a knowledgeable and effective clergy capable of guiding the spiritual life of the community. He distributed translations of key religious texts, such as Gregory the Great's Pastoral Care, to ensure that priests were well prepared for their pastoral duties. Now, this also involved using bishops as royal officials and even judges, which blurred the lines between the secular and spiritual authority, but also leveraged their roles to strengthen the kingdom's administrative and judicial systems. Manuscript production and learning. The revival of learning in general under Alfred also meant the revival of manuscript production, which had suffered greatly due to Viking attacks, especially at Lindisfarne. Churches and monastic schools were the centers of learning and manuscript production, and their destruction had a severe impact on education. Alfred's support for these institutions was crucial in restoring their educational function. Do remember that this was long before the printing press. If you wanted a book, it had to be wrote by hand. But they took a great deal of pride in doing this. And, well, they're fun to look through. Challenges and legacy. Despite all of these efforts, Alfred faced significant challenges. The scale of destruction brought by the Viking invasions meant that the rebuilding was going to be slow and arduous. The educational decline had been severe, and many church lands had been lost or were under threat. Alfred's pragmatic approach sometimes involved reallocating church lands to defend against further Viking attacks, which shows the difficult choices he faced in balancing his spiritual obligations with the practicalities of defense. Well, all in all, Alfred's revival of learning was not merely about restoring old institutions, but adapting and strengthening them against future threats. His strategic establishment of educational and religious centers, along with his fostering of a learned class, contributed to the cultural administrative resurgence that would characterize later Anglo-Saxon England. This period laid the groundwork for the intellectual flourishing of the 10th century and beyond, making Alfred not just a warrior king, but also a patron of education, whose legacy shaped English identity and governance long after his reign. The reforms reflect a visionary approach, blending pragmatic governance with a profound respect for learning and education, aimed at revitalizing a society that was so weakened by warfare and cultural decline. His push to establish schools and promote literacy among the English nobility and free men, especially for its time, was nothing short of revolutionary. By advocating for primary education in English, Alfred made learning accessible to a broader segment of society, not just the ecclesiastical elite. This policy not only democratized knowledge, but also fortified a cultural identity that united his people against external threats. His focus on educating those in positions of authority, ensuring they could fulfill their roles with wisdom and justice, was particularly astute, linking the stability of his realm directly to the education of its leaders. Alfred's translation initiative, where he targeted essential texts for translation from Latin into English, was pivotal in preserving and extending knowledge. The works chosen, including philosophical and religious texts, were intended to provide moral guidance, but also practical wisdom to the people. This effort not only made significant knowledge accessible, but also helped in establishing a vernacular literature that would influence English culture for generations. The translations of these works, often termed Alfredian, if not directly penned by him, underscore his role as a patron of scholars and scholarship. His personal involvement in the translation of these works, like Gregory the Great's pastoral care, illustrates his personal commitment to the people's spiritual and moral welfare. This work in particular, circulated widely among bishops, was intended to enhance the care of pastors across Wessex, directly reflecting his policy of using spiritual authority to reinforce the stability of society. His translations are marked by an intent to clarify and adapt the original texts to reflect the local needs and modern realities, often incorporating his own interpretations and additions that align with his philosophic and kingly responsibilities. Thus, the lasting impact of Alfred's educational reforms is evident in the sustained production of literature and the maintenance of a learned culture in the centuries that followed. Manuscripts from this time became foundational texts in English religious and philosophical thought. Moreover, Alfred's establishment of a court school laid the groundwork for educational institutions that would eventually emerge in medieval England, fostering a tradition of educated governance. His death on October the 26th, 899, at the age of 50 or perhaps 51, marked the end of a reign that significantly shaped England. His death, attributed to a painful and chronic illness that modern doctors suspect may have been either Crohn's disease or hemorrhoids, highlights the human side of a king often revered for his military and scholarly achievements, just as vulnerable as the rest of us. After his death, Alfred was initially laid to rest at the Old Minster in Winchester alongside his wife, Ailswith, and later his son, Edward the Elder. In life, he had planned for a more permanent family mausoleum, leading to the construction of the new minster in Winchester. His foresight for a family burial place shows his commitment to his own family and understanding of legacy, which was not just about kingship, but also establishing a familial dynasty. However, the turmoil of the subsequent centuries saw Alfred's remains, and those of his family, exhumed and moved multiple times. About 4 years after his death, as the new minster was completed, his and his family's bodies were relocated there. This rest was unfortunately disrupted by the Norman conquest of 1066, which led to widespread demolition of Anglo-Saxon structures, including the new minster. The monks, foreseeing the destruction, preemptively moved the royal remains to Hyde Abbey, a new site they established to the north of the city. Hyde Abbey's fate was sealed during the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII. In 1538, the abbey was demolished and its materials repurposed for local construction. Mirroring the fate of many religious sites at this period. The site was then used for agriculture until 1788, when it was earmarked for a new jail. During the preparation of the site for constructions, convicts unearthed numerous stone coffins, including those believed to belong to Alfred and his family. The discovery was overseen by Dr. Milner, who lamented the desecration in his writings, noting the disrespectful treatments of the remains and associated artifacts by convicts, who sold what they could for a quick profit. This was not, however, the final indignity for Alfred's remains. The jail built over his supposed resting place was demolished between 1846 and 1850. Subsequent archaeological investigations in 1866 and 1897 tried, unsuccessfully, to conclusively locate Alfred's remains. In 1866, an amateur antiquarian claimed to recover the bones from the site, which were buried by the vicar of St. Bartholomew's Church in an unmarked grave. Modern archaeological efforts in 1999 at the site of Hyde Abbey unearthed foundations and some bones, initially hoped to be Alfred's, but later proven not to be. In 2013, in the light of new interest sparked by the identification of Richard III's remains, the bones in the unmarked grave were exhumed and placed in secure storage for further analysis. However, radiocarbon dating revealed that they were from the 1300s, thus not Alfred's. In 2014, a pelvis bone found in the 1999 excavation was dated to Alfred's period, suggesting that it might belong to him or perhaps his son Edward, though this remains, to this point, unproven. Sigismund of Luxembourg, the Holy Roman Emperor from 1433 until his death in 1437, a short reign for such a formidable figure. He was also the king of Hungary and Croatia from 1387, the king of Bohemia from 1419, and the king of Germany from 1411. Sigismund is perhaps best known for his initiating of the Council of Constance in 1414, which sought to end the papal schism, reform the Church, and address the heretical teachings of Jan Hus. His tenure was of course marked by conflicts, including struggles to suppress heresy, maintain his authority over the Bohemian crown, and defend his territories against the Ottoman Empire. Hello, welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, great to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me get to my goal of 10,000 subscribers, which hopefully by the time this video is seen by you, I will be at. But you know what to do. Like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. Now, without further ado, please get relaxed, deep breaths, and we can begin our biography of Sigismund. Believed to have been born either in Nuremberg or Prague in 1368, Sigismund was the offspring of Charles IV, the Holy Roman Emperor, and his fourth wife, Elizabeth of Pomerania. His mother was notably connected to significant Eastern European royalty, being the granddaughter of Poland's King Casimir III and the great-granddaughter of Gediminas, the Grand Duke of Lithuania. His name was inspired by Saint Sigismund of Burgundy, his father's favored saint. Growing up in the Bohemian Crown lands, Sigismund earned the moniker of Ginger Fox due to the hue of his hair. The bond between Emperor Charles IV and King Louis the Great of Hungary and Poland was particularly strong, culminating in the betrothal of Sigismund to Louis's eldest daughter, Mary, in 1364. Sigismund was only 6, and Mary was even younger at the time, a union intended to expand the Luxembourg family dominions. Following Charles IV's death in 1378, Sigismund inherited the title of Margrave of Brandenburg and was relocated to the Hungarian court. There, he rapidly assimilated, embracing Hungarian language and culture, and aligning his loyalties with his new homeland under the guidance of King Louis, who designated him as the successor to the Hungarian throne. Of course, he had to look the part too. He reportedly took on the dress and even quite a few of the mannerisms of the Hungarians. By 1381, the age of 13, Sigismund was dispatched to Krakow by his guardian and half-brother Wenceslaus, the King of Germany and Bohemia. They sent him there to learn Polish and familiarize himself with the region and its populace. Additionally, Wenceslaus assigned him Neumark to improve communications between Brandenburg and Poland. Although Mary ascended as Hungary's monarch, Sigismund also aspired to the Polish crown. However, the Polish nobility resisted the notion of a German ruler and the potential of a union with Hungary. A significant rift among the Polish landlords, those from Lesser Poland opposing those from Greater Poland over the next monarch, led to the Lithuanian faction prevailing. Consequently, despite the support from the lords of Greater Poland, Sigismund lost the Polish crown to Mary's younger sister, Jadwiga. She later entered into a marriage with Jogaila of Lithuania, consolidating her position as queen. Following the death of her father in 1382, Mary ascended to the throne of Hungary, and Sigismund married her in 1385 at Zolium, which is modern-day Zvolen. Their union was solidified by the Treaty of Győr in 1386, where Sigismund was recognized as Mary's future co-regent. But tragically, in 1387, Mary and her regent mother, Elizabeth of Bosnia, were seized by the rebellious members of the House of Horvat, which included Bishop Paul Horvat of Makva and his brothers John and Ladislav Horvat. During this tumult, Sigismund's mother-in-law was tragically killed, though Mary herself was later freed. In the wake of these events, Sigismund secured the backing of the Hungarian nobility and was officially crowned King of Hungary on March 31st, 1387. To fund his claim and stabilize his reign amidst ongoing struggles for the throne, he pledged Brandenburg to his cousin, Jobst, the Margrave of Moravia, in 1388. Sigismund's rule was marked by near-constant conflict, which only abated through his alliance with the influential Székely-Garay League. This alliance, however, came at a cost. Sigismund had to cede substantial royal properties to garner the necessary support, effectively placing much governmental control in the hands of a council of barons. Sigismund's reign was continually challenged by factions within the kingdom. In the southern regions, between the Sava and Drava rivers, the Horvathes, supported by King Teutonic I of Bosnia, who was also Mary's maternal uncle, proclaimed Ladislaus of Naples as king. It wasn't until 1395, with Nicholas II Garay's efforts, that this rebellion was finally put to rest. Sadly, Mary passed away in the same year while pregnant. To mitigate the resistance from Hungarian nobles, and to manage his rule more effectively, Sigismund occasionally sought the counsel of foreign advisors, a decision that was met with disapproval. He was compelled to assure that the nobility that grant the lands and official appointments would be reserved for Hungarians alone, though he made an exception for his close buddy Stibor of Stiborix. Sigismund's tenure saw multiple instances where he was detained by nobles, only to regain control with the military support of allies like Garay and Stibor. In 1396, Sigismund orchestrated a significant crusade against the Turks, responding to their expansion to the Danube, catalyzed by Hungary's prior vulnerabilities. This military campaign, spurred by Pope Boniface IX, garnered extensive support within Hungary, captivating the imagination and the zeal of Hungarian nobility, who rallied in large numbers. The call to arms also resonated across Europe, drawing volunteers from diverse regions, with a notably substantial contingent from France, led by John the Fearless, son of Philip II, the Duke of Burgundy. Sigismund's formidable force, comprising 90,000 men and a flotilla of 70 galleys, initially captured the city of Vidin. He then positioned his troops outside the fortress of Nicopolis. This strategic move prompted Sultan Bayezid I to lift the siege of Constantinople and confront Sigismund's forces with an even larger army of 140,000 troops. The ensuing Battle of Nicopolis, which took place between September 25th and 28th, 1396, ended in a disastrous defeat for the Christian armies, marking one of the significant losses for European forces against the Ottomans. After the defeat, Sigismund navigated his way back through the realm of Zeta, now Montenegro, where he recognized the local lord, Durad II, granting him the islands of Hvar and Korsela to continue resistance against the Turks. These islands reverted to Sigismund's control following Durad's death in April of 1403. The fallout from Nicopolis led to considerable discontent among the Hungarian nobles, destabilizing Sigismund's reign in Hungary. In the wake of this turmoil, he shifted his focus towards securing his succession in Germany and Bohemia. His childless half-brother, Wenceslaus IV, acknowledged him as vicar general of the entire empire. Despite this recognition, Sigismund could not prevent Wenceslaus's deposition in 1400, after which Rupert of Germany, Elector Palatine, was elected as the German king. Upon his return to Hungary in 1401, Sigismund faced severe political instability. He was imprisoned once and dethroned twice within that single year. And during the same period, Sigismund was forced to support a revolt against his half-brother Wenceslaus IV, leading to the latter's capture. This allowed Sigismund to assume control over Bohemia for 19 months before he finally released Wenceslaus in 1403. I suppose he's learned his lesson by now. Let's let him go. At the same time, in Hungary, a faction of nobles pledged their allegiance to Ladislaus of Naples, the last monarch from the Anjou dynasty. These nobles ceremonially swore loyalty by placing their hands on the relic of Saint Ladislaus of Hungary in Novivarad, present-day Oradea. Ladislaus, the son of the murdered Charles II of Hungary, and a relative of the deceased King Louis I of Hungary, captured Zara in 1403. However, he halted his military efforts shortly thereafter. This cessation of advancement triggered a conflict with the Republic of Venice, after Ladislaus had previously sold the Dalmatian cities to Venice for 100,000 ducats, before returning to his own territories. In subsequent years, Sigismund worked behind the scenes to block Ladislaus' ambitions in central Italy, forming alliances with Italian cities opposed to Ladislaus, and exerting diplomatic pressure to stymie his efforts. Sigismund's rule required him to travel, and quite frequently, mainly to manage all the different affairs across his ever-growingly diverse realms. As a result, He was forced to convene the Diets in Hungary more often than his predecessors to ensure governance continuity in his absence. To further manage these prolonged periods of absence, he established the role of Palatine as the chief administrator of Hungary. In 1404, Sigismund implemented the Placitum Regium, a decree mandating that no papal bulls could be declared in Hungary without the king's approval. A papal bull was effectively something that came down from the papacy, kind of like how we have, let's say if you have the Parliament of the European Union making a rule about something going on in France or Germany. It's a government outside of your own government deciding what is good and what is bad for your people. And, well, the papal bulls were always dealing with religious matters in this way. Well, throughout his reign, he also significantly enhanced the royal Buda castle, transforming it into what was likely one of the largest Gothic palaces of the late medieval ages. And it's still there, and it's gorgeous. Around 1406, 2 years later, he expanded his family ties by marrying Barbara of Kelsch, who was the daughter of Count Hermann II of Kelsch. This alliance was intertwined with familial connections, as Hermann's mother, Catherine, of the House of Kotromanic, and Mary's mother, Queen Elizabeth of Bosnia, were either sisters or perhaps adoptive sisters. Well, whichever way it was, the marriage served its purpose. It strengthened Sigismund's political networks within the region. Sigismund's rule in Slavonia was marked by his determined and sometimes ruthless approach to governance, notably during the bloody Savor of Krzewki, an organized killing of the former Croatian Ban named Stefan II Lakvi, and a whole lot of his followers for good measure. While he managed to establish firm control from the river Sava northwards, his influence was notably weaker to the south. In 1408, Sigismund led a significant military campaign, commanding an army described as nearly 50,000 crusaders against Bosnian nobility, culminating in the Battle of Dubor. This battle resulted in the massacre of approximately 200 members of the Bosnian nobility. Despite the military success, the campaign failed to achieve lasting political objectives, leading to a Hungarian retreat and the gradual escape of the Bosnian crown from Sigismund's influence. In terms of his possessions in Serbia, he faced the continuous threat of Ottoman expansion, as pretty much everyone in the Balkans was facing at the time. To enhance the security of the southern Hungarian borders, he forged a defensive alliance with the despot Stefan Lazarevic of Serbia. In 1403, in a strategic move, Sigismund granted the northwestern Serbian territories, including the city of Belgrade and the Banat of Markso, to despot Stefan. In return, Stefan pledged his loyalty to Sigismund, serving as a steadfast vassal until his death in 1427. Following Stefan, his successor, George Brankovic, also maintained allegiance to Sigismund and eventually returned Belgrade to Hungarian control. Through these alliances and politics, Sigismund effectively secured the southern borders of his kingdom. Following his military success at the Battle of Blois, Sigismund established the Order of the Dragon, a chivalric order dedicated primarily to halting the advance of the Ottoman Empire. The order's membership was largely composed of Sigismund's political allies and key supporters. Notably, figures such as Nicholas II Garay, Hermann II of Kelce, and Stibor of Stiborix. This order also attracted some of the most significant European monarchs of the time, enhancing its prestige and influence. In his capacity as king, Sigismund was a proponent of economic development, taking measures to encourage international trade. Thus, he abolished internal customs duties, implemented regulation on tariffs for foreign goods, and standardized weights and measures across his realm, facilitating easier and more efficient trade practices. His ascension to the role of King of the Romans followed the death of King Rupert of Germany in 1410. Despite his half-brother Wenceslaus's existing claims, Sigismund was elected by 3 of the electors on the 20th of September 1410. However, this election was contested by his cousin Jobst of Moravia, who was chosen by 4 electors in another election held shortly afterwards on the 1st of October of the same year. The dispute was resolved finally with Jobst's death on the 18th of January 1411, clearing the path for Sigismund's re-election on the 21st of July 1411. His coronation, however, was delayed until the 8th of November 1414, when it was finally conducted at Aachen, solidifying his position as the King of the Romans. In 1410, Sigismund orchestrated alliances with the Teutonic Knights in order to challenge Władysław II of Poland. He agreed to an arrangement wherein, after a truce expiring on St. John's Day, 24th of June by the way, he would initiate a southern attack on Poland in exchange for 300,000 ducats. This military maneuver was entrusted to Sigismund's loyal confidant, Stibor of Stiborix, notable figure of Polish descent from the prominent clan of Ostoja, which opposed the election of Jagiello as the King of Poland, so he of course had his own reasons for siding against the Poles. While Stibor, who had become one of the most powerful men in late medieval Europe, much due to Sigismund's patronage, held the title of Duke of Transylvania and owned extensive lands, including about 25% of what is today known as Slovakia. Among all of these lands, it included 31 different castles, 15 of which were strategically positioned along the 406-kilometer stretch of the Var River, all bestowed by Sigismund. So basically, he was loaded. As tensions escalated into warfare between Poland and Lithuania, allied with the Muscovites and the Teutonic Knights, Sigismund capitalized on Stibor's diplomatic acumen to secure financial advantages. Although the Polish faction included several negotiators from the Ostoja clan, distant relatives of Stibor, the familial ties did not avert the conflict. In July 1410, a coalition of 22 western states rallied against Poland at the Battle of Grunwald. Following the Polish-Lithuanian triumph at Grunwald, where Stibor's forces had briefly engaged by attacking and burning Nowy Sącz before retreating to Bekov Castle, the Teutonic Knights were compelled to pay a substantial reparation to Poland. Better luck next time, I suppose. Though remarkably, through Stibor's expert negotiations, Sigismund managed to borrow the entire sum of silver paid in reparations by the Teutonic Knights from King Vladislav II under remarkably favorable terms. Well, this web of diplomacy and familial connections led by Stibor and the clan of Ostoja, adhering to Sigismund's political strategies, casts a little bit of doubt on Sigismund's genuine commitment to the anti-Polish alliance, and it suggests that his involvement may have been more financially motivated than politically. In 1412, a grand tournament and diplomatic conference were held at the court of Buda in Hungary, hosted by King Sigismund himself, and everybody was invited. This significant event was attended by an impressive gathering of European nobility, all of the who's who of the time, including King Władysław of Poland and, debatedly, either King Turtko II or Stefan Ostoja of Bosnia, though that is debated whether they did show up. Well, the tournament boasted the participation of 2,000 knights from across the continent, as far away as England, demonstrating the vast scale and importance of the meeting. The event also served as a political summit, attracting not just royalty but a wide array of European aristocracy and dignitaries. Among the attendees were significant figures such as Witold, the Grand Duke of Lithuania, Serbian despot Stefan Lazarevic, Austrian Dukes Ernest the Iron and Albert II, and of course the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, Heinrich von Plauen. And, of course, no need to mention the invite of Sigismund's best buddy, Stibor. The delegation was extensive, including a cardinal, a legate, 3 archbishops, 11 bishops, and numerous other counts and dukes, totaling representatives from 17 different countries. The tournament itself was quite the spectacle, with highlights including victories by a knight from Silesia named Nemche and an Austrian page, both excelling in the joust. Further enriching the international flavor of the meeting, envoys from Jalal al-Din, the Khan of the Golden Horde, also attended, underlining the broader political intrigues involving alliances against common foes such as the Teutonic Order and potentially the Ottoman Empire. The presence of Bulgarian knights, likely from the court of Prince Frugin, a vassal of Sigismund, showed once again the diverse assembly of participants across Christian and non-Christian territories of Europe. Accompanied by a range of festivities and entertainments, the gathering in Buda not only showcased the chivalric culture of the time, but served as this very colorful nexus for medieval European diplomacy and alliance building. Nothing makes friends better than going and watching a show, having a meal, clicking glasses together, and they probably all got extremely drunk on the evenings. But that's just my educated speculation. Now, from 1412 to 1423, King Sigismund actively engaged in military campaigns against the Republic of Venice. During this period, he seized the opportunity presented by the challenges facing anti-Pope John the 23rd to secure a commitment for convening the Council of Constance in 1414. The aim of this was to resolve the ongoing Western schism in the Church. Sigismund played a significant role in the council's proceedings, which successfully ended the schism in 1418. Among these religious debates, the council controversially executed the former Czech reformer Jan Hus for heresy in July of 1415, an act that Sigismund is often accused of facilitating, despite having guaranteed Hus safe passage and protesting his imprisonment. Notably during the council, when a cardinal attempted to correct Sigismund's Latin, he famously retorted, and this is hilarious, "I am the king of the Romans and above grammar," a statement that led Thomas Carlyle to later nickname him Super Grammaticum. Throughout these years, Sigismund's major political maneuvers included forging an alliance with England against France and attempting to stabilize Germany via a League of Towns, though this failed due to resistance from the princes. In a pivotal act in 1415, he granted Brandenburg, which he had reclaimed following Job's death, to Frederick of Hohenzollern, the Burgrave of Nuremberg. This significantly elevated the House of Hohenzollern's status in Germany. Following the French defeat at the Battle of Agincourt, Sigismund began to pivot his alliances from France to England. This shift was solidified with the Treaty of Canterbury on the 15th of August, 1416, establishing a combined defensive and offensive pact against France. The treaty was a culmination of diplomatic efforts between Henry V of England and Sigismund, and contributed to the eventual resolution of the Papal Schism. This alliance also led to Sigismund being honored with the induction into the Order of the Garter, marking close relationship between him and Henry V. Upon the death of Wenceslaus IV in 1419, Sigismund became the titular king of Bohemia, a position that proved nominal for many years, as it took 17 years for the Czech estates to formally recognize him as their monarch. Despite his titles as King of the Romans and King of Bohemia enhancing his status on the European stage and positioning him as a key figure in Christendom, these roles brought him no real power, and were a dreadful strain on his finances too. His substantial influence was primarily felt as the King of Hungary, where he had successfully established firm control and improved governance and order. Back in Bohemia, he was widely distrusted due to his perceived betrayal of Jan Hus, leading to widespread unrest when he announced his intent to continue the war against the heretics. His military efforts against the Hussites, however, were unsuccessful, culminating in 3 failed campaigns despite support from his staunch ally Stibor of Stiborix, and later Stibor of Bekov, whose forces managed to keep the Hussites at bay from the kingdom's borders. Concurrently, the Turks resumed their attacks on Hungary, further compounding Sigmund's worries. During the Diet of Nuremberg of 1422, Sigismund collaborated with German princes to organize a dual military strategy against the Hussites. The first contingent aimed to lift the siege at Karlstein Castle, while the second was tasked with defeating the Hussite field army. Both attempts failed disastrously, with Jan Žižka securing decisive victories at Kutná Hora and Nemecký Brod, marking a significant setback in the initial efforts to quell the Bohemian heretics. Well, despite these military defeats, the anti-Hussite alliance continued to expand, drawing support from Upper German princes and cities, some distant from Bohemia, indicating a widespread concern over the Hussite threat. In January of 1424, this alliance solidified with the formation of the Union of Bingen. This coalition included not just the Rhenish princes, but also the Elector of Saxony and Sigismund's loyal ally, Margrave Frederick of Brandenburg. The union emphasized mutual assistance and cooperation to counter the Hussite menace. Sigismund's influence in Germany, as well as throughout the Holy Roman Empire, was significantly limited by his lack of domestic power base, commonly referred to as Hausmacht within the Kingdom of Germany. This deficiency made his rule highly dependent on the cultivation of key alliances and the engagement with the empire's entrenched associative political culture. It's been emphasized by modern historians that Sigismund's ability to exercise power was intricately linked to these established mechanisms and relationships within elite networks. Thus, his reign showed that while he had a direct, authoritative command in many areas, he adeptly utilized these associations to orchestrate substantial collective actions, such as the campaigns against Duke Frederick IV of Austria-Tyrol in the 1410s, and of course the campaigns against the Hussites in the 1420s. Despite his absence from the core territories of the empire for extended periods, Sigismund's strategic alliances ensured that he could still influence and direct significant imperial activities. His success was not solely a product of his personal political acumen, but also resulted from the advantageous partnerships and the effective use of the empire's associative structures. These relationships were crucial in mobilizing the empire's princes, nobles, and towns towards these common goals. One of the most pivotal alliances was with the Elector of Bamberg, Frederick I, and also Albert of Habsburg, who married Sigismund's daughter, Elizabeth of Luxembourg. The marriage not only secured Albert as Sigismund's son-in-law and heir, but also significantly bolstered the Habsburgs' position, leading to their prominent role in German and European politics. This alliance catalyzed the ascent of the Hohenzollerns and reinforced the Habsburgs, who would inherit Sigismund's connections to Hungary, Croatia, and Bohemia. In 1428, Sigismund once again led a military campaign against the Ottomans, but it yielded negligible outcomes. 3 years later, in 1431, Sigismund travelled to Milan, where on the 25th of November he was ceremoniously crowned King of Italy with the Iron Crown. Following his coronation, he stayed in Siena for a period, engaging in negotiations for his impending coronation as Holy Roman Emperor, and seeking to persuade Pope Eugenius IV to recognize the Council of Basel. Sigismund was thus crowned emperor in Rome on the 31st of May, 1433. After achieving his objectives with the Pope, he returned to Bohemia, where he was officially recognized as king in 1436, although his actual influence remained somewhat limited. Around the time of his coronation, Pope Eugenius IV initiated efforts to form a new alliance against the Ottomans, influenced largely by an ongoing Albanian rebellion that had started back in 1432. In 1435, Sigismund sent Phrygian, the Bulgarian noble, to discuss potential alliances with the Albanians. Early in 1436, he also sent Daoud, a pretender to the Ottoman throne, to bolster these diplomatic efforts. However, the defeat of the Albanian rebels later that year effectively halted these plans for a coalition. Sigismund's death occurred on December the 9th, 1437, in Moravia, which is now part of the Czech Republic. He had expressed a wish to be interred next to King Saint Ladislaus I, in present-day Oradea, Romania, whom he deeply revered as the epitome of a perfect monarch, warrior, and Christian alike. Survived by his second wife, Barbara of Kelce, Sigismund left behind only a daughter, Elizabeth of Luxembourg, who was married to Albert V, the Duke of Austria. Albert, later known as Albert II of Germany, was designated as his successor. His passing thus marked the end of the Luxembourg line, as he had no sons to continue his dynasty. Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, ruled as the king of the Franks from 768 and later as emperor of the Carolingian Empire until his death in 814. His reign marked a pivotal moment in the history of Europe, often regarded as the founding of both the French and German monarchies, and the beginning of the Carolingian Renaissance. His expansive military campaigns across Western Europe consolidated a vast realm that laid the foundation for modern Europe, promoting the spread of Christianity, unifying various Germanic peoples under one rule, and fostering an intellectual renaissance that would influence the continent for centuries to come. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back for more, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreons are in the description. Otherwise, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps YouTube push my videos out to a broader audience. Did you like? Good job, thank you in advance. So now, without further ado, let's get on with the topic of the day. A biography of Charlemagne. Get yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. By the 6th century, the Franks, a Western Germanic tribe, had already embraced Christianity, largely due to the conversion of their king, Clovis I, to Catholicism. Following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, the Franks established the Kingdom of Francia in Gaul. This kingdom expanded to encompass most of modern France and Switzerland, as well as smaller parts of Germany and the Low Countries under the rule of the Merovingian dynasty. However, Francia often experienced division under different Merovingian kings due to the Frankish practice of partible inheritance. In the late 7th century, Francia faced internal turmoil following the assassination of King Childeric II, leading to factional struggles among the Frankish aristocracy. In 687, Pepin of Herstal, the mayor of the Palace of Austrasia, brought an end to the conflict with his victory at the Battle of Tertry. Pepin, who was the grandson of Arnulf of Metz and Pepin of Landen, emerged as a prominent figure in Austrasian politics. But upon Pepin's death, his son, Charles, succeeded him, and became known as Charles Martel. Now Charles did not support a Merovingian successor after the death of King Theodoric IV in 737, and left the throne vacant. Instead, he had the plan to divide the kingdom between his sons, Charlemagne and Pepin the Short, who succeeded him after his death in 741. The brothers later placed the Merovingian Childeric III on the throne in 743. Several years later, in 747, Charlemagne abdicated and retired to a monastery close by to Rome, leaving his son, Drogo, to succeed him. Charlemagne, also known as Charles the Great, was born as the eldest son of Pepin the Short and his wife Berthada. Berthada hailed from an influential noble family in Austrasia. However, the exact date of Charlemagne's birth remains a little uncertain, with different sources proposing various years. And this isn't anything strange. Records from that time are a little bit spotty. One tradition, influenced by the 9th century biographer Lionheart, suggests that Charlemagne was born in 742, based on Lionheart's report that Charlemagne was 72 years old at the time of his death. However, Lionheart's knowledge of Charlemagne's life in the early years was limited, and he may have provided an approximate date following the model of Roman imperial biographies. There is another view, however, and it points to a near-contemporary addition to the Annales Bataviani, which records Charlemagne's birth in 747. Lorsch Abbey commemorated Charlemagne's birth on April 2nd from the mid-9th century onwards, and this date is likely considered to be genuine. Considering that the annalists had marked the start of the year from Easter rather than January 1st, some historians have argued that April 2nd in the recorded year would have corresponded to 748. Consequently, April the 2nd, 748, is generally accepted as Charlemagne's likely birth date. Now, there is some speculation regarding concerns around the legitimacy of Charlemagne, due to uncertainties surrounding the marriage date of Pepin and Berthada. If Pepin and Berthada did not marry until 749, Charlemagne may have been considered illegitimate. Additionally, the precise place of Charlemagne's birth also remains unknown. although scholars have suggested various Frankish places, including those in Verres-sur-Marne and Kiersny as possible locations, but we're yet to come to a complete consensus on it. Now Lionheart, in his writings, mentions Charlemagne's Patrias Sermo, which translates to native tongue. Most scholars interpret this as a form of Old High German, likely a Rhenish Franconian dialect. However, due to the spread of the evolving of Old French language in Francia, Charlemagne most likely grew up bilingual, speaking both Germanic and Romance dialects. In addition to his vernacular languages, it's reported that Charlemagne was proficient in Latin and possibly had some understanding of Greek. Of course, Greek was little by little falling out of fashion. While Charlemagne's father, Pepin, received education at the Abbey of St. Denis, the extent of Charlemagne's formal schooling is another matter of uncertainty. It is likely that he received training in military matters during his youth at his father's court, which traveled frequently. Charlemagne emphasized the importance of liberal arts education, encouraging its study among his children and others. However, it's once again unclear whether he pursued formal education in his youth or took it up later on at his life in the court. Which brings us to the manner of his literacy. While some believe that he could read, based on some circumstantial evidence, others argue that there's very little direct evidence to support the claim. Charlemagne typically had texts read aloud to him and dictated responses and decrees, which was pretty much common practice for literate rulers of the time anyway. While it's likely that he attempted to learn writing in later life, Lionheart, our main source on his early life, does not explicitly mention Charlemagne's ability to read. So, while it is possible that he could, it remains a bit of a mystery. Now, during the reign of Pepin, there are only occasional references to Charlemagne in the Frankish annals. By 751 or 52, Pepin had deposed Childeric and replaced him as king. Early Carolingian-influenced sources claim that Pepin's seizure of the throne was sanctioned beforehand by Pope Stephen II, but modern historians somewhat dispute this for the most part. It is likely, however, that papal approval came only when Stephen travelled to Francia in 754, apparently to request Pepin's aid against the Lombards. And on this trip, he anointed Pepin as king, thus legitimizing his rule. Charlemagne, along with his brother Carloman, was anointed along with their father during this event, and at the same time, or around there so, Pepin sidelined his son Drogo, sending him and his brother away to a monastery. Charlemagne began issuing charters in his own name in 760, and joined his father's campaign against Aquitaine in the following year. After Pepin's death in 768, Charlemagne and Carloman succeeded their fathers as joint rulers. They had separate coronations, and while they maintained separate palaces and spheres of influence, they were considered joint rulers of the Frankish kingdom. The immediate concern for the brothers was the ongoing rebellion in Aquitaine, which Charlemagne ultimately subdued after Charlemagne withdrew from the campaign. Now, Charlemagne's refusal to participate in the war against Aquitaine caused a pretty large rift between the brothers, quite a conflict of interest. And while the reasons for Charlemagne's abandonment of the campaign are a bit of a mystery, it probably stemmed from disagreements over territorial control, or perhaps Charlemagne's focus on securing his rule in the northern part of Francia. Well, whichever way it was, despite their differences, Charlemagne and Charlemagne maintained a joint rule for practical reasons mainly, and they sought support from the clergy and local elites to further solidify their positions. Which brings us to 771, where Charlemagne suddenly passed away. And this, of course, left Charlemagne as the sole king of the Franks. While Charlemagne moved quickly to secure his brother's territory, forcing Charlemagne's widow and children to flee to Desiderius's court in Lombardy. In response, Charlemagne ended his marriage to Desiderius's daughter and got a new wife, Hildegard, the daughter of Count Gerold, to strengthen his hold on Charlemagne's kingdom and gain support from Gerold himself. Now, Charlemagne's first campaign as the sole king of the Franks was against the Saxons on the eastern frontier. The Saxons had been raiding the Frankish border, prompting Charlemagne to respond by destroying the pagan shrine at Eresburg and seizing their treasures. This victory not only enhanced Charlemagne's reputation, but it also provided desperately needed funds for further military actions, and it marked the beginning of over 30 years of continuous warfare against the Saxons. In 722, Pope Adrian I sought Charlemagne's support in recovering territories captured by Desiderius, the Lombard king. Concerned about the presence of Charlemagne's sons in the Lombard court, Charlemagne gathered his forces to intervene, and despite attempts at diplomacy, including offering gold to Desiderius, Charlemagne's army crossed the Alps to besiege Pavia, the Lombard capital, in late 773. During the siege, Charlemagne's wife Hildegard gave birth to a daughter, Adelaide. Charlemagne left part of his army under the command of his uncle Bernard to continue the siege while he captured Verona, where Desiderius's son had taken Charlemagne's sons captive. However, the fate of Charlemagne's sons and wife remains unknown. Another mystery that we've yet to figure out. Well, after celebrating Easter in Rome in April 774, the break was over, and Charlemagne continued the siege at Pavia. And he got a little bit lucky, because disease had actually struck the besieged Lombards. Tends to happen when you're all crowded in so close together, and it led to their surrender by June. Charlemagne then deposed Desiderius and proclaimed himself the king of the Lombards. The subsequent annexation of the Lombard kingdom by Charlemagne was unprecedented, but he was able to secure support from Lombard nobles and urban elites, which made the takeover mostly peaceful. Desiderius and his family were confined to a monastery, for the rest of their lives. How boring. And Charlemagne returned to Francia with the Lombard royal treasury. In Charlemagne's absence in Italy, the Saxons took advantage and raided the Frankish borderlands. Well, they weren't going to stand for that. So in response, the Franks launched a counter-raid in the autumn of 774 and initiated a full campaign against the Saxons in 775. Charlemagne was then compelled to return to Italy when Duke Hrogord of Friuli rebelled against him. Charlemagne swiftly crushed this rebellion, redistributing Hrogord's lands to Franks to solidify his rule in Lombardy. He then spent the winter in Italy, issuing charters and legislations to further consolidate his power, as well as taking a few Lombard hostages for good measure. Amidst these campaigns, his other daughter, Rotrud, was born back in Francia. Upon returning to the north, Charlemagne conducted another campaign against the Saxons in 776, resulting in the submission of many Saxons who surrendered captives, lands, and converted to Christianity. In the following year of 777, Charlemagne convened an assembly at Paderborn, attended by the Frankish and Saxon representatives. Many of the Saxons in attendance pledged allegiance to Charlemagne, but the Saxon leader Widukind fled to Denmark to prepare for a brand new rebellion. During the Paderborn assembly, Charlemagne also received representatives from Al-Andalus, or Muslim Spain. They sought Charlemagne's support for the restoration of Yusuf ibn Ad al-Rahman al-Fihri, the ousted governor of Cordoba. Sorry about that. The Islamic names are a little difficult. Additionally, Suleiman al-Arabi, governor of Barcelona and Girona, expressed his desire to join the Frankish kingdom and seek Charlemagne's protection against Cordoban rule. Seeking an opportunity to strengthen his southern frontier and expand influence further, Charlemagne agreed to intervene. Crossing the Pyrenees, Charlemagne's army encountered very little resistance, until they faced an ambush by Basque forces at the Battle of Roncevaux Pass in 778. The Franks suffered defeat in the battle and withdrew from the campaign, albeit with most of their army intact. Upon his return to Francia, Charlemagne was greeted by the birth of his twin sons, Louis and Lothair, born while he was away in Spain. Tragically, Lothair passed away in infancy. Well, meanwhile, the Saxons had taken advantage of Charlemagne's absence to once again launch another raid. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to Saxony in 779, while he addressed domestic matters, such as holding assemblies, legislating, and a rather pressing famine in Francia. During this time, Hildegard gave birth to another daughter, Bertha. Charlemagne's certainly attacking on all fronts, isn't he? Now, he himself returned to Saxony in 780, overseeing assemblies where he received hostages from Saxon nobles and supervised their baptisms. In the spring of 781, Charlemagne and Hildegard traveled with their younger children to Rome, fulfilling a request made by Pope Adrian in 775. During their visit, Adrian baptized Charlemagne, Charlemagne's son from Hildegard, and renamed him Pepin. Louis and the newly named Pepin were anointed and crowned, with Pepin appointed as King of the Lombards and Louis as King of Aquitaine. Both young kings were sent to reside in their respective kingdoms under the guidance of regents and advisors. Now, during this trip, Hildegard, guess what, gave birth to her 8th child, Gisela. Tragically, upon the family's return to Francia, Hildegard passed away, mainly due to complications from childbirth, followed shortly by her newborn daughter. Charlemagne arranged for epitaphs for both his wife and daughter, and ensured that daily masses were held at Hildegard's tomb. Shortly after, his mum, Bertrada, also passed away. By the end of the year, Charlemagne remarried to Fastrada, the daughter of the East Frankish Count Radolf, so he can't have been too upset about it. Well, in the summer of 782, Widukind returned from Denmark and launched an attack on the Frankish positions in Saxony, managing to defeat a Frankish army, possibly due to internal rivalry among the Frankish counts that were leading it. Upon learning of this defeat, Charlemagne hurried to Verden, but Widukind had already fled before his arrival. Charlemagne then summoned the Saxon magnates to an assembly and compelled them to surrender prisoners to him, viewing their previous actions as treachery. The annals report that Charlemagne ordered the execution of 4,500 Saxon prisoners in what is known as the Massacre of Verden. He shed the blood of the Saxon men. While the exact number might be exaggerated, historians do agree on the basic truth of the event, with some regarding it as a significant stain on Charlemagne's reputation. Now, in the aftermath of this massacre, Charlemagne issued the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae legal code, which included harsh laws penalizing pagan practices with death. Can't get more harsh than that, can't you? This legal code aimed at forcibly converting Saxons to Christianity, but also suppressing their cultural identity. And it certainly seemed to do its intended purpose. For the next several years, Charlemagne focused on completing the subjugation of the Saxons. He concentrated his efforts in Westphalia in 783 and pushed into Thuringia in 784, while his son, Charles the Younger, continued operations in the west. Throughout these campaigns, the Frankish armies seized wealth and enslaved Saxon captives. Notably, Charlemagne continued campaigning through the winter months instead of resting his army. By 785, Charlemagne had effectively subdued Saxon resistance and gained full control of Westphalia. And in the summer of that year, he met once again with Widukind and persuaded him to surrender. He also convinced him to get baptized with Charlemagne as his godfather. And with that, it marked the end of the last phase of the Saxon Wars. Well, almost. In 786, Charlemagne traveled to Italy with the aim of extending his influence further into the south. Upon his arrival, he marched into the Duchy of Benevento, where Duke Arecus initially fled to a fortified position at Salerno, before eventually offering Charlemagne his fealty. Charlemagne accepted the submission, along with hostages, including Arecus's son, Grimoald. During his time in Italy, Charlemagne also met with envoys from Constantinople. However, Empress Irene's exclusion of Charlemagne and Frankish bishops from the 787 Second Council of Nicaea led to Charlemagne breaking the betrothal between his daughter Rotrude and Constantine VI. Following Charlemagne's departure from Italy, Duke Arecus sent envoys to Empress Irene to promise an allegiance against the Franks. However, before finalizing his plans, both Arecus and his elder son Romuald died of illness within weeks of each other. It's pretty convenient, don't you think? Well, Charlemagne then sent Grimoald back to Benevento to serve as duke and return it to Frankish suzerainty. Although a Byzantine army invaded Lombardy as part of the planned alliance, they were repulsed by the combined forces of the Franks and Lombards. Meanwhile, Charlemagne turned his attention to Bavaria, ruled by his first cousin, Duke Tassilo. Tensions between the two rulers escalated, leading to Charlemagne's invasion of Bavaria in 787. Tassilo ultimately surrendered and recognized Charlemagne as his overlord. However, in the following year of 788, Tassilo was accused of plotting with the Avars against Charlemagne, and was subsequently deposed and sent to a monastery. Charlemagne spent the following years consolidating his rule in Bavaria and warring against the Avars. In 789 he granted rule over Maine and Neustria to his son, Charles the Younger, leaving his other son, Pepin the Hunchback, very unfortunate title, without any lands at all. Well, Pepin's marginalization in the succession led to a failed conspiracy in 792, where he attempted to assassinate Charlemagne and his brothers. The plot was discovered, and then Pepin got sent to a monastery as well. And this monastery must be getting pretty full. During the early 790s, Charlemagne focused on mainly ecclesiastical affairs, convening councils at Regensburg in 792 and Frankfurt in 794 to address theological controversies and enact reforms. Following the council at Frankfurt, Charlemagne's wife, Fastrada, fell ill and passed away, leading him to simply just find another wife. And he married Liutgard shortly after. During the 790s, Charlemagne intensified his efforts to subdue the ongoing Saxon resistance, launching a series of annual campaigns that lasted until 799. These campaigns were characterized by their brutality, with Charlemagne's forces systematically devastating Saxon lands and forcibly relocating many Saxons to Francia, where Frankish elites and soldiers were installed in their place. The prolonged conflict prompted Charlemagne to establish his court at Aachen, strategically located near the frontier. At Aachen he constructed a grand palace, including a chapel that would eventually become part of the Aachen Cathedral. It was during this period that Lionheart that aforementioned scholar and biographer joined Charlemagne's court. Meanwhile, in the south, Pepin of Italy continued to engage in warfare against the Avars, contributing to the collapse of their kingdom and the expansion of the Frankish rule eastward. In addition to military campaigns, Charlemagne pursued diplomatic efforts to expand his influence further, particularly in the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain. Although negotiations for a marriage alliance between Charles the Younger and the daughter of King Offa of Mercia failed due to Offa's insistence on reciprocal marriages, Charlemagne and Offa did manage to establish a formal peace treaty in 796. This treaty safeguarded trade and ensured the rights of English pilgrims traveling through Francia to Rome. Charlemagne also provided refuge and support to deposed English rulers, including Egbert of Kent, Egbert of Wessex, and Eardwulf of Northumbria, treating the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms as quasi-satellite states and establishing direct relations with English bishops. Additionally, Charlemagne formed an alliance with Alfonso II of Asturias, although Lionheart characterized Alfonso as being dependent on Charlemagne. In 795, Leo III became pope and faced more than a little bit of political opposition from his accession. In 799, his adversaries accused him of various offenses and attempted to physically harm him by gouging out his eyes and cutting out his tongue. That'll do it. Leo managed to escape and sought refuge in the north, eventually reaching Charlemagne's court to seek assistance. Charlemagne, who was engaged in his campaign against the Saxons at the time, interrupted his military operations to meet with Leo at Paderborn in September. After hearing from both the Pope and his accusers, Charlemagne decided to send Leo back to Rome with loyal legates to reinstate him as Pope and conduct further investigations into the allegations. Charlemagne himself did not immediately travel to Rome, but he made plans to do so after completing an extensive tour of his Neustrian lands. Finally, in November, near Mentiana, Charlemagne convened an assembly to examine the charges against Leo. However, instead of passing judgment on the Pope, Charlemagne allowed Leo to swear an oath of innocence on December 23rd. The oath was accepted, and on the 25th of the year 800, during a Mass in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, Pope Leo III unexpectedly proclaimed Charlemagne as emperor and crowned him. Merry Christmas. This coronation marked Charlemagne as the first reigning emperor in the West since the deposition of Romulus Augustulus in 476. So it was a very big deal. And concurrently, Charlemagne's son, Charles the Younger, was anointed as king by Leo at the same time, so all around, the family is making victories wherever you look. Now, historians have debated the intentions behind the imperial coronation. Charlemagne's level of awareness or involvement in its planning is also up for debate, and its significance at both the time and for Charlemagne's reign. Some contemporary sources suggest that Charlemagne may have been somewhat surprised by the coronation. while others argue that it was a carefully orchestrated event, planned entirely by Charlemagne himself. Either way, the coronation had profound implications for the relationship between the Frankish kingdom and the papacy, but also for the concept of imperial authority in the Christian West. The significance of the Roman Empire in European politics during the time of Leo III and Charlemagne cannot be overstated, particularly in Italy, where the Byzantine Empire held considerable territory. Irene's ascent to the throne in Constantinople in 797, as the first reigning Byzantine empress, faced opposition due to both her gender and her method of accession. Having deposed her blinded son, Constantine VI. I bet he didn't see that coming. The presence of a female ruler in Constantinople was seen by some contemporary sources, like the Annals of Blois, as a justification for Leo III to crown Charlemagne as emperor. However, this assertion is also debated, with some arguing that the coronation was not directly related to Irene's reign. Now, the decision of Charlemagne to assume the imperial title had various implications. Some argue that it was aimed at incorporating the Saxons into the Frankish realm, while others just say it was intended to enhance Charlemagne's influence in Italy by appealing to the traditional authority recognized by Italian elites. Either way, becoming emperor gave Charlemagne the right to impose his rule over Italy, but it also posed political and military risks, including the opposition from the Byzantine Empire and potential backlash from the Frankish elite. Certainly a big sword in Charlemagne's hand, but a massive target on his back. Well, either way, the coronation led to a long-standing ideological conflict with Constantinople, as it challenged the Byzantine emperor's claim to universal Christian rulership. While Charlemagne may have viewed his role more narrowly as dominion over the lands he ruled, the imperial title bestowed upon him enhanced his prestige and ideological authority. His careful formulation of his titles in official documents, avoiding direct claim to Roman emperorship, may have been a sort of underhanded way of improving relations with the Byzantine, but while also asserting his authority over the Roman Empire in the West. After his departure from Italy in the summer of 801, he shifted towards a more sedentary style of rule from Aachen, marking a distinct phase in his reign. While conflicts persisted, particularly on the frontiers, this relative peace of this period allowed for increased attention to internal governance. The Franks shifted their military focus toward defending and securing the empire's borders, with Charlemagne himself rarely leading armies personally. One significant expansion during this time was the enlargement of the Spanish March counties, achieved through campaigns led by Louis against the Emirate of Cordoba, culminating in the capture of Barcelona in 801. In terms of legislation, the Capitulare Missorum Generale, issued in 802, was a comprehensive piece of legislation aimed at governing the conduct of royal officials and assuring loyalty from all free men to Charlemagne. It reformed the institution of missi dominici, who were now assigned in pairs to administer justice, and oversee governance in specific territories. Additionally, Charlemagne ordered the revision of Lombard and Frankish law codes. He also delegated authority to his sons as sub-kings, with Pepin and Louis having devolved authority as kings in Italy and Aquitaine respectively. However, Charlemagne retained ultimate authority and intervened directly in matters when necessary. Charles, the eldest son, was given rule over Francia proper, Saxony, Nordgau, and parts of Alemannia. Pepin and Louis were confined in their kingdoms and granted additional territories. Now, following his coronation, Charlemagne sought recognition of his imperial title from Constantinople, initiating diplomatic exchanges with Empress Irene. However, Irene's subsequent deposition and replacement by Nikephoros I led to tension between the two empires, particularly over control of the Adriatic Sea. Charlemagne eventually sent envoys to Constantinople in 810 to attempt to negotiate peace, relinquishing his claims to Veneto. Despite Nikephoros' death in battle before the envoys could leave Constantinople, his successor, Michael I, confirmed the peace and recognized Charlemagne as emperor and basileus. This acknowledgement prompted Charlemagne to issue the first Frankish coins that specifically mentioned his imperial title. Additionally, Charlemagne established diplomatic ties with the Abbasid Caliph, Harun al-Rashid, in the 790s, particularly due to their mutual interests in Spain. Harun presented Charlemagne with an elephant named Abul Abbas as a gesture of friendship. Although the Byzantines initially maintained cordial relations with the Abbasids, Charlemagne's outreach to Harun contributed to strained relations between the Frankish Empire and Constantinople. His involvement in religious matters extended to a dispute over the recitation of the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. This disagreement arose when Frankish monks in Bethlehem were accused of heresy for using the Filioque form of the creed, which asserted that the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son. Charlemagne convened a council at Aachen in 809 to defend the use of the Filioque, leading to a compromise with Pope Leo III, who consented to the Franks maintaining their tradition, while affirming that the canonical creed did not include Filioque. Leo commissioned 2 silver shields with the creed in Latin and Greek, omitting Filioque, which were hung in St. Peter's Basilica. Scandinavia came into contact with the Frankish world primarily through Charlemagne's prolonged conflicts with the Saxons. Raids by Danes on Charlemagne's territories commenced around the year 800. In 804, Charlemagne conducted his final campaign in Saxony, seizing control of the territory east of the Elbe and resettling it with his Obertrite allies. During this campaign, King Gudfred of Denmark, concerned about the expansion of Frankish influence, proposed peace talks with Charlemagne to potentially hand over Saxon refugees. But these negotiations did not succeed. And we don't know why. We simply just know that they didn't happen. The northern frontier remained relatively calm until 808, when Gudfred, along with allied Slavic tribes, launched an incursion into Obertrite lands, extracting tribute from significant portions of the territory. Charles the Younger led a Frankish army in response, targeting some of Gudfred's Slavic allies. Gudfred attempted diplomatic overtures again in 809, but peace was not achieved. Later on in 810, Danish pirates raided Frisia, although their connection to Gudfred remains a little uncertain. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to secure Frisia, while leading a force against Gudfred himself, who had reportedly challenged Charlemagne to battle. However, before Charlemagne's arrival, Gudfred was assassinated by two of his own men, nonetheless. Well, following Gudfred's death, his nephew and successor, Hemming, promptly sought peace, leading to a final settlement negotiated by Charlemagne's cousin Wala in 811. While the Danes did not pose a significant threat for the remainder of Charlemagne's reign, the consequences of these conflicts, along with Charlemagne's earlier expansions in Saxony, contributed to the conditions that would later fuel the intense Viking raids across Europe in the 9th century. And yes, I'll get to them eventually, don't worry. Now, the Carolingian dynasty faced multiple losses in the years of 810 and 811, with Charlemagne experiencing the deaths of his sister Gisela, his daughter Rotrude, and his sons Pepin the Hunchback, Pepin of Italy, and Charles the Younger. These losses disrupted Charlemagne's earlier plans for succession, leading him to declare Pepin of Italy's son Bernard as ruler of Italy, and designating his only surviving son Louis as heir to the entire empire. To ensure the orderly transfer of power, Charlemagne completed a new will, detailing the disposition of his property, including bequests to the church and all of his children and grandchildren. Now Einhard, possibly drawing on literary conventions from works like Suetonius's The 12 Caesars, recounts that Charlemagne interpreted the deaths of his family members, along with an accident he suffered falling off a horse, celestial phenomena, and structural collapses in his palace, as omens of his impending death. Nevertheless, he continued to govern, and quite energetically, in his final year, convening bishops for ecclesiastical councils and ultimately organizing a large assembly at Aachen. In this assembly, held on the 11th of September 813, Charlemagne formally crowned Louis as his co-emperor and Bernard as king. It was from here that Charlemagne's health began to decline, around the autumn of 813, and he spent his last months engaged in prayer, fasting, and studying the Gospels. He ultimately succumbed to pleurisy and became bedridden for several days before passing away on the morning of the 28th of January 814. Now, according to a biographer of Louis, namely Thegan, Charlemagne's last words were a quote from the book of Luke 23:46. "Into your hands, Lord, I commend my spirit." His body was prepared and buried in the chapel at Aachen on the same day by his daughters and palace officials. Louis arrived at Aachen 30 days after his father's death to assume control of the palace and the empire, which formally marked his accession. Charlemagne's remains were later exhumed, and reinterred into a new casket by the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa in 1165, and then again finally laid to rest in 1215 by Frederick II. In the late 12th century, a fraternity emerged in Acre, formed by German merchants from Bremen and Lübeck, which laid the groundwork for what would later become the Teutonic Order. After taking over a hospital after the city's capture, this group initiated their mission to care for the sick, under the moniker of the Hospital of St. Mary of the German House in Jerusalem, receiving Pope Clement III's blessing. This order swiftly became influential, leveraging control over Acre's port tolls, and eventually became more than just a hospital charity. Despite challenges, the order persisted, maintaining its historical motto, help, defend, and heal, and continuing its charitable events across all of Central Europe. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. You already know who I am. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to the Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Otherwise, if you enjoy the content, like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, without further ado, on to today's topic, the Teutonic Order, also known as the Teutonic Knights. In the midst of the 12th century, under Pope Calliston II's directive, the Knights Hospitalier took charge of a German hospital in Jerusalem, a sanctuary for the myriad of German pilgrims and crusaders unable to communicate in the local or Latin languages, as recounted by chronicler John de Presse. This establishment, while operating under the Hospitallers, was decreed by the Pope to be led by Germans, planting the seeds for a German-led religious institution within the Kingdom of Jerusalem itself. Following Jerusalem's fall in 1187, merchants from Lübeck and Bremen were inspired to establish a field hospital during the siege of Acre in 1190, laying the foundation for what would later be recognized by Pope Calliston III, in 1192, as the nucleus of a new order. Emulating the Knights Templar, this fledgling group evolved into a military order by 1198, with the head being designated as the Grand Master. Tasked with crusading to reclaim and protect Jerusalem for Christianity, this transformation marked the order's shift from a hospice for pilgrims to a martial organization, under the guidance of Grand Master Hermann von Salza from 1209 to 1239. The order had its established roots in Acre, acquiring Montfort Castle in 1220 to safeguard the passage between Jerusalem and the Mediterranean. Montfort became the Grand Master's headquarters in 1229, though they eventually retreated to Acre after the castle fell to Muslim forces in 1271. Their reach extended across the Holy Roman Empire, including modern-day Germany and Italy, as well as Francocratia and the Kingdom of Jerusalem, bolstered by many land donations. The relationship with Frederick II, the Holy Roman Emperor, significantly elevated the status of Grand Master Hermann von Salza, making him a prince of the empire and allowing him to engage with other high-ranking nobles as a peer. Von Salza played a notable role during Frederick's coronation as King of Jerusalem in 1225, accompanying the emperor and publicly reading his proclamation in French and German. Despite these achievements and their esteemed status, the Teutonic Knights never quite matched the influence of their counterparts, the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller, at least in the Crusader states. In 1211, the arrival of the Teutonic Knights in Transylvania marked a pivotal moment, as King Andrew II of Hungary welcomed their assistance, offering them the district of Burzenland with unprecedented privileges, such as exemption from fees and the right to administer their own justice. This arrangement stemmed from Andrew's connections with the family of Hermann von Salza, through marital negotiations involving his own daughter and the Thuringian Landgrave's son. Under the leadership of a knight named Theodoric, or perhaps Dietrich, the order took on the mantle of protecting Hungary's southeastern frontier from the Cumans, constructing numerous forts and introducing German settlers among the existing Transylvanian Saxon community. Their aggressive expansion and fortification efforts, including the construction of stone castles by 1220, however, ignited envy and suspicion among the Hungarian nobility and clergy, who had been previously more or less indifferent to these lands. The return of King Andrew from the Fifth Crusade to a kingdom simmering with discontent over the campaign's costs and failures exacerbated tensions even further. Nobility pressure to retract the knight's privileges had led Andrew to reassess the initial agreement, although initially he stopped short of revoking their rights. Amidst the rising uncertainty about their future under Prince Bela's impending rule, the knights sought to place themselves directly under papal authority in 1224, a move that, unfortunately for them, backfired rather spectacularly. When King Andrew found out about this, he promptly expelled them from the country in 1225. While the ethnic German settlers brought by the order were allowed to stay, becoming part of the Transylvanian Saxons, Hungary was left vulnerable. You see, the expulsion of the knights, who had provided a robust military defense, left the region ill-prepared against the subsequent Cuman incursions, once again threatening the peace and security of the southeastern borders. In 1226, amidst the crusading zeal that swept through Western Europe, Duke Conrad I of Masovia, from northeastern Poland, sought the help of the Teutonic Knights to secure his borders against the pagan Baltic Old Prussians. He offered Kelmo land as a base for their operations, a proposal that Hermann von Salza, the Grand Master, saw as an opportunity to hone his knight's skills for future battles in the Holy Land, get a little bit of practice in before the real game begins. The Golden Bull of Rimini, issued by Emperor Frederick II, granted the order special imperial rights over Prussia, including that aforementioned Kelmo land under the guise of papal sovereignty. In a significant expansion of their influence, the knights absorbed the smaller order of Dobrzyn in 1235, further cementing their presence in the region and somewhat bolstering their numbers. The campaign to subjugate Prussia unfolded over 50 years, marked by intense violence and resistance from native Prussians who fiercely opposed their conquerors, going as far to execute captured knights in very barbaric medieval rituals. We're talking public executions, racks ripped apart by horses, all manner of medieval imagination. Despite all of this brutality, the conquest eventually led to the formal submission of some Prussian nobles, who saw their privileges reaffirmed by the Treaty of Christburg. However, the repeated Prussian uprisings between 1260 and 83 resulted in the displacement or resettlement of much of the Prussian nobility, eroding the rights of free Prussians and leading to a gradual assimilation of the remaining nobles with the German settlers. This period also saw varying degrees of integration and resistance among the Prussian populace, with frontier regions experiencing more freedoms compared to the more settled areas. The imposition of Christianity, while officially aimed at integrating Prussian society into Western Christendom, was met with mixed responses. The local bishops resisted the incorporation of pagan practices into the new faith, whereas the Teutonic rulers found it easier to manage a populace that had the opportunity to retain some of its pagan traditions, albeit in a form that the Christians found a little more palatable. Look at Christmas, for example. Think of things like that. After decades of warfare, the legacy of the Teutonic Knights' conquest of Prussia was largely stripped of its native population, either through death or deportation, fundamentally altering the region's demographic and cultural landscape forever. In the wake of their military campaigns in Prussia, the Teutonic Order governed the region as a monastic state, enjoying a status akin to that of the Knights Hospitaller in Rhodes and Malta, under the dual auspices of papal and Holy Roman Imperial charters. This era saw Prussia become a bastion of the Order, as it sought to recover from the demographic devastations of plague and warfare that had decimated the native Prussian population. To replenish their numbers and bolster the region's development, the Order actively promoted immigration from across the Holy Roman Empire, drawing Germans, Flemish, and Dutch settlers, as well as from Masovia, bringing in Poles who would later be known as Masurians. This influx of settlers encompassed a broad social spectrum, including nobles, burghers, and peasants, facilitating a gradual assimilation of Germanization of the surviving Old Prussians. So, the landscape of Prussia was dramatically transformed by the Order's architectural endeavors as well, with the construction of numerous castles serving as military bastions to quell native uprisings and support the ongoing confrontations with neighboring realms, like the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. These confrontations were a hallmark of the 14th and 15th centuries, punctuating the Order's tenure in the region with a series of military engagements. Furthermore, the establishment of major towns and cities on the ruins of former Prussian settlements marked the landscape with symbols of the order's dominion and the new Christian order that they imposed. Among these new urban centers were Turin, Kelmo, Olsitzen, Elblag, and Klaipeda, and notably the more recognizable Königsberg, which was established in 1255 to honor King Otakar II of Bohemia, symbolizing the profound transformation and Christianization of the Prussian lands under the Teutonic Order's rule. Following the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Saul, the Livonian Brothers of the Sword found themselves incorporated into the Teutonic Knights in 1237, henceforth known as the Livonian Order. This marked the beginning of a series of ambitious, yet ultimately challenging campaigns to extend their dominion. The Knights' aspiration towards Rus met a setback in 1242 at the Battle of the Ice, where they were defeated by Prince Alexander Nevsky of Novgorod. The ensuing years saw the Order's efforts refocused on the conquest of the Curonians and the Semigalians, though this was not without its own difficulties. In 1260, the Battle of Derbe saw the Knights suffer a defeat at the hands of the Samogitians, igniting widespread uprisings across Prussia and Livonia. It was not until the Siege of Königsberg from 1262 to 1265 that the tide finally began to turn, culminating in the subjugation of the Curonians in 1267 and the Semigalians in 1290. Moreover, a significant Estonian rebellion was quelled between 1343 and 1345, and in 1346 the Duchy of Estonia was acquired from Denmark, further expanding the Order's territory. You see, by now, the Order was getting quite powerful. More land means more power. And as with the Church, the knightly orders, the nobles, it always comes down to land. The fall of Acre in 1291 and subsequent expulsion from Hungary left the Teutonic Knights in search of a new focus for their crusading zeal. And eventually, they found one, a little more close by, in fact, a stone's throw away. They found a target for their cause in the pagan people of Lithuania. The region's resistance to Christianization, at least compared to the rest of Eastern Europe, presented a protracted challenge. Initially relocating their headquarters to Venice with ambitions to reclaim Outremer, the Order soon shifted focus to Marienburg, better positioning themselves for the conflict with Prussia. The prolonged pagan stance of Lithuania attracted knights from across Western Europe to join the seasonal campaigns, leading to notable victories such as the Battle of Strava in 1348 and the Battle of Rudau in 1370. The warfare between the Order and Lithuania was once again marked by extraordinary brutality, as was the style in the 14th century, with recorded instances of torture and ritualistic killings on both sides. The conflict deeply influenced the political landscape, fostering enduring rivalries and impacting the cultural psyche of the region. It was never really the same after these wars. This protracted struggle actually spanned the breadth of over 200 years, with the front line stretching along the Neman River, dotted with numerous forts and castles, encapsulating the enduring and bloody saga of the Teutonic Knights' campaigns in the Baltic. At the dawn of the 14th century, the Teutonic Knights found themselves embroiled in a conflict over Pomeralia's succession, a territory embattled by claims from the Margraves of Brandenburg and Duke Vladislav I, the Elbow High of Poland, each bolstered by diverging historical ties and local support of nobility. The death of King Wenceslas of Poland in 1306 intensified these disputes, leading Brandenburg to seize much of Pomerania, leaving only Gdansk's citadel unoccupied. Unable to defend Gdansk, Vladislav sought the aid of the Teutonic Knights, led by Grand Master Siegfried von Furtwangen. My goodness, those German names. Please excuse my Polish and the German pronunciations. It's not what this channel is best at. In a significant turn of events, the Knights under Prussian Landmaster Henrik von Plotzk expelled the Brandenburgers from Gdansk on September 1308, but then, controversially, retained control over the city. Reports of a massacre vary widely, with figures ranging from 60 to as many as 10,000 victims, reflecting the contentious and unresolved nature of the event. The subsequent Treaty of Soldin in 1309 saw the Knights secure claims to Gdansk and other strategic locales from Brandenburg, solidifying their dominion and facilitating a crucial land bridge between their monastic state and the Holy Roman Empire, while concurrently serving Poland's Baltic access. This acquisition of Gdansk not only intensified the enmity between the Knights and Poland, but it also signified a pivotal moment in the Order's history. Amid the persecution of the Knights Templar, which was really reaching a zenith at this point, the Teutonic Knights shifted their headquarters from Venice to Marienburg in 1309. They did this to attempt to safeguard their autonomy. Now, despite the growing papal scrutiny, the Order maintained its position and continued its campaigns against the pagans in Lithuania, now facing a vengeful Poland and ongoing legal scrutiny. The Treaty of Calitz in 1343 eventually managed to temper the conflict, with the Knights ceding territories to Poland, but retaining Pomerania and Gdansk, thus preventing their strategic gains. This period also saw participation from the Knights in the Battle of Legnica in 1241, alongside a contingent from the English Knights of St. Thomas, marking their involvement in the Mongol invasions of Poland. Despite the disastrous outcome for the combined Polish-German forces against the Mongols' superior tactics, Granted, many of these were tactics that the Mongols had been using in the East, and the Europeans had never really seen anything like it before. Very difficult to deal with, very difficult to plan for a Mongol attack. But that's for the Mongol video. I'll do that one soon. In the mid-14th century, the Teutonic Knights were granted an ambitious mandate by Emperor Louis IV, which purportedly included the right to conquer all of Lithuania and Russia, signifying a dramatic expansion of their crusading frontier. Under the leadership of the new Grandmaster Winrich von Niprod, 1351–82, the order ascended to the zenith of its power and, of course, the zenith of its influence, becoming a beacon for European crusaders and nobility seeking glory and spiritual redemption in the Northern Crusades. The strategic island of Gotland, plagued by piratical exploits of the Victual brothers, was ceded to the Teutonic Knights by King Albert of Sweden. This move, intended to eradicate the pirate threat, saw Grandmaster Conrad von Jungingen successfully reclaim Gotland in 1398, securing the Baltic Sea for merchant traffic and further extending the order's influence. However, the politics of the time shifted dramatically in 1386 with the baptism and subsequent marriage of Grand Duke Jogaila of Lithuania to Queen Jadwiga of Poland, transforming him into King Vladislav II Jagiello of Poland and establishing a personal union that presented a formidable challenge to the Teutonic Knights. Initial attempts by the order to exploit divisions between Vladislav and his cousin Vytautas ultimately backfired, leading to a consolidation of opposition against them. Jogaila's conversion marked the beginning of Lithuania's official Christianization, undermining the crusading pretext under which the Teutonic Knights had justified their expansionist policies. Despite the nominal Christian status of both Prussia and Lithuania, hostilities with Poland and Lithuania persisted, fueled by territorial ambitions and deep-seated rivalries. Old memories certainly die hard. The creation of the Lizard Union in 1397 by Prussian nobles in Kelmoland underscored the growing internal dissent against the order's governance. By 1407, the Teutonic Order had reached the pinnacle of its territorial expansion, commanding a vast dominion that included Prussia, Pomerania, Samogotia, Gotland, also the Neumark, and more, further consolidated by the pawn of Neumark from Brandenburg in 1402. This extensive realm underscored the order's significant, albeit contested, role in the medieval geopolitical theater of Northern Europe. The pivotal moment for the Teutonic Knights came in 1410 with the Battle of Grunwald, where a unified Polish-Lithuanian force under Vladislav II Jagiello and Vytautas delivered a crushing defeat to the order. This battle saw the fall of Grandmaster Ulrich von Jungingen, along with the majority of the order's top officials, challenging the myth of their invincibility. Although the subsequent siege of Marienburg by the victorious Allies failed, largely due to the strategic defense led by Heinrich von Plauen. The first Peace of Thorn in 1411 allowed the order to maintain its territorial holdings. Nonetheless, the image of the order as a formidable force, a undefeatable band of warriors, well, that was significantly tarnished at this point. And once you've lost your reputation, it's very hard to get it back. In the aftermath, the Teutonic Order faced declining influence along with internal discord, exacerbated by the financial strain of a hefty indemnity imposed by Poland and Lithuania, leading to discontent among the cities over lack of representation. Heinrich von Plauen's attempts at authoritarian reforms eventually led to his ousting, with Michael Kuckmeister von Sternberg stepping in as the new Grand Master. Yet, he too struggled to reverse the order's fortunes. The Golub War saw the order cede small border areas and relinquish claims to Samogitia in the Treaty of Melno of 1422. This further ate away and diminished their power. Seems that it was all bad news at this point for the Teutonic Knights. Now, the Order's internal strife was mirrored by the broader situation and broader conflicts of the era, including feuds among knights from different regions and the destructive raids of the Hussites during the Hussite Wars. Despite attempts to repel these invasions, the knights were bested by the Bohemian infantry, highlighting their waning military capability. Further setbacks were encountered in the Polish-Teutonic War from 1431 to 1435, marking a period of sustained decline for the once mighty military order, as they grappled with both external pressures and internal fractures. The formation of the Polish Confederation in 1440 by the gentry and the burghers within the state of the Teutonic Order marked the beginning of significant political upheaval. By 1454, the dissatisfaction with the Order's rule had grown to such an extent that the Confederation began an open rebellion, seeking annexation by the Polish crown. King Casimir IV Jagiellon of Poland welcomed this appeal, formally incorporating the region and setting the stage for the 13 Years' War between the Order and Poland. This conflict saw Prussia ravaged and led to significant territorial and political losses for the Order. In an effort to fund their war efforts, the Order returned Neumark to Brandenburg in 1455, and subsequently lost control of Marienburg Castle, prompting a relocation of their headquarters to Königsberg. The Second Peace of Thorn in 1466 decisively ended the war, with the Order ceding significant territories to Poland and agreeing to become a Polish fief, fundamentally altering its position in the region. From this point forward, Grand Masters were required to pledge allegiance to the Polish king, diminishing the Order's sovereignty. Effectively, at this point, they'd become agents of the Polish monarchy. The decline of the Teutonic Order's power in Prussia culminated in 1525, with Grand Master Albert of Brandenburg's conversion to Lutheranism. Secularization of the order's Prussian holdings, and ultimately the acceptance of the Duchy of Prussia as a personal vassal of the Polish crown through Prussian homage. This event right here effectively ended the order's rule over Prussian lands, though it had retained some territories within the Holy Roman Empire and Livonia, but these were very small territories, and they weren't going to hold them for very long. The subsequent German Peasants' War and the Livonian War further eroded the order's holdings, with the Livonian branch seeing partition and secularization. Post-1525, the order refocused on its possessions in the Holy Roman Empire, establishing a complex administrative structure centered in Bad Mergentheim. Despite these changes, the order's loss of Prussia remained a significant reduction in its power and territorial control, shifting its role from a sovereign military entity to a more fragmented and largely ceremonial organization within the shifting landscape of early modern Europe. After Albert of Brandenburg's departure from the Teutonic Order to establish himself as the Duke of Prussia, Walter von Kronberg took up the mantle as Durchmeister in 1527, ascending to Grand Master by 1530. His leadership marked a significant transitional period for the order, notably recognized by Emperor Charles V, who amalgamated the roles of Durchmeister and Grand Master into the title of Hoch- und Durchmeister in 1531, elevating the position to the status of Prince of the Empire. This reorganization ushered in a new chapter for the order, with its Grand Magistery relocated to Mergentheim in Württemberg, an area that suffered quite a lot during the earlier German Peasants' War. The order's commitment to the imperial cause, particularly its support for Charles V against the Schmalkaldic League, underscored its enduring martial spirit. Old habits were hard to shake. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 marked a significant shift, allowing for Protestant membership while maintaining a predominantly Catholic composition, leading to a tri-denominational structure encompassing Catholic, Lutheran, and Reformed factions. This period also saw Grand Masters from notable German families, and after 1761, the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, managing the order's extensive holdings and leveraging its military expertise in service to the Habsburg monarchy against the Ottoman Empire. The order's storied military tradition faced its denouement in 1805 with the Peace of Pressburg's Article 12, which transitioned the German territories of the Knights into a hereditary domain under the prospective governance of the Habsburg prince. However, the provisions of Pressburg went unfulfilled by the Treaty of Schönbrunn in 1809, leading Napoleon Bonaparte to order the dissolution of the Knights' remaining territories, distributing them among his German allies by 1810. And this marked the definitive end of the Teutonic Knights' territorial sovereignty, transitioning the order from a formidable military and monastic power into a chapter of European history shaped by centuries of crusade, conflict, and change. Richard I, also known as Richard the Lionheart, was a formidable figure in medieval European history, renowned for his prowess and leadership on the battlefield. Richard ascended to the throne in England in 1189, ruling until his death in 1199. His lineage traced back to Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine, and though initially an unlikely heir, Richard emerged as a dominant force in European politics. From a young age, Richard exhibited military acumen, taking command of his own army by the age of 16 and quelling rebellions against his father. However, his most notable exploits came during the Third Crusade, where he played a crucial role as a commander of the Christian forces. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to see you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel and everything I do here on YouTube, go and have a look at the Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Also, like, subscribe and comment below if you're enjoying this style of content. Now without further ado, let's begin our topic for today's video: Richard the Lionheart. Richard, born on the 8th of September 1157, likely at Beaumont Palace in Oxford, England, was the son of King Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine. He grew up alongside siblings William, Henry the young king, and Matilda, with William passing away before Richard's birth. Despite being a younger son, Richard was not anticipated to inherit the throne. He had 4 additional siblings from his parents, and 2 half-sisters from Eleanor's prior marriage to King Louis VII of France. Richard's lineage traced back to William the Conqueror, and according to legend, to figures like Noah and Woden. Raised primarily in England during his father's periodic visits to his various domains, Richard's early years were marked by travels to Normandy with his mother and the care of his wet nurse, Hodierna of St. Albans. While the extent of his English proficiency remains uncertain, Richard was known for his education, displaying talents in poetry and writing in both Limousin and French. During his imprisonment, Richard's brother John leveraged English bias against foreigners to undermine the authority of Richard's chancellor William Longchamp, who was Norman. One accusation against Longchamp, made by John's supporter Hugh Nanant, was his purported inability to speak English, highlighting the expectation of English proficiency for those in positions of authority in the late 12th century England. Descriptions of Richard depict him as physically striking, with reddish blonde hair, light eyes, and a fair complexion. While his exact height is uncertain due to the loss of his remains, some sources claim he stood at 6'5", contrasting starkly with his shorter brother John, who was around 5'5". One account describes Richard as tall, with an elegant build, reddish gold hair, and a long, well-suited limbs, particularly well-suited for wielding a sword. In medieval Europe, marriage alliances were not just matters of personal choice, but crucial diplomatic tools that could shape political landscapes. Richard, born in 1157 to King Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine, was destined to play a central role in such engagements. Early on, a marriage pact was proposed between Richard and one of the daughters of Raymond Berenguer IV, the Count of Barcelona, in March 1159. However, due to various circumstances, this plan eventually fell through. Meanwhile, Henry, the young king, Richard's elder brother, solidified an alliance by marrying Margaret, daughter of Louis VII of France, in 1160. This union between the Plantagenets and the Capetians, though seemingly harmonious, occasionally faced tensions inherent in their complex relationship between England and France. Henry II's territorial ambitions further complicated matters, especially in Brittany and the Vexin, leading to conflicts with the French crown. Despite these challenges, Richard's betrothal to Alice, Countess of the Vexin, was finally confirmed in January 1169, after a peace treaty mediated by Pope Alexander III. This betrothal marked a significant diplomatic achievement, as it represented an attempt to bridge the rivalry between the English and French monarchies. Henry II, envisioning a division of his vast territories, planned for Richard to inherit Aquitaine and Poitiers from his mother, Eleanor, thereby securing his position as a powerful vassal in southwest of France. Henry II's illness in 1170 prompted the formal implementation of his territorial division plan. Richard, who at this time was only 14 years old, was granted the Duchy of Aquitaine, a momentous step towards his independent rule. Together with his mother, Eleanor, Richard embarked on a tour of Aquitaine in 1171, aiming to assert his authority and win over the local populace. The ceremonies held in Poitiers and Limoges in June of 1172 were pivotal in Richard's official recognition as the Duke of Aquitaine and Count of Poitou. These events marked his transition from a young nobleman to a ruler vested with authority over significant territories. With the backing of his mother and the formalities of investiture, Richard embarked on his journey of becoming one of the most renowned figures in the medieval era, setting the stage for his illustrious reign as the Lionheart. The seeds of rebellion sown within the Plantagenet family bore bitter fruit in the form of Henry the young king's defiance against his father, Henry II. According to Ralph of Coggeshall, the young king sought to assert his independence and stake his claim to the territories promised to him, weary of his father's control over finances and authority. Speculation even arose that Eleanor of Aquitaine, the young king's mother, may have fueled the flames of dissent among her sons. But that is exactly that, speculation. Henry the young king's bold move to seek refuge at the French court under Louis VII signaled the beginning of open defiance. Joined by his brothers Richard and Geoffrey, they formed a formidable coalition against their father, strengthened by Louis's support and the accolade of knighthood bestowed upon Richard. Their rebellion, as described by the poet Jordan Fantos, was marked by strife and discord, devoid of all familial affection. Bound by a solemn oath at the French court, the brothers vowed not to negotiate with Henry II without Louis VII and the French barons' consent. Bolstered by promises of land and wealth, the young king garnered support from influential barons, including Philip I, Count of Flanders, and rallied allies in England, igniting rebellions in various regions. Robert de Beaumont, Earl of Leicester, joined forces with other nobles, launching a rebellion in Suffolk that gained momentum by July 1173, with sieges and captures marking their advance. As the rebellion continued to unfold, Richard took charge of the situation in Poitou, rallying local barons to his cause against his father's supporters in Aquitaine. Eleanor's capture left Richard to lead the campaign independently, facing resistance as he sought to consolidate his base of operations. Though met with a good amount of setbacks, Richard's resolve remained firm as he navigated the tumultuous landscape of that familial strife and politics, laying the groundwork for his future as a formidable leader. The rebellion continued to intensify, and Henry II mobilized a formidable army of over 20,000 mercenaries to quell the unrest. Advancing towards Verneuil, he forced Louis VII into retreat and recaptured Dole, asserting control over Brittany. Despite the military presence, Henry III extended an olive branch to his sons, offering peace, but the Council of Louis led to its rejection. In a swift turn of events, Henry's forces seized Saintes by surprise, capturing much of its garrison, while Richard narrowly escaped, seeking refuge in Château de Taillebout. Meanwhile, Henry the young king and the Count of Flanders prepared to support the rebellion in England. However, their plans were thwarted as Henry II swiftly returned with a contingent of soldiers, accompanied by his prisoners, including Eleanor and his sons' wives and fiancées. Yet upon his arrival, Henry discovered that the rebellion had already crumbled, with key figures like William of Scotland and Hugh Bigod already captured. Subsequently, Henry returned to France, lifting the siege of Rouen, where Louis VII and the young king had converged after abandoning their English invasion plans. The ensuing defeat led to the signing of the Treaty of Mont-Louis in the September of 1174. With the truce excluding Richard, he found himself to be isolated and vulnerable. In a dramatic plea for forgiveness, Richard sought reconciliation with his father, reportedly shedding tears and falling at Henry's feet. Moved by his son's display of contrition, Henry extended the peace, marking the beginning of a reconciliation process that would also involve Richard's brothers. However, the terms offered to the brothers were less favorable than earlier proposals, with Richard granted limited control over castles in Poitou and Aquitaine. Eleanor, held as a captive, remained a political pawn in Henry II's political maneuvers, ensuring Richard's compliance with the terms of reconciliation. Following the resolution of the conflict, efforts to restore order in the rebellious territories commenced. Henry undertook the pacification of Anjou, while Geoffrey focused on Brittany. In January of 1175, Richard was dispatched to Aquitaine to quell dissent among the barons who had rallied to his cause. The Chronicle of Roger Howden provides insight into Richard's activities during this period, detailing his endeavors to restore control over the region. According to Howden, Richard's directives included the restoration of most rebel-held castles to their pre-war condition, albeit within a tight deadline, with some structures rather slated for destruction. The task proved to be arduous, given the proliferation of stone castles and the extensive fortification that was undertaken by the barons. One notable engagement during Richard's campaign was the 2-month siege of Castillon-sur-Agen. Despite the fortress's formidable reputation, Richard's determined leadership and siege engines eventually compelled the defenders to surrender. It was during this campaign that Richard earned the epithet the Lion, or the Lionheart, for his courageous and indomitable demeanor. References to Richard as our Lion appear as early as 1187, while the moniker Lionheart is first documented in Ambroise l'Histoire de la Guerre Sainte, and once again, sorry about my French pronunciation, in 1191, during the campaign in Acre, later in the Crusades era. Also, you might hear the French expression Coeur de Lion. Richard de Coeur de Lion just means Richard the Lionheart, but I'll try and keep it in English as much as I can. Now, amidst these military exploits, tensions simmered within the royal family. Henry II, weary of empowering his sons with resources that could be ultimately turned against him, reportedly appropriated Alice of France, that's Richard's betrothed, as his own mistress. This maneuver complicated Richard's prospects at marrying Alice, as the union would be deemed illicit by the Church. Despite pressure to renounce the betrothal, Richard hesitated, as Alice's dowry, which included the strategic Vexin region, held significant political value. Moreover, Alice's familial ties to King Philip II of France posed further complications, as he was a key ally whose goodwill Henry II sought to maintain. Following his failed rebellion against his father, Richard turned his attention to quelling internal revolts within Aquitaine, particularly in Gascony, where his increasingly harsh rule actually managed to incite a major uprising in 1179. The rebels seeking to depose Richard enlisted the aid of his brothers, Henry and Geoffrey. However, the tide turned in the spring of 1179 at the Charente Valley, where the formidable fortress of Taillebourg stood. Richard employed a strategic approach, decimating the surrounding lands to cut off reinforcements and retreat options for the fortress's defenders. Despite its formidable defenses, Richard's forces prevailed, compelling the garrison to sally out and engaging them in battle before seizing the castle in a swift 2-day assault. This resounding victory at Taillebourg quelled further rebellion, as many barons pledged allegiance to Richard. In subsequent years, tensions between Richard and his father kept escalating, with Henry II demanding Richard's homage to Henry the Young King, which Richard adamantly refused. The situation reached a boiling point in 1183, when Henry the Young King, along with Geoffrey of Brittany, invaded Aquitaine to subdue Richard. However, Richard successfully repelled the invasion, with his barons rallying to his cause. The conflict intensified with the execution of prisoners, and only paused briefly with the young king's death in the June of 1183, leaving Richard as the eldest surviving son, and also the heir to the English throne. Yet the rift between Richard and Henry had persisted, exacerbated by Henry's demand for Richard to relinquish Aquitaine. Richard's steadfast refusal prompted Henry II to release Queen Eleanor from captivity and dispatch her to Aquitaine, tasking her with asserting control over Richard's lands. In 1187, Richard sought to bolster his position by forging an alliance with Philip II, the young King of France and son of Eleanor's former husband, Louis VII. Roger of Howden's chronicle depicts Richard's audacious move to secure his castles in Poitou and defy his father's authority, effectively setting the stage for further confrontations between the father and son. Howden's focus on the political dynamics between Richard and Philip sheds light on their strategic alliance, which was instrumental in shaping the events leading to Richard's ascension. In response to the escalating tensions with his father and the looming threat posed by Henry's forces, Richard took decisive action by joining Philip in taking the cross at Tours, indicating their commitment to the Crusades. In exchange for Philip's support against Henry, Richard paid homage to him in November 1188. Their combined forces achieved a significant victory over Henry's army at Balance on the 4th of July, 1189, prompting Henry to acknowledge Richard as his heir apparent. Just 2 days later, Henry's death in Chinon paved the way for Richard to ascend to the English throne, as well as inherit the titles of the Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou. Although Roger of Howden's account of Henry's death bleeding in Richard's presence remains unverified, it underscores the political intrigue surrounding Richard's rise to power. Richard I's investiture as Duke of Normandy on the 20th of July, 1189, marked a significant step in his ascent to power, culminating in his coronation as king at Westminster Abbey on the 3rd of September, 1189. However, this momentous occasion was marred by violence and persecution against the Jewish community. Despite tradition barring Jews from investiture culture, some Jewish leaders ventured to present gifts to the new king, only to face rather brutal mistreatment at the hands of Richard's courtiers, as recounted by Ralph of Diceto. Rumors soon circulated that Richard had ordered the killing of all triggering a vicious attack by the people of London on the Jewish population. Arsonists destroyed many Jewish homes. Several Jews were forcibly converted, and there were also many tragedies of casualties in the mix of all of this. Roger of Howden attributes the violence to jealousy and bigotry among the citizens, with Richard punishing the perpetrators and even allowing forcibly converted Jew to return to Judaism. However, Baldwin of Ford, Archbishop of Canterbury, expressed dismay at the unfolding events, highlighting the precarious situation faced by Richard as he prepared to depart on crusade. Recognizing the potential destabilization of his realm, Richard ordered the execution of those responsible for the most egregious acts, including rioters who inadvertently harmed Christian homes. Despite issuing a royal writ to protect the Jews, further violence erupted in March, culminating in a massacre at York. These events underscore the pretty terrible situation during Richard's early reign, which was categorized by religious tensions and challenges to royal authority. In 1187, Richard committed fully to the Third Crusade as Count of Poitou. Following his father and Philip II's lead after the fall of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1188. Fearing territorial usurpation during their absence, Richard and Philip agreed to embark on the crusade together. Richard, seeking redemption for his past deeds, raised funds for his crusader army by depleting his father's treasury, imposing taxes, and granting positions and privileges for exorbitant fees. Notably, he freed William I of Scotland from his oath of subservience in exchange for a hefty sum. Finalizing agreements on the continent, he appointed various officials to oversee his domains and left regions to manage affairs in his absence. Troubadours like Bertrand de Born criticized Richard's delay in departing for the crusade. Meanwhile, Richard's brother John began scheming against William Longchamp, one of the appointed regents. In pursuit of funds, Richard was reputed to have made a rather interesting remark. Apparently, he had quipped, "I would have sold London if I could have found a buyer." In September 1190, Richard and Philip arrived in Sicily, where they encountered political turmoil following the death of King William II. Tancred had seized power, imprisoning Richard's sister, Queen Joan, and withholding her inheritance. Richard demanded her release and restitution, which was granted, partially. However, the unrest continued to persist, leading to a revolt in Messina in October of the same year. Richard intervened, capturing the city and establishing it as his base, leading to a good amount of friction with Philip. After prolonged negotiations, a treaty was signed in March 1191, securing compensation for Joan and confirming Arthur of Brittany as Richard's heir. Despite the initial tensions, Richard and Philip made a full reconciliation, with Richard ending his betrothal to Philip's sister Alice. Before departing for the Holy Land, Richard met with Joachim of Fiore, who shared a prophecy from the Book of Revelation with him. The prophecy was rather motivating, and sent Richard along his way. In April 1191, Richard embarked from Messina for Acre with 17,000 troops. But he didn't get far. A storm scattered his fleet. His sister, Joan, and fiancée, Berengaria of Navarre, along with other ships, was stranded on Cyprus, which at the time was ruled by Isaac Komnenos. Upon arriving in Lemessos in the 1st of May, Richard demanded their release, but Isaac refused. Richard's forces then took Lemnos, and various Holy Land princes, including Guy of Lusignan, pledged support in exchange for backing Guy against Conrad of Montferrat. Local magnates then began to desert Isaac, who initially sought peace, but later attempted escape. By June 1st, Richard's troops, led by Guy de Lusignan, conquered the island fully. Isaac surrendered, and Richard named governors, eventually selling Cyprus to the Templars' master, Robert de Sable, before departing for Acre on the 5th of June. The swift capture of Cyprus secured a vital maritime route to the Holy Land and bolstered Richard's reputation and coffers, while the island maintained a Christian stronghold until the Ottoman conquest of 1570. Before departing Cyprus for the Crusade, Richard married Berengaria, daughter of King Sancho VI of Navarre, whom he had grown close to at the Navarrese tournament. The lavish wedding took place on the 12th of May, 1191, in Lemessos' chapel of St. George, attended by Richard's sister Joan. Despite being betrothed to Alice, Richard pursued the match to secure Navarre as a fief and align with Eleanor's interests, as Navarre bordered Aquitaine. Richard and Berengaria briefly joined the crusade together, before returning separately. Berengaria faced challenges on her journey home, and did not reach England until after Richard's death. Although Richard expressed some remorse for his past behavior after his release from German captivity, he and Berengaria remained estranged, and their marriage remained childless. Richard arrived at Acre on June 8, 1191, and supported Guy of Lusignan's claim to the kingship of Jerusalem. Despite Guy's wife Isabela's death during the previous year's siege of Acre, Conrad of Montferrat, Isabela's half-sister, Isabella's second husband, contested Guy's claim and was backed by Philip of France and Leopold V, Duke of Austria. Richard also allied with Humphrey IV of Toron, Isabella's first husband. Despite suffering from a serious illness similar to scurvy, Richard aided in the capture of Acre. He quarreled with Leopold over the deposition of Isaac Komnenos and raised banners, resulting in Leopold's departure from the crusade, followed by Philip's departure due to health issues and disputes with Richard. Richard kept Muslim prisoners as hostages, but feared being trapped in Acre, so he ordered their execution. He then defeated Saladin's forces at the Battle of Arsuf and advanced towards Jerusalem, reaching Beit Nuba before deciding to retreat due to bad weather and other strategic concerns. negotiations with Saladin were unsuccessful. Then Richard refortified Ascalon in early 1192. Following an election, Richard reluctantly accepted Conrad of Montferrat as King of Jerusalem and sold Cyprus to his protege, Guy. However, Conrad was assassinated by the assassins before his coronation. Richard's nephew, Henry II of Champagne, then married Conrad's widow, Isabella, who at this time was pregnant with Conrad's child. Although the murder remained unsolved, many suspected Richard's involvement. In the June of 1192, the Crusader army approached Jerusalem, but it was divided on strategy. Richard and the majority advocated for attacking Egypt to weaken Saladin, while Hugh III, Duke of Burgundy, insisted on a direct assault on Jerusalem. This disagreement led to a retreat to the coast, as the army lacked a unified command. Minor skirmishes followed, including a notable victory for the Crusaders at the Battle of Jaffa, where Richard's martial prowess was praised by contemporary Muslim sources. However, both sides recognized the growing difficulties of their position. Richard faced plots from Philip and his own brother John, while Saladin's army suffered from low morale due to repeated defeats. Despite attempts to strengthen his bargaining position, such as an unsuccessful invasion of Egypt, Richard realized he needed to return home. He reached a settlement with Saladin on September 2nd, 1192, agreeing to destroy Ascalon's fortifications and initiating a 3-year truce. Ill with Arnaldia, Richard departed for England on October 9th, 1192. Bad weather during Richard's voyage compelled him to dock at Corfu, then part of the Byzantine Empire under Isaac II Angelos. However, Angelos was not too impressed with Richard. He objected to his annexation of Cyprus, which had previously been Byzantine territory. Disguised as a Knight Templar, Richard sailed from Corfu with 4 attendants, but their ship was wrecked near Aquileia. This forced Richard and his companions to embark on a dangerous overland journey throughout Central Europe. Subsequently, near Vienna, Richard was captured just before Christmas 1192 by Leopold of Austria, who accused him of arranging the murder of Conrad de Montferrat, and resented Richard's actions at Acre, particularly the tearing down of Leopold's standard. Richard was then held prisoner at Dürnstein Castle, under the care of Leopold's ministerialis, Hadmar of Coenring. News of Richard's captivity reached England, where the regents were initially uncertain of his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Richard composed Genus en Prix. That's right, he wrote his own little song about it, a song that expressed his feelings of abandonment, addressed to his half-sister Marie. Pope Celestine III, considering the detention of a crusader contrary to public law, decided to excommunicate Leopold. And this was a big deal, by the way. If you got excommunicated, your people were very displeased with you. Richard was later transferred to Trefells Castle under the custody of the Holy Roman Emperor, Henry VI. I know there's a lot of Henrys, just bear with me. Who was aggrieved by Richard's support for Henry the Lion's family and his recognition of Tancred in Sicily. Henry demanded an exorbitant sum, a big ransom set at 150,000 marks, and that was equivalent to 2 or 3 times the annual income of the English crown under Richard. Eleanor of Aquitaine, Richard's mother, tirelessly worked to raise the ransom. Leopold proposed a marriage between his heir Frederick and Eleanor, fair maid of Brittany, niece of Richard, as part of the ransom negotiation. Clergy and laymen were heavily taxed, church treasures were confiscated, and additional funds were raised from taxes wherever they could get them. Despite John and King Philip of France offering a ransom to prolong Richard's captivity, the money was eventually raised, and Richard was released on the 4th of February 1194. Philip sent a warning to John upon Richard's release, indicating that the devil is loose. Additionally, pressure from the Pope compelled Frederick to abandon the marriage plan with Eleanor after Leopold's sudden death. Now, during Richard's absence, his brother John had rebelled with the support of Philip II of France, who successfully conquered Normandy, among other territories, during Richard's imprisonment. However, upon Richard's return, he forgave John and reaffirmed him as his heir instead of their new nephew Arthur. To nullify the shame of his captivity, Richard underwent a second coronation ceremony at Winchester on 11th of March, 1194. After this, he immediately initiated the reconquest of Normandy, focusing on building a new stronghold to defend the duchy and serve as a base for his campaign. Despite the terms of the Treaty of Louviers prohibiting fortifications, Richard embarked on the construction of the formidable Château Gaillard. The Archbishop of Rouen, initially reluctant to sell the necessary land, eventually acquiesced after Richard seized the property amid opposition from the church. Construction of Château Gaillard, although costly, proceeded swiftly under Richard's personal supervision. Its innovative design and efficient construction made it one of the finest castles in Europe. Richard made the chateau his favored residence, evident in official documents bearing its name. Determined to resist Philip's expansionist ambitions, Richard formed alliances and waged war against him. Despite Philip's military successes, Richard secured victories at battles like Fréteval in 1194 and Gisors in 1198, where he adopted the motto, "God and my right," which later became the motto of the British monarchy. In March 1199, Richard found himself in Limousin, quelling a revolt led by Viscount Aymar V of Limoges. Despite it being Lent, Richard mercilessly ravaged the Viscount's land in a campaign marked by fire and sword. He then turned his attention to the insignificant castle of Chalus-Chabrol, which some chroniclers suggest was due to rumors of a hidden treasure trove of Roman gold. On the 6th of March, 1199, Tragedy struck as Richard was struck in the shoulder by a crossbow bolt during the siege. The wound quickly turned gangrenous, sealing Richard's fate. There was nothing they could do about it. Desiring to confront his assailant, Richard learned that the crossbowman was a youth seeking revenge for Richard's prior action against his family. Remarkably, Richard forgave the boy and granted him freedom, showing a final act of mercy before his death on the 6th of April, 1199, in the presence of his mother. Richard's death marked the end of an era, earning him the posthumous epithet, the Lion by the Ant. His remains were then divided, with his heart interred in Rouen, his entrails in Chalos, and the rest of his body laid to rest beside his father in Fontevraud Abbey. In 2012, analysis of Richard's embalmed heart revealed symbolic substances, including frankincense. In the years following his death, Bishop Henry Sandford claimed to have witnessed Richard's ascent to heaven in a vision, suggesting his purification in purgatory. With no legitimate heirs, Richard's brother John succeeded him as king, although his French territories initially favored his nephew Arthur. Richard's passing without direct heir marked the beginning of the decline of the Angevin Empire. Isabela of Castile, born 1451, a transformative monarch who, alongside her husband Ferdinand II of Aragon, unified Spain under a single crown and set the stage for its emergence as a global superpower. Ascending to the throne in 1474, her reign was marked by decisive religious and political reform, including the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition in 1478 and the expulsion of the Jewish population in 1492. Her sponsorship of Christopher Columbus's 1492 voyage led to the opening of the New World and extended Spain's influence across the vast oceans. Her patronage of the arts and education further ignited the Spanish Renaissance, enhancing her legacy as a ruler who significantly shaped not only Spanish, but world history. And despite all of the controversies surrounding her policies, particularly her role in those widespread religious persecutions, she remains a pivotal figure in the narrative of nation-building and global exploration. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, great to see you again. Off we go on another adventure together. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it. The best way to support me is just to enjoy the content at your own pace. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button are only one click away, and if you want to go further than that, take a look in the video description. Now, without further ado, let's get busy. Isabela of Castile was born on April 22nd, 1451, in Madrigal de la Altas Torres, to John II of Castile and his second wife, Isabella of Portugal. She was originally second in line to the throne after her older half-brother Henry IV of Castile. 2 years later, her brother Alfonso was born, moving her to third in line. Sons always get priority, you see. Now, upon the death of their father in 1454, Henry IV ascended the throne, and Isabella and her siblings came under his care, relocating to Arevalo. Despite the provisions in her father's will for financial support, Isabella and her family faced hardships, primarily due to King Henry's failure to fulfill these wishes, possibly to limit their influence. During these challenging times, Isabella was raised with a strong focus on piety and religious values, guided closely by her mother. As turmoil increased when King Henry's wife, Joan of Portugal, was pregnant with Joanna, Isabella and Alfonso were summoned to the royal court in Segovia for their education. Here, Isabella's lifestyle improved significantly, away from all those troubles, and she received a well-rounded education, living in relative comfort, although she was kept well away from the political unrest outside the palace walls. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. The political scenario intensified when rumors questioned Joanna's paternity, suggesting that she was the child of Beltran de la Cueva, a royal favorite, rather than the legitimate child of King Henry. This led the nobility to challenge Henry's lineage, promoting Alfonso as the true heir, and even encouraging him to claim the throne for himself. The dispute culminated in the Second Battle of Olmedo in 1467, which ended without a clear victor, but with Alfonso being recognized as heir presumptive, under the condition that he would marry Joanna. Alfonso's untimely death, however, in 1468, suspected to be from poisoning, placed Isabella as the focal point of the succession. Now, Isabella, now proposed as heir by the nobles, sought to stabilize the situation through negotiation, rather than further conflict. She met with Henry IV at Toros de Guisando, where they agreed that Isabella would be his heir presumptive, a position that required her not to marry without Henry's consent, but also assured that she wouldn't be forced into marriage. This agreement quelled immediate hostilities and preserved the notion of lawful succession, which was crucial for Isabella's claim and future ambitions. Isabella's early betrothal and subsequent marriage plans were deeply entangled with the politics of Spain and its neighboring kingdoms. At just 6 years old, she was betrothed to Ferdinand of Aragon, intended as a political alliance between Castile and Aragon to solidify the king's friendships and showcase their mutual trust to the world. Of course, this arrangement was somewhat short-lived due to shifting political aspirations. The death, however, of Alfonso V of Aragon in 1458 significantly altered the power dynamic in the region. His territories, including the strategic islands of Sicily and Sardinia, were inherited by his brother, John II of Aragon, strengthening John's position and reducing his need for an alliance with Henry IV of Castile, Isabella's half-brother. As John II's power increased, Henry IV saw an opportunity to align with Charles of Viana, John's estranged elder son, who was in conflict with his father. Part of this alliance involved a proposed marriage between Charles and Isabella. However, when John II discovered the plan, he was furious, as he had hoped Isabella would marry his favored younger son, Ferdinand. In response, John threw Charles in prison on accusations of conspiracy, and Charles died in captivity in 1461. A few years later, another marriage proposal surfaced for Isabella, this time linking her to Afonso V of Portugal in 1465. This alliance was facilitated by the Queen and the Count of Ledesma, aiming to secure a Portuguese alliance. However, Isabella, demonstrating early signs of the independent and decisive nature that would characterize her reign, was skeptical of this match, and ultimately just refused to consent to it, prioritizing her own political instincts and future aspirations over immediate diplomatic gains, which was, of course, a rather novel idea for the time. Now, the politics of Castile was always tumultuous, but at this point in time it was especially so, marked by a civil war over King Henry's ineffective reign. He was not popular. Amidst the chaos, an arrangement was made for Isabella to marry one Pedro Giron Acuña Pacheco, master of the Order of Calatrava. It was mainly made to appease the nobles. Now Pedro was not only influential, but he was also the brother of the king's favorite, Juan Pacheco, and promised a significant dowry to the royal treasury. Despite Henry's agreement to the marriage, Isabella was vehemently opposed and openly prayed for its cancellation. And miraculously for her, Pedro, while he was en route to meet Isabella, suddenly died, and it's quite hard to get married after that. The proposal was effectively ended. Very good luck for Isabella, it seems. While the ongoing instability led Henry to recognize Isabella as his heir presumptive on September the 19th, 1468, under conditions respecting her autonomy in marital decisions. However, Henry's subsequent actions contradicted this promise. He entertained a potential alliance with Edward IV of England, considering a marriage between Isabella and Richard, Duke of Gloucester. But this plan was never pursued earnestly. Thus, Henry's political maneuvers persisted, as he once again proposed a marriage between Isabella and Afonso V of Portugal, aiming to secure a dual inheritance of Portugal and Castile for his daughter Joanna, and also Afonso's son, John II. Isabella was understandably annoyed, and she rejected the proposal, remaining firm in her secret commitment to marry Ferdinand of Aragon, her initial betrothed. He was also her cousin, but far be it for me to push my morality on others. Well, as Henry sought an alliance with France by proposing marriage between Isabella and Charles the Duke of Berry, Isabella once again held steadfast, refusing the match. Secret negotiations between John II of Aragon and Isabella led to a covert agreement to marry his son Ferdinand. The secret pact came to fruition when Isabella, under the pretense of visiting her brother's tomb, eloped from Henry's court, and Ferdinand, disguised as a servant, crossed Castile to meet her. Kind of romantic, don't you think? Well, their marriage took place on October 19th, 1469, in the Palacio de los Vivero in Valladolid. Since they were second cousins, the marriage did require papal dispensation to be considered legal. They were already allegedly aided by Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia, who procured a falsified papal bull from the already deceased Pope Pius II, allowing the marriage within the prohibited degrees of consanguinity. Now, upon the death of King Henry IV of Castile, December 11, 1471, his successor Isabella swiftly moved to secure her position. By December 12th, she had taken refuge in the Alcazar of Segovia, a significant fortress, where she garnered the support of influential figures like Andres de Cabrera and the Council of Segovia. The very next day, amidst a backdrop of political uncertainty, Isabella was proclaimed Queen of Castile and Leon, setting the stage for her reign. However, Isabella's ascension was far from uncontested. Diego Pacheco, the Marquis of Villena, and other dissenters challenged her claim to the throne, advocating instead for Joanna la Bertranella, the daughter of King Henry IV. You see, they argued that Joanna, being Henry's offspring, was the legitimate heir. Complicating matters even further, the Archbishop of Toledo, a previously staunch supporter of Isabella, defected over to join the Marquis's case. Their strategy involved a political marriage between Joanna and King Afonso V of Portugal, followed by a military invasion to seize the Castilian crown for Joanna. By May 1475, this plan was set into motion as King Afonso V led his forces into Spain, marrying Joanna in Plasencia and solidifying their alliance against Isabella. This union marked the beginning of a protracted and brutal conflict known as the War of the Castilian Succession. The war's pivotal moment came at the Battle of Toro on March 1st, 1476. The battle was fiercely contested and concluded with ambiguous results. In fact, both sides had been beaten up pretty badly, but they both still claimed victory. King Afonso V's troops faced defeat at the hands of the Castilian forces, commanded by the Duke of Alba and Cardinal Mendoza. Meanwhile, the Portuguese contingent, led by John of Portugal, managed to defeat the Castilian right wing and maintain control over the battlefield. This mixed outcome did not decisively end the conflict, but highlighted the deep divisions and ongoing struggle for control over Castile. The war for succession would continue to shape Isabella's reign, testing her resolve and leadership in the formative years of her rule. The Battle of Toro, although tactically indecisive, emerged as a significant political victory for Isabella and Ferdinand, solidifying their rule over Castile. The battle's outcome led to the disbandment of Joanna la Bertranella's supporters and forced the withdrawal of the Portuguese forces from Castilian territory. The strategic aftermath of this encounter, while the Portuguese king Afonso V reorganized his troops, Ferdinand cleverly broadcasted news of a supposed decisive victory across Castile and beyond, leading to the dissolution of opposition forces and portraying the battle as a crushing defeat for the Portuguese. Capitalizing on this victory, Isabella convened the Cortes at Madrigal, Segovia, between April and October 1476, where her daughter, also named Isabella, was sworn in as the heiress to the Castilian crown. This act not only reinforced the legitimacy of her own reign, but also strengthened the dynastic succession. Isabella's resolve as a leader was further tested in August 1476, when a rebellion broke out in Segovia. Demonstrating her skill and independence as a ruler, Isabella personally rode into the city herself to quell the uprising, and Ferdinand was nowhere to be seen. He was out engaged in his own military campaigns. Ignoring the counsel of her male advisers, she entered the city completely alone to negotiate with the rebels. And she was successful. She suppressed the revolt, swiftly and decisively. In 1478, the birth of her son, John, Prince of Asturias, further solidified her position. The arrival of a male heir was widely viewed as additional legitimization of her reign, enhancing her standing among her contemporaries. During this period, the struggle for power extended beyond the borders of Castile into the Atlantic Ocean, where the Castilian and Portuguese navies vied for control over the lucrative trade routes to Guinea, which were rich in gold and slaves. The Battle of Guinea, a naval battle, marked another crucial conflict during Isabella's reign, as it was pivotal in determining control over these valuable maritime resources. The conclusion of the prolonged conflict between Castile and Portugal was marked by the Treaty of Alsacovas, signed on the 4th of September, 1479. This treaty was pivotal, as it decisively ended the War of the Castilian Succession, with substantial outcomes influencing the balance of power in the Atlantic territories. While Portugal acknowledged Isabella as the legitimate Queen of Castile, it secured an expansive share of Atlantic territories. These included Guinea, with its lucrative gold mines, as well as the Cape Verde and Madeira Islands, the Azores, and exclusive rights to conquer the Kingdom of Fez. In stark contrast, Castile retained the Canary Islands, but had to forego any further Atlantic expansion south of these islands. The treaty also mandated Castile to pay Portugal a substantial war indemnity, totaling over 100,000 obols of gold. Moreover, it included provisions for the political asylum of Joana la Bertraneja in Portugal, rather than Spain. It also required Isabel and Ferdinand to pardon all supporters of Joanna and King Afonso V of Portugal. Crucially, the Catholic monarchs, who had even proclaimed themselves rulers of Portugal during the conflict, were compelled to relinquish any claims to the Portuguese crown. Well, of course, this treaty heavily favored Portugal, granting it almost a monopoly over the lucrative Atlantic trade routes and significant territories, effectively limiting Castilian maritime expansion. This arrangement caused considerable discontent in Castile, particularly in Andalusia, which was aggrieved by the loss of access to the gold of Guinea. Thus things shifted significantly with Christopher Columbus's voyages, which began in 1492. Columbus's discovery of the New World, under the auspices of the Spanish crown, offered a new avenue for expansion, circumventing the limitations imposed by the Treaty of Alsacovas. The monarchs had instructed Columbus to adhere strictly to the territorial boundaries established by the treaties, specifically directing him to explore along the parallel of the Canary Islands. The strategic exploration led to the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, which renegotiated the terms of Atlantic exploration and colonization, establishing a more favorable balance for Castile. This new agreement redefined the zones of Spanish and Portuguese influence, granting Spain access to newfound territories in the Americas, while maintaining Portugal's rights to its African and Asian ventures. The shift not only alleviated the constraints placed on Castile by the Treaty of Alsagovas, but also heralded a new era of Spanish expansion and influence in the New World. Thus, when Isabella ascended to the throne in 1474, Castile was in dire straits, marked by rampant crime and minimal law enforcement during the reign of her brother Henry IV. This period was characterized by widespread violence, with crimes such as murder and robbery, and even worse crimes committed against women, occurring frequently and largely unpunished. The necessity to reform and stabilize her kingdom was certainly evident, and Isabella approached this challenge with a very strong hand, often perceived as favoring justice and rigor over mercy, even more so than her husband Ferdinand. One of her first major reforms was the establishment of La Santa Hermandad, or the Holy Brotherhood, during the Cortes held in Madrigal in 1476. While similar organizations had existed before, 1476 marked the first instance where the Hermandad was utilized by the Crown as a formal police force. Historically, Hermandades were grassroots groups of armed men who banded together to enforce public order, kind of like a neighborhood watch. Often, they were disbanded by monarchs who viewed them as a challenge to royal authority, and of course you could certainly see why. However, by leveraging the Hermandad, Isabella aimed to counteract the power of unruly nobles, who had, until then, dominated local law enforcement to the detriment of centralized royal control. The newly established General Hermandad for Castile, Leon, and Asturias was comprised of local members responsible for patrolling roads and rural areas to suppress crime. This force was funded through a specific tax, imposing 1,800 maravedis on every 100 households, reflecting Isabella's strategic use of community-based policing funded by the public. In 1477, Isabella personally extended the implementation of this reformed Hermandad to regions like Extremadura and Andalusia, showing once again her commitment to ensuring effective law enforcement throughout her realm. Continuing her crackdown on lawlessness, in 1481 she appointed 2 officials with the admittedly daunting task of restoring peace in Galicia, a province long tormented by tyrant nobles and rampant brigandage. These regions were notorious for highwaymen and local oppressors, who made travel and commerce almost impossible. The officials, armed with royal authority, managed to expel over 1,500 criminals from Galicia, and of course, that dramatically improved safety and stability. Now these reforms exemplify Isabella's methodical and hands-on approach to governance. By re-establishing royal authority and centralizing control, she significantly enhanced the administration of justice throughout Castile. These measures not only curbed the immediate chaos, but also laid the groundwork for the enduring stability and consolidation of her rule. Isabella's legacy in criminal justice reform demonstrates her pivotal role in transforming Castile into a more orderly and well-governed state, pivotal in her broader agenda of strengthening the monarchy and consolidating her territories under rule of law. Of course, when she came to the throne, she was immediately confronted with a treasury drained by mismanagement of her predecessor, Henry IV. You see, it was his reign that severely depleted the kingdom's finances through reckless fiscal policies and indiscriminate sale of royal lands. He'd thrown the country down the drain, effectively, and Isabella had to do something about it. Now, one of her initial measures to restore financial health to Castile involved addressing the widespread alienation of royal estates that occurred under Henry's rule. At the Cortes of Toledo in 1480, it was determined that a sustainable financial recovery could only be achieved through the reclamation of lands. While the proposal to revoke these lands was supported by key nobles, Isabella approached the issue with caution to avoid widespread discontent. You see, she understood that simply showing up and taking things away from people might make them a little bit upset. Well, an investigation led by the Archbishop of Toledo assessed the transactions of land during Henry's reign. The inquiry revealed that many estates and rents had been sold off cheaply and not as rewards for services. This decision was made to restore these lands to the crown without any compensation if they had been granted freely, and to repurchase them at their original undervalued prices if sold. This policy did not, however, extend to lands granted to churches, hospitals, or the poor, showcasing Isabella's desire to balance fiscal responsibility with a little pinch of social compassion. Once again, novel ideas for the time. Of course, another pressing issue was the debasement of Castile's currency, exacerbated by the proliferation of minting operations during Henry's reign, which had expanded from 5 to an astonishing, wait for it, 150 active mints. Because we all know that when you run out of money, just print more of it. Of course, it also led to a flood of poor quality coinage, undermining both economic stability and public trust in the currency. Isabella quickly implemented a royal monopoly over the minting of coins and established rigorous standards for the coinage to ensure its reliability and value. By drastically reducing the number of mints and centralizing control, she not only enhanced the integrity of Castile's monetary system, but also restored faith in the crown's capacity to manage the kingdom's finances effectively. Thus, her approach to governance and Ferdinand's approach in their respective kingdoms, particularly in Castile, was characterized by more reforming and optimizing existing structures than by creating new administrative institutions, fixing the old problems before coming up with anything new. What a novel idea. Well, they focused on making the established systems work more effectively, leveraging the royal household and its associated court, which had been central to Castilian government. While the royal household traditionally functioned with 2 main components, one was comprised of household officials, primarily from the nobility, who performed governmental and political duties in exchange for special payments. The other component consisted of about 200 permanent servants, known as continos, who handled a range of confidential tasks for the monarchs. By the late 1470s, many senior positions within the household had become largely honorary and were held by nobles, while the actual administrative work was carried out by individuals of lower social ranks, often senior churchmen, who were less concerned with title and more with function. The main advisory body to the rulers, the Royal Council, held comprehensive powers over the legal and political disputes, and had supervised senior administrative officials across Castile. It served as the supreme judicial tribunal of the kingdom. Historically, the council included two overlapping groups of councillors, one with judicial and administrative duties, including bishops, nobles, and increasingly professional administrators known as letrados, and the other comprised individuals who held less formal but more influence-based roles. Now in 1480, during the Cortes of Toledo, Isabella implemented significant reforms to streamline the royal council. She clarified the roles within the council, focusing on enhancing the efficiency and reducing the overlap between the councillors' responsibilities. She eliminated the less formal category of councillor, restricting their participation to observational roles within council meetings. This move effectively reduced the potential for decisions being swayed by personal influence or political pressure, ensuring a more merit-based and less corruptible governance structure. Isabella's governance strategy significantly reshaped the administrative landscape of Castile, emphasizing professionalism and centralized control, while also maintaining a personal connection with her subjects. Her reliance on professional administrators, mainly from the bourgeois and lesser nobility, marked a pivotal shift from traditional noble-dominated councils. By restructuring the royal council to include a specific composition of 1 bishop, 3 knights, and 8 or 9 lawyers, she ensured that the council's decisions were grounded in legal and ethical considerations, rather than in lineage and privilege. This reorganization minimized the direct involvement of the nobility in daily governmental affairs, but did allow them to attend council meetings, providing a pathway for more dedicated nobles to contribute, while potentially sidelining the less committed. This setup aimed to streamline decision-making processes and reduce the influence of personal interests in state matters. The establishment of set times for the monarchs to hear the subjects' grievances directly was an innovative approach that not only endeared Isabella to her people, but also instilled a sense of direct justice that had been very much absent in Castilian governance before. This practice, where Isabella and Ferdinand personally attended to the complaints, symbolized a monarchy that was actually in touch with the populace's needs and concerns. Furthermore, Isabella expanded the scope of governance through the creation of specialized councils, such as the Council of State, which dealt with foreign affairs, and the Supreme Court of the Santa Hermandad, alongside the Council of Finance and other councils handling Aragonese-specific issues. This specialization allowed for a more focused and effective governance in each domain. Despite these advancements in administrative efficiency and public engagement, Isabella's reforms diluted the power of the Cortes, the traditional parliamentary body of Castile. The Cortes transitioned from a significant legislative body to a more ceremonial role, often ratifying decisions pre-formulated by Isabella's administration. This shift towards a non-parliamentary government highlighted a centralization of power that characterized Isabella's reign, setting a precedent for future Spanish monarchs. Now, in terms of legal reform, the commissioning of Alfonso Diaz de Montalvo to rationalize and codify Castilian law was an admittedly monumental task that led to the creation of the Ordenanzas Reales. This comprehensive code, completed in 8 volumes within 4 years, streamlined the legal framework of Castile, making law a lot more accessible and, of course, a lot more easily enforceable, and laid a foundational stone for the modernization of the Spanish legal system. The conquest of Granada marked the culmination of the Reconquista, a centuries-long effort to reclaim Spanish territories controlled by Muslim rulers. Isabella and Ferdinand's campaign against the Nasrid dynasty in Granada was strategic and determined, demonstrating their commitment to consolidating their rule over a unified Spain. The campaign, which began in earnest in 1482, faced numerous challenges, including the formidable natural defenses of the region and the initial disunity among Granada's leadership. Of course, if you want a more detailed explanation of the Reconquista, I've already done a full video on that, and you'll probably find it in the medieval playlist. Should be in there. Well, the capture of key cities such as Ronda, Loya, and Malaga, facilitated by significant advancements in military technology, particularly in artillery, certainly helps when you can blow people up, showcased the tactical acumen of the Catholic monarchs. The fall of Malaga and the subsequent capitulation of Baza stripped Granada of the critical defenses and paved the way for the eventual siege and surrender of the city of Granada itself in 1491. The victory was not just a military triumph, but also a significant political achievement, reinforcing the Catholic monarch's authority and symbolizing the unification of Spain under Christian rule. The Treaty of Granada, signed in 1492, was crucial in ensuring a relatively peaceful transition of power. It promised religious freedoms to Muslim and Jewish residents, showcasing a strategic tolerance designed to maintain stability in the newly conquered territories. Recognizing the importance of capable military leaders, Isabella appointed Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordoba, known as the Great Captain, to a prominent role during the negotiations and later military campaigns. His innovations in military tactics and organization during subsequent conflicts would have lasting impacts on European warfare. Isabella's sponsorship of Christopher Columbus in 1492, just months after the conquest of Granada, opened a new chapter in world history. In fact, you're probably listening from America right now, at least if you are part of the 51% of North American viewers that I have. Well, although initially hesitant, the successful outcome of the Columbus voyage, marked by his arrival in the New World and the subsequent Treaty of Tordesillas with Portugal, established Spain as a major global maritime power. The agreement, brokered in 1494, divided the non-European world between Spain and Portugal, paving the way for extensive Spanish exploration and colonization that would usher in the Spanish Empire, for better or worse, depending on who you ask. Now, Queen Isabella's policies towards the indigenous peoples of the America were notably advanced for their time, reflecting a surprisingly humanitarian approach that was rare in the context of European colonial expansion. Despite the norms of the period, which often involved the ruthless exploitation and enslavement of native populations, Isabella established clear directives to treat the native peoples under Spanish rule as subjects of the Crown of Castile, entitled to certain protections against enslavement and mistreatment. Now, this of course leads us to our next thing, which is Isabella's disapproval of Christopher Columbus's treatment of the natives, which became evident after he captured a large number of them. He wasn't meant to do that. Responding to this, she not only ordered the return of the 1,200 men, but also Columbus's arrest, signaling her serious commitment to ethical governance in the newly discovered lands. This incident underlined her realization that the responsibilities of conquest and evangelization should not be concentrated in the hands of one individual, prompting her to authorize other explorers to undertake missions to the New World, thereby diversifying leadership and oversight in these territories. In her last will, Isabella's concern for the welfare of the indigenous populations was further emphasized. She instructed her successors to ensure that the natives were treated with justice and fairness, highlighting her forward-thinking approach to human rights and her desire to integrate these principles into the nascent Spanish colonial system. Now, of course, at this point, you're probably thinking that, well, Isabella, she could certainly do no wrong. All these decisions she's making are very much based in kindness, and what a lovely woman. Well, I'm just about to tell you about the Alhambra Decree. Now, Isabella's reign also saw the enforcement of this decree, which led to the expulsion of all Jews from Spain. Influenced by the Dominican friar Thomas de Torquemada, the first Inquisitor General, we'll get to that in a minute, and despite her initial reluctance based on economic considerations, Isabella and Ferdinand eventually ordered the expulsion of Jews who refused to convert to Christianity. In fact, it has been suggested that the number of Jews who left Spain was far less than traditionally estimated, with a significant number simply choosing to convert over exile. This decree, alongside her establishment of the Spanish Inquisition, yes, that was her, marked a dark chapter in her reign, which, if you didn't know about it before you watched the video, you'll probably think it's a bit of a surprise, especially hearing about all of the other things. It's a stark contrast with her more progressive policies in the Americas, and her attitudes towards fixing the country up, the strong rule of law. Well, I suppose everybody has two sides. Her strategic matrimonial alliances significantly shaped European politics and exemplify her far-reaching influence as a monarch. Oh, and just before we do keep reading, if you want to know more about the Inquisition, I've done a full video on that as well. 2, I believe. You may want to go and watch them. Well, her title, Catholic Monarch, granted by Pope Alexander VI, highlights her commitment to consolidating religious unity across Spain. Although she did reportedly disapprove of the Pope's conduct. And, well, a lot of the time, let's just say their founding of the Spanish Inquisition was a way of getting away from direct papal control. The politics are a little bit complicated, but, like I said, go watch my videos on the Spanish Inquisitions. Now, Isabella's reign marked a period of profound religious and political transformation, notably, of course, through the institutionalization of the Inquisition and the forced conversion or expulsion of Spain's Jewish populations, but also the Muslim populations. Now you must remember, this is immediately after the Reconquista. Of course, not everyone was a soldier who got killed, or a soldier who fled, or a king who was ousted from the throne. No, a lot of them were just normal Muslims living their lives. They just happened to be living them in a place where some people didn't think they ought to be. Well, you either fit in or you get out. That was the attitude of the time. Well, these efforts were pretty much part of a broader agenda to establish a homogeneous Christian realm. But you see, there are reasons why. Earlier in different sieges, especially during the Crusades, it was often that a sympathetic Christian would open the gates for a Christian army to come in, or a sympathetic Muslim would open the gates for a Muslim army to come in. There was also that incident at the siege of Toledo. Well, all for different videos. I really should stay on track. I do apologize, everyone. Well, the revocation of the Treaty of Granada in 1502, following Muslim uprisings, underscores the complexity of Isabella's policies towards religious minorities. Her confessor, Cisneros, played a crucial role as Archbishop of Toledo, furthering the religious consolidation by reforming Spanish ecclesiastical institutions, paving the way for the Counter-Reformation. Thus, Isabella's legacy is also evident in her children's marriages, which linked the Spanish crown with other major European houses. Her son, John, married Margaret of Austria, tying Spain to the Habsburgs, while her daughters, Isabella and Joanna, married into the Portuguese and Habsburg royal families respectively. Tragically, the early deaths of her son and other daughter Isabella, along with her grandson Miguel, thwarted her plans for a stable succession. Well, despite her personal losses, she managed to secure the Spanish throne for her daughter Joanna and her Habsburg son-in-law Philip I. Furthermore, her youngest daughter, Catherine of Aragon, became a pivotal figure in English history through her marriages to Arthur, Prince of Wales, and subsequently to King Henry VIII. While these unions were part of Isabella's broader strategy to forge and strengthen political alliances through marital ties, influencing the political and religious landscape of Renaissance Europe. Isabella withdrew from active governance on the 14th of September 1504 and passed away later that year on the 26th of November at the Medina del Campo Royal Palace. Her health and spirit were profoundly affected by the deaths of her close family members. Her son, Prince John of Asturias, in 1497, her mother, Isabella of Portugal, in 1496, and her daughter, Princess Isabela of Asturias, in 1498. She is buried in the Capella Real in Granada, a mausoleum constructed by her grandson Charles V. Although Isabella requested that her daughter Isabella's body be moved to Granada to rest beside her, this wish was never fulfilled. Today, the museum adjacent to the Capella Real houses Isabella's crown and scepter, enduring symbols of her powerful reign, and, if you want, you can take a journey there and see them for yourself. If you do, take a picture and send it to me. I'm yet to go there. It's all on the list. The Waldensians, a pre-Reformation Christian movement founded in the 12th century by Peter Waldo, and one of the earliest proponents of religious reform in medieval Europe. Originating in Lyon, France, they sought to return to the simplicity and poverty of earlier Christianity, advocating for a personal piety and the preaching of the gospel in vernacular languages, which was a radical departure from the norms of the Catholic Church at the time. And despite facing severe persecution and even excommunication, the Waldensians persevered in their beliefs, maintaining their communities in the remote valleys of the Alps. Hello and welcome back. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, how's it going? It's good to see you once again. Now, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, link to the Patreon's in the description. Otherwise, we are pushing for 6,000 subscribers. So how about you click the subscribe and like button on the video to help push it out to a bigger audience for me. Now, without further ado, please take a deep breath and make yourself comfortable, because we're going to learn all about the Waldensians. Most of our modern understanding of the Waldensians comes primarily from sources within the Roman Catholic Church, which is, ironically, the same institution that so readily labeled them as heretics. But they do that to everyone, don't they? Now, this reliance on church records poses us a few challenges, due to the sparse and often disconnected nature of these documents, which may reflect a bias against the Waldensians. Key sources on Waldensian beliefs include the Profession of Faith of Valdo of Leon in 1180, Liber Anti-Heresis by Durando d'Osca, written around 1187 to 1200, and the Rescriptum from the Bergamo Conference in 1218. Other significant earlier documents include Stefano d'Anse's will from 1187, the Manastatio Hereses Albigensium et Lugensium around 1206 to 1208, sorry about the Latin, and the anonymous Chronicle of Lyon around 1220. Additional insights come from the writings of Reinerius Sarco, a former Cathar who converted to Catholicism and died in 1259. His works, particularly the Summa de Catharsis, on the Cathars and the Poor of Lyon, published in 1254, are critical for understanding the early perceptions and accusations against the Waldensians by the Catholic Church. Now, why would the Catholic Church have a problem with the Waldensians? Well, pretty much for the same reasons they had a problem with the Cathars and other smaller heresies. You see, the Catholic Church had made an orthodoxy for Western European Christianity, and as far as they were concerned at the time, you were only allowed to have one. Now, as much as, yes, this can be argued as a power move on their behalf, which it probably 100% was, there's also an argument to be made that the standardization of the way that Christianity was for the purpose of not leading people away from what they believed would get them into heaven. Basically, if you would want to put it in a simple way, the only people who had the authority to dictate church matters and theology, scripture, was the church itself, and there were strict guidelines, because if you are going to tell everybody that this is the way to get into heaven, you want to make sure that everybody is on the exact same page, without any discrepancies. So that was the main justification for the lack of flexibility in theological differentiation. So, what does make them different, the Waldensians? Well, just to warm you up a little bit before we go into a lot of detail, here are a few of their main doctrines that kind of speak to them theologically and culturally as a people. The atoning death and justifying righteousness of Christ. They emphasize the redemptive death of Christ and his role in justifying sinners. Okay, that's normal. They also upheld the doctrine of the Trinity. Okay. They taught the biblical account of humanity's fall into sin. They also believed in Christ's incarnation as God made flesh. Everything seems pretty normal so far. Well, here's a bit of a sticking point for the Catholics. The Waldensians completely denied the concept of purgatory. In fact, they rejected it so outrightly that they labeled it an invention of the Antichrist. Now, if you are going to label it the invention of the Antichrist, you're going to have to ask, well, who invented it? And the first person you look at is the Catholic Church. So if this is the case, were or are the Waldensians claiming that the Catholic Church is the Antichrist? It certainly seemed that way, don't you think? Well, a few other things was the value of voluntary poverty, this asceticism, which they practiced and preached. Also the universal priesthood of believers, another sticking point, which was a possibility, but we're not entirely sure, that they held to a belief of the universal priesthood of all believers, asserting that all good men are priests. Well, this is also another issue when you have someone or a group such as the Catholic Church that want to have the monopoly on theological matters. The doctrinal stance also included the rejection of several mainstream Christian practices of the time as follows. They believed that temporal offices and dignities were inappropriate for gospel preachers. They viewed relics as simply ordinary bones, not warranting any special veneration. They criticized the practice of pilgrimage as simply a waste of money. They held that flesh could be consumed on any day, based on individual appetite, so no abstaining from fish on Sundays or things like this. They regarded holy water as completely the same thing as rainwater, and argued that prayer was equally valid whether offered in a church or in their homes. They also spoke out openly against the Catholic Church, which they described as the harlot of the apocalypse, and of course viewed the papacy as the Antichrist of Rome. So you can see how they were making lots and lots of friends with the Papal States, of course. These beliefs are partially documented in The Noble Lesson, which was written in the Occitan language. While originally thought to have been written between 1190 and 1240, evidence suggests that it dates from the early 15th century. The poem is preserved in 4 manuscripts, 2 of which are located at the University of Cambridge, 1 at the Trinity College in Dublin, and another in Geneva. But wait, I would like you to keep in mind one thing. Generally, when you go out to persecute a minority of people, whether it be for racial or religious or any kind of reason, you generally want to make them look as horrible as possible. Now, since a lot of our sources do come from accounts from Roman eyes and accounts from the Catholic Church themselves, we have to be somewhat open to a little bit of critical thought. Perhaps the ideas of the Waldensians were not so extreme. Perhaps this was a little bit of a way of justifying a widespread persecution against them. That being said, perhaps they were exactly how it said. But once again, please engage in a little critical thinking before we move on. When a claim is made, you always have to look at the vested interests of the person making the claim. Now, that being said, the Waldensians shared certain doctrines with the Catholic Church, but they diverged significantly in their approach to sacraments and church practices. Initially, they upheld the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist and recognized the need for priests to perform Mass. The real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, by the way, effectively, from my understanding, you know how they say, "This is my blood," and they drink the wine, "This is my body," and they eat the crackers. I believe it's called transmutation, that effectively, once the crackers go into your mouth, it effectively turns into the actual body of Christ. And once the wine goes into your mouth, it turns into the actual blood of Christ. Now, apart from being a little bit gross, that's effectively what a lot of the older Christian and Catholic sects believe. Now, however, they contested the authority of sinful priests to administer this Eucharist, advocating that only morally upright priests should perform such sacred rites. Their liturgical practices aimed to mirror the early Christian rituals, and I mean the earliest, before it was commercialized by the Romans, featuring a sevenfold repetition of the Lord's Prayer and consecration of the Eucharist through the sign of the cross. Additionally, the Waldensians observed the traditional 40-day Lenten fast and practiced abstinence on Fridays. They held contentious views on infant baptism, inferred from texts like the Noble Lesson, which emphasized baptism for true believers only, suggesting a belief that infants did not require baptism for salvation. Indeed, if one is going to be a true believer, they must be conscious of the belief, don't you think? Now, if you are going to baptize an infant, the infant has absolutely no clue what it is being baptized for. So wait until they get a little older, then do the baptism. Well, if they want to, that is. They also opposed several Catholic practices, including confession to priests, veneration of sins, the use of oaths, involvement in secular courts, and prayers for the dead. Fundamentally orthodox in their theology, the Waldensians accepted the doctrine of the Trinity and initially defended the sacrament of the Eucharist, though some later adopted a more symbolic interpretation of the bread and wine. Reinerius Sacho, a notable critic who I've already mentioned, accused them of several errors, including the denunciation of the Pope and the clergy. Yeah, that was the big one. The rejection of tithes, and the refusal to acknowledge the hierarchical structure of the Church. They also criticized the Church's prohibition on clergy marriage, as in not letting any of the priests get married. So, despite being lumped together with the Cathars in church condemnations, and if you want to learn about them, look at my Albigensian Crusade video, the Waldensians markedly differed from them. They rejected the Gnostic ideologies, did not wholly renounce the sacraments, and did not embrace mysticism. They perceived themselves as a reformative church within the church, striving to return to the purer practices of the early Christians. In their later history, the influence of French reformer Guillaume Farel and the Reformation led to significant doctrinal shifts. By 1532, the conference at Cianforan, the Waldensians had begun to align more closely with Reformed theology, revising some of their earlier stances, including their views on secular courts, thereby marking a pivotal evolution in their theological and ecclesiastical positions. So, now that we know about the main beliefs, let's talk a little bit about the history. There may be a few gory details, but let's start from the beginning and see if we can't have a little bit of fun. Now, according to tradition, Peter Waldo gave up his wealth to focus on preaching, inspiring similar actions among the other Catholic clergy, and as a result, early on his movement became known as the Poor of Lyon and the Poor of Lombardy. Emerging in the 12th century, there are indications that the Waldensians may have existed well before Peter Waldo's time, potentially as early as 1100. At the Third Council of the Lateran in 1167, Pope Alexander III described the Waldensians as an ancient nuisance. Reinerius Sacho, a 13th century inquisitor, commented on the group's long history, suggesting they date back to the times of Pope Sylvester, or even the Apostles. That may explain the love for early Christian practices. 17th century Waldensian pastor Henry Arnaud claimed that the Waldensians descended from Italian refugees who, following St. Paul's evangelism, fled to the mountains, preserving and passing down the gospel through generations. From its inception, the Waldensian movement emphasized lay preaching, voluntary poverty, and strict biblical adherence. Between 1175 and 85, Waldo likely had the New Testament translated into Arpitan, the vernacular language of his region, either by commissioning a Lyon cleric or simply doing it himself. In 1179, Waldo and a follower visited Rome to present their faith before Pope Alexander III and the Roman Curia, discussing debated issues like universal priesthood, vernacular gospel, and voluntary poverty. Although the Third Lateran Council that year condemned Waldo's ideas, it didn't excommunicate the movement's leaders. At least, not yet. Well, the council made its rulings, and Waldo simply shrugged his shoulders and ignored them. That's right, he just persisted in his preaching anyway. Quite brave to go up against the Catholic Church, especially in the 12th century. Now, by 1184, they were well and truly excommunicated, and they found themselves expelled from Lyon, labeled as heretics, primarily for their disregard of ecclesiastical authority. That was the big one. they continued their ministry covertly, with preachers known as barbas traveling secretly between towns for worship and confession. Waldo's death is believed to have occurred in the early 13th century, possibly in Germany, and he was never apprehended, and believe me, they were looking for him. His followers were categorized then into three main groups: the Sandaliati, who received sacred orders to counter heresiarchs, the Doctores, who trained missionaries, and the Novellani, who preached to the masses. They were also known by various names linked to their unique footwear, or possibly their observance of the Sabbath, similar to Jewish practices, as suggested by several historians and inquisitors. Some also speculated that the Waldensians' practices were connected to earlier figures like Claudius of Turin and Berengar of Tours, though modern scholarship generally dismisses these claims of ancient origins. Some historians have tried to link the Waldensians with the Vigilantius in the European Alps, suggesting a kind of proto-Waldensian presence there. Well, the Catholic Church considered the Waldensians to be deeply unorthodox, and in 1184 they got their excommunication during the Synod of Verona under the direction of Pope Lucius III. Of course, a little later, Pope Innocent III intensified the Church stance at the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, formally declaring the Waldensians as heretics. So that's a step above being excommunicated. Excommunicated is basically, I don't want to talk to you and be your friend anymore. Being claimed as a heretic is, I'm coming over to your house to beat up your dad. That's basically what it is in our modern vernacular. Now, in 1211, over 80 Waldensians were executed in Strasbourg, and it wasn't just a beheading or something pleasant like that. No, they were all burned, initiating centuries of persecution that almost eradicated the movement. Well, there was a brief period when Waldensians controlled Buda, the capital of Hungary, and yes, Buda is in Budapest, from 1304 to 1307, during which they pulled the Uno reverse card on the Pope and excommunicated him, being Pope Benedict XI. How do you like it? Well, in 1487, Pope Innocent VIII issued the bull Id Nostri Cordis, which called for the complete extermination of the Waldensians. In response, Alberto de Capitene, Archdeacon of Cremona, organized a crusade to carry out the papal directive, launching a military campaign in the provinces of Dauphiny and Piedmont. Charles I, Duke of Savoy, intervened to prevent further chaos in his territories and offered the Vaudois peace, Vaudois being another name for Waldensians, although not before significant destruction had occurred and many had fled to Provence or southern Italy. In 1491, Pope Innocent VIII appointed Angelo Caletti di Chiavasso, a theologian, as apostolic nuncio and commissary along the Bishop of Moriana. They were tasked with the negotiation of a peaceful resolution between the Catholics and the Waldensians. Now, when the Reformation began to spread, the Waldensian leadership, known as the Tavola Valdesi, was eager to align with the emerging Protestant movement, Thus, in 1526, they gathered in Laos, a town in the Chisholm Valley, and resolved to send representatives to learn more about this new religious wave. By 1532, Waldensian envoys had engaged with German and Swiss Protestants, which led to a significant shift in their religious practices to align with Reformed Church principles. During a pivotal assembly in Chanparan on the 12th of October 1532, William Farel and Anthony Saunier, emissaries from the Swiss and French Reformed churches, encouraged the Waldensians to join the Reformation and abandon their outdated and clandestine practices. At this meeting, a confession of faith reflected the Reformed doctrines was adopted, and it was agreed that they would now conduct their worship openly in French. Significantly, the Waldensians contributed to the dissemination of Protestant texts. The French Bible, translated by Pierre Robert Olevetan and published in Neuchâtel in 1535, included contributions from John Calvin and was partially based on a New Testament previously translated into the Waldensian vernacular. To support his publication, Waldensian churches collectively raised 1,500 gold crowns. The Massacre of Merindol of 1545. Outside their historical stronghold in Piedmont, the Waldensians assimilated into local Protestant congregations in Bohemia, France, and Germany after they emerged from isolation. However, this visibility brought accusations of sedition, prompting the French king to issue the Arrêt de Merindol on January 1st, 1545. An army was assembled against the Waldensians in Provence, led by Jean Maynard d'Oppede, the first president of the Parliament of Provence, and Antoine Escalon des Amiers, a military commander returning with 2,000 veterans from the Italian wars, known as the Bandes de Piedmont. The subsequent massacre of Merindol resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands, with several villages completely destroyed. The Treaty of June 5th, 1561, extended amnesty to the Protestants of the valleys, offering liberty of conscience and the freedom to worship. This also allowed prisoners to be finally released and returned home. Well, despite this treaty, the Vaudois, as the Waldensians were called, along with other French Protestants, endured hardships during the French Wars of Religion from 1562 to 1598, and yes, before you comment, I will be making a full video on that debacle. Now, by 1631, Protestant scholars began to recognize the Waldensians as precursors to the Reformation, similar to the followers of John Wycliffe and Jan Hus, who were also persecuted by religious authorities. Although the Waldensian Church received certain rights and freedoms under the Edict of Nantes by the French King Henry IV in 1598, not the English king, persecution intensified again in the 17th century. The Duke of Savoy's attempted extermination of the Waldensians in 1655 forced many to flee, leading to their dispersion across Europe and even to the Western Hemisphere. In the January of 1655, the Duke of Savoy issued an ultimatum to the Waldensians: attend Mass, or relocate to the upper valleys of their homeland within 20 days, during which they were to sell their lands. Given the harshness of winter, this directive seemed designed to coerce the Waldensians into converting to Catholicism, trying to back them into a corner, either be Catholic or freeze to death. Tough choice. Contrary to the Duke's expectations, the majority of the Waldensians chose to abandon their lower valley homes and move to the more remote upper valleys. Historical accounts describe their arduous journey. Elderly men, women, children, and the sick who traversed icy waters and treacherous frozen landscapes to find refuge among their fellow believers, who received them with open arms, despite their own poverty, and that is an odyssey of brave people. Give them a bit of credit for sure. Well, by mid-April, seeing that his initial strategy had failed to convert the Waldensians, the Duke of Savoy decided to adopt a more aggressive approach. Yeah, you can see what's coming. He fabricated reports of Waldensian uprisings to justify sending troops into the upper valleys under the pretense of restoring order. The troops were billeted in local homes, a tactic that ostensibly aimed at quartering but actually facilitated a premeditated attack on the community. On April 24, 1655, at 4 in the morning, these troops launched a devastating assault on the Waldensians, an event that would be later remembered as the Piedmont Easter. The brutality of the massacre was extreme and unprovoked, involving looting, assault, torture, and murder. According to contemporary accounts, including one by Peter Liege, the atrocities included throwing children against rocks, burning the elderly alive, dismemberment, flaying, that's when you skin somebody, and other gruesome acts of violence and humiliation. The estimated death toll of this atrocity was around 1,700. Well, it didn't go unnoticed. The barbarity of the massacre provoked widespread outrage across Europe, drawing condemnation and prompting support from Protestant leaders. The international reaction was also significant. Oliver Cromwell, the ruler of England, actively campaigned for the Waldensian cause, writing letters, raising funds, declaring a national fast, and even threatening direct military intervention. The massacre also inspired John Milton's poem, On the Late Massacre in Piedmont. Swiss and Dutch Calvinists organized an underground railroad to help survivors escape to Switzerland and the Dutch Republic. On Christmas Day, 1656, the city of Amsterdam facilitated the emigration of 167 Waldensians to the New World, specifically to a Dutch colony in Delaware. Those Waldensians who remained either in France or Piedmont did not succumb to defeat. No, they rather bravely formed a guerrilla resistance, led by a rather enthusiastic and intelligent farmer, Joshua Janabel, continuing their struggle against oppression all the way into the 1660s. In 1685, Louis XV of France revoked the Edict of Nantes, which had previously granted religious freedom to Protestants. This action led to the forced conversion of 8,000 Waldensians in the Chisone and Susa valleys of the Dauphiné to Catholicism, while another 3,000 managed to flee to Germany. Similarly, in the Piedmont, Victor Amadeus II, the Duke of Savoy and cousin of Louis XV, rescinded protections for Protestant inhabitants. In January of 1686, he ordered the destruction of all Waldensian churches and mandated that the residents of the valleys completely renounce their faith within 15 days under the threat of exile or death. Well, once again, despite these threats, the Waldensians resisted. When the deadline expired, a combined force of 9,000 French and Piedmontese troops invaded, facing a robust local defense organized by the Waldensians in every village, no exceptions. On April the 9th, faced with staunch resistance, the Duke decreed that the Waldensians must disarm and prepare for exile by late April, with the option to sell their properties. Henry Arnaud, a Waldensian pastor who had previously fled to Holland, returned and rallied the Waldensians at Rocca Piata on April the 18th, advocating for armed resistance. Well, when the truce ended 2 days later, the Waldensians engaged in fierce combat. By June the 8th, however, 2,000 of them were dead, and another 2,000 had been converted to Catholicism. The struggle, though extremely brave, was lost. Another 8,000 were imprisoned, many of whom simply died from starvation or disease. Prisons in that year were notoriously filthy. However, a few hundred Waldensians, named the Invincibles, escaped to the mountains and waged a guerrilla war against the incoming Catholic settlers. Their persistent resistance led to the Duke to negotiate, eventually allowing the imprisoned ones to go free and relocate to Geneva. In January of 1687, under a new edict, the remaining Waldensians were forced to either leave immediately for Geneva or convert to Catholicism. Of those who left, only 2,490 survived the journey. The Waldensians, including Arnaud, sought international support. Arnaud appealed directly to William of Orange from Geneva, while others sought help in England and elsewhere. The League of Augsburg, opposing French territorial ambitions, supported the Waldensians. In the August of 1689, amidst the broader conflicts, Arnaud led 1,000 armed Swiss exiles back to Piedmont. Despite losing a third of their number during the trek, they reclaimed their lands and managed to fight and repel the Catholic settlers, although they remained under siege by the French and Piedmontese forces. By May 2nd, 1689, only 300 Waldensian troops remained, trapped on the Balsiglia Peak by 4,000 French soldiers. Well, 300, right? Overnight, the Waldensians, who were more familiar with the terrain, escaped completely undetected. Yes, well, When you hear the number 300, you would imagine that the Waldensians would form a phalanx in some narrow pass and fight away the 4,000 French soldiers, but escaping and managing to thwart the French's plans to massacre you all, that's just as good in my book. A sudden political shift then saw the Duke ally with the League of Augsburg, seizing the French pursuit. The Duke then encouraged all of the exiles to return and help defend Piedmont. Now, this event was called the Glorious Return. Following the French Revolution, the Waldensians in Piedmont were guaranteed freedom of conscience, and in 1848, King Charles Albert of Sardinia granted them full civil rights. With these newfound liberties, the Waldensians began to spread beyond their traditional valleys. By the era of Italian unification, they had established congregations across Italy, some through direct evangelism, and others through migration. Despite these advances, factors like poverty, social discrimination, and demographic pressures prompted the Waldensians to emigrate. Initially, they, like most people, moved seasonally for work to places like the French Riviera and Switzerland. But eventually some settled permanently in places like Colonia Valdense in Uruguay, which, of course, with a name like that, you know it's the colony of the Waldensians, and Jacinto Arauz in La Pampa, Argentina. Many of them went to the United States as well. Those who stayed in Italy often experienced social advancement. Notably, Waldensian enterprises became prominent in Turin's chocolate industry in the late 19th century, where they were credited with creating Giunduja, a kind of hazelnut chocolate, which is definitely going on my shopping list. Now later on, the 19th century also saw a flourishing of Waldensian scholarly activities. Notably, the Romant version of the Gospel of John was preserved, and studied in Paris and Dublin, culminating in a publication by William Stephen Gilly in 1848 that detailed the history of the New Testament texts used by the Waldensians. In 1855, the Waldensian College was established in Torre Pellice for ministerial training, later relocating to Florence, and finally to Rome in 1922. Over time, economic and social integration has facilitated the assimilation of the ethnic Waldensians into broader Italian society, with prominent figures such as writers Italo Calvino and politicians like Domenico Maselli and Valdo Spini emerging from this community. The Church has also gained intellectual adherents and substantial financial support from Italians outside of the Waldensian faith. But what about the Catholics? Well, you may be pleased to know that in a significant act of reconciliation, Pope Francis, during a historic visit to a Waldensian temple in Turin in 2015, formally apologized on behalf of the Catholic Church for all of the past persecutions, acknowledging previous unchristian and inhumane positions and actions against the Waldensians. I mean, I suppose it's never too late to say sorry. Well, the modern Waldensian Church identifies as a Protestant denomination within the Reformed tradition, originally shaped by reformers like Huldrych Zwingli and John Calvin. Its foundational doctrine is the Confession of Faith, formulated in 1655, drawing heavily from the Reformed Confessions of 1559. The Church practices only two sacraments, being baptism and the Lord's Supper. The highest authority in the Church is the annual synod, while local congregational matters are overseen by a consistory, led by the presiding pastor. In terms of historical influence, the Waldensians have left their mark on various religious movements, including the Wiccau prophets, who supported believers' baptism. They also impacted the Bohemian Reformation, notably influencing Peter Chelski's early in his life, with Waldensian congregations present in his region. Conversely, some Hussite factions, like those led by Jacob of Miles, rejected the Waldensian doctrines. There have been historical claims suggesting that the Waldensians were originally taught by Paul the Apostle during his purported travels to Spain and Piedmont, maintaining their apostolic faith of poverty and piety, even as the Catholic Church indulged in excesses from the time of Emperor Constantine. However, these accounts have been largely dismissed. Well, thank you very much for joining me again today. A history on the Waldensians, I bet you didn't see that coming. Well, you know that I like to cover all sorts of topics on this channel, and we are having all sorts of fun exploring all of these things, from the very well-known to the little bit more mysterious. There's plenty more to come. I'm not slowing down. I'd like to thank my top-tier Patreon subscribers. That's Stark Factory, Susan, Jeffrey, and JC. Thank you very much for supporting the channel, and if you'd like to do so, well, you know what to do. Click that link in the description. But until next time, thank you again for watching. It's been a pleasure. It's just begun to gently rain outside my window, and I'm a little tired. Good night, everyone.